The great city of Thebes basked under the golden light of Ra as priests and nobles gathered inside the grand temple of Amun-Ra. High Priest Menkaure stood before the sacred flame, his face stern with the weight of destiny. His daughter, Issachara, draped in pristine white linen, knelt before the altar, her dark eyes reflecting the flickering fire. She was not just the daughter of the temple's most powerful priest. She was chosen by the gods, destined to marry Pharaoh and rule beside him. But as the sacred chants filled the temple halls, an old oracle woman limped inside, her frail body trembling with urgency. The priests gasped at her intrusion, but before anyone could stop her, she spoke in a raspy voice. The daughter of the high priest will forsake her throne for a love written in darkness. A hush fell over the temple. Issachara's heart pounded as she turned to her father, but Menkaure's face was cold. "Take her away," he ordered, dismissing the prophecy as nonsense. Yet in the depths of his heart, fear coiled like a serpent. He knew that the gods never spoke in vain. Issachara, unaware of what fate had planned, tried to dismiss the words. She had been raised to be obedient, her future preordained. Yet somewhere deep inside, a yearning stirred, longing for something beyond duty and destiny. That night, as the full moon cast an ethereal glow upon the temple walls, a figure emerged from the shadows. Cloaked in darkness, his golden eyes gleamed with an unnatural light. He watched her from afar, unseen yet ever present. He was not of this world. He was cursed. And soon, Issachara would have to make an impossible choice. Issachara tossed in her lavish bed, unable to sleep. The words of the oracle echoed in her mind, an eerie whisper that refused to fade. A love written in darkness. She had never known love, only duty. The idea of forsaking her destiny for something so reckless was unthinkable. Yet, beneath the layers of responsibility, curiosity flickered like a flame. Who could tempt her away from a throne? Outside the temple, a lone figure watched from the shadows. He had been watching for many nights, drawn by something even he could not explain. Wrapped in a dark cloak, his golden eyes shimmered in the moonlight, an unnatural glow that marked his curse. His name was Asar, a warrior once favored by the gods until he defied them. Now he was bound to an immortal fate, cursed to walk the land as an outcast, untouched by time but tormented by longing. He had wandered the sands of Egypt for centuries. Yet when he saw Issachara, something shifted within him. He had seen beauty before, but hers was different. It was not just her face, but the fire in her eyes, the silent longing buried beneath her poise. Issachara stood by her balcony, the cool night breeze brushing against her skin. A strange sensation gripped her, like unseen eyes tracing her every move. She scanned the temple grounds, her pulse quickening, and then she saw him, a shadow among shadows. But those eyes, they glowed like embers in the night, their gazes locked for a brief moment before he vanished into the darkness. A shiver ran down her spine. She should have been afraid. Instead, she felt something else entirely, an unfamiliar thrill. The following days passed in restless anticipation. Issachara tried to silence the thoughts invading her mind, but the image of the man with the golden eyes lingered. Who was he? Why had his presence unsettled her, yet awakened something deep inside? She knew better than to dwell on such forbidden thoughts. As the daughter of the high priest, she was bound to the god's will. But the gods had remained silent, offering no answer, only a gnawing sense of inevitability. One evening, Isakara walked alone through the temple gardens, seeking solace among the sacred lotus ponds. The priests were deep in their evening prayers, and the air was thick with the scent of burning incense. The world was quiet, save for the whisper of the wind through the papyrus reeds. Then, a presence, a shadow shifting among the trees. Her pulse quickened as she turned sharply. "Who's there?" she called, though she was unsure if she truly wanted to know. From the darkness, he stepped forward tall, cloaked, his face partially hidden beneath his hood. But the moment she saw his eyes, she knew. "You should not be here," she said, though her voice betrayed no fear. "And yet, here I am," he replied, his voice deep, laced with something ancient, something sorrowful. A silence stretched between them, charged and unspoken. She should call the guards. She should run. But she did neither. Instead, she took a step closer, drawn by something beyond reason. "Who are you?" she whispered. A pause. Then, with the weight of eternity in his voice, he answered, "A man cursed to love what he can never have." Isakara felt the weight of his words settle in the space between them. A man cursed to love what he could never have. The sorrow in his voice sent a shiver through her, yet it only fueled her curiosity. "A curse?" she echoed, her eyes searching his shadowed face. "What do you mean?" Asar hesitated. He had spent centuries hiding his truth, wandering through time as an outcast. But something about her presence, her fire unraveled the walls he had built around himself. "Long ago, I was a warrior of Pharaoh's guard," he said, "favored by the gods, blessed with strength beyond men. But I was arrogant. I thought I could control fate itself." Isakara listened, captivated. He spoke of a time when he was once revered, when his name was spoken in awe across the kingdom. But pride had been his downfall. "I loved a woman," Asar continued, his voice laced with an old pain. "She was promised to the gods, much like you. But I defied destiny. I stole her away, believing love was stronger than fate." He exhaled, the memory still raw despite the centuries. "The gods were not merciful. They struck her down before my eyes, and as punishment, they cursed me with eternal life and never to age, never to love, only to wander the sands alone." Isakara's breath caught. The weight of his suffering pressed against her chest. She had been raised to fear the wrath of the gods, but hearing his story, she felt something she shouldn't: sympathy, even defiance. "And now," she whispered, "why are you here?" Asar's golden eyes burned into hers. "Because I saw you, and for the first time in centuries, I felt something again." Isakara's heart pounded at Asar's words. No man had ever spoken to her this way, with such raw intensity. She should have recoiled, should have reminded herself that she was promised to Pharaoh, bound by divine law. Yet she could not look away. "You should not say such things," she murmured, though the conviction in her voice wavered. Asar took a slow step closer, his presence overwhelming. "And yet, I do." His voice was steady, laced with an emotion she could not name. "You are bound to a life that is not your own, Isakara. I know that prison well." She swallowed, torn between reason and the strange pull she felt toward him. He was an outcast, a man cursed by the gods themselves. To even be seen speaking to him could cost her everything. And yet, she had never felt more awake Then in this moment, "I should leave," she said, though she made no move to go. "But you won't," Asar replied. His words were not a command, only a truth she could not deny. The night air grew thick with silence, charged with something forbidden. She thought of her father, of the prophecy, of the throne she was destined to claim. And yet, as she stood before Asar, none of it seemed to matter. "What happens if I stay?" she asked, before she could stop herself. Asar's lips curled into something almost like sorrow. "Then you risk everything." Issachara took a deep breath, knowing she stood at the edge of something irreversible. "Then tell me," she said, her voice steady. "What does it mean to love a man who cannot die?" Asar looked at her for a long moment before answering. "It means losing yourself to a fate even crueler than mine." Issachara spent the next days in turmoil, her mind a battlefield between duty and desire. The golden eyes of the cursed warrior haunted her thoughts, his voice a whisper in her soul. She knew what was expected of her: to serve the gods, to marry Pharaoh, to rule as queen. But what was she without choice? Without freedom? The temple halls grew suffocating. She longed for the night, for the hidden corners of the garden where Asar waited. Each meeting was stolen time, word exchanged a step further into the abyss. She knew it was dangerous, that if anyone discovered them, her father's wrath would be merciless. But she could not stop. One evening, she found Asar waiting beneath the sacred fig tree. "You are reckless," he told her as she approached. "You risk too much." Issachar's breath was uneven. "Then tell me to leave." His silence was her answer. He could not. They were both bound, not by gods, but by something far more dangerous choice. But the gods were not blind, nor were the priests. Issachara had not noticed the eyes watching her, the whispers growing in the shadows. Her father, High Priest Menkaure, stood in the temple's inner sanctum, his hands clenched as one of the younger priests bowed before him. "She meets him in the garden," the boy whispered. "A man who should not exist." A terrible silence filled the chamber. The high priest turned his gaze to the statue of Amun-Ra. The gods had spoken. His daughter was on the path of ruin. "Summon the guards," he ordered coldly. "Bring her to me, and if she resists, destroy him." Issachara was unaware of the storm brewing around her. The night air was thick with the scent of lotus and the hum of distant prayers. As she stood beneath the fig tree with Asar, she allowed herself to forget for just a moment who she was, what she was meant to be. "I wish we had met in another life," she whispered. Asar's golden eyes held a sorrow she could not fathom. "In another life, I would not have been cursed," he murmured, "and you would not have been bound to a throne you never wanted." But fate had no mercy. The rustling of leaves was the only warning before torches illuminated the darkness. Issachara turned sharply, her heart lurching as temple guards stormed toward them. "Issachara, run!" Asar growled, but before she could move, strong hands seized her arms. A voice, sharp as a blade, cut through the chaos. "Do not resist, daughter." Her blood turned to ice. High Priest Menkaure stood beyond the flames, his expression void of warmth. "You have betrayed the gods," his voice laced with controlled fury. "You have disgraced this temple." Issachara struggled, but the guards held her firm. "No, father." "Silence." His gaze shifted to Asar, eyes burning with hatred. "And you are a defilement to the gods." He turned to the guards. "Kill him." "No," Issachara screamed as the first sword slashed through the air, but Asar did not fall. The blade struck him and shattered. The guards gasped in horror. Asar's eyes darkened, the ancient curse pulsing through his veins. The gods had bound him to suffer, but they had never made him weak. The temple guards froze in horror as the shattered blade clattered to the ground. Asar stood unmoved, his golden eyes now burning with an eerie, otherworldly glow. The curse that bound him for centuries stirred violently within him, awakened by the threat of death, a punishment the gods had denied him. Issachara's breath hitched. She had always sensed something unnatural about him, but now she saw it with her own eyes. Asar was no ordinary man. He was something beyond time, beyond mortality. The high priest, however, did not waver. "You defy the gods and think yourself invincible?" Menkor spat, his voice filled with righteous fury. "You are an abomination. Your soul is damned." The guards hesitated, unsure whether to attack again. But Asar stepped forward, his voice cold as the desert night. "The gods took everything from me," he said, "and yet they curse me to walk this earth, never to find peace. If that is their justice, then I reject it." The very air around them seemed to shift, thick with unseen energy. The ground trembled slightly beneath their feet. The guards gripped their weapons, but fear kept them rooted. This was not a man they could kill. Issachara fought against the hands that held her. "Stop this," she pleaded, her voice desperate. "Father, please. You have brought disgrace upon this temple." Menkor's voice was raw with rage. "You are no longer my daughter." The words struck harder than any blade. Issachara's vision blurred with tears as Asar turned to her. "Come with me," he said, his voice soft amid the chaos. "Leave this behind." Her heart pounded. The path of duty lay behind her. The path of the unknown stretched before her. She had only seconds to choose. Issachara's entire world hung in the balance. The torches burned bright, casting flickering shadows on the temple walls, but nothing could obscure the rage in her father's eyes or the silent plea in Asar's. The moment stretched, unbearably heavy, as she stood at the crossroads between duty and the unknown. Her breath came in short gasps. If she chose Asar, she would become an exile, hunted for betraying the gods. If she stayed, she would be forced into a life she no longer wanted, bound to a pharaoh she did not love. But one truth burned brighter than all others. She had never felt more alive than when she was with Asar. "I will not go back," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Then, louder, stronger, she turned to her father. "I will not be a pawn to the gods." A collective gasp rippled through the temple guards. High Priest Menkar's face darkened with fury. "You defy the will of Amun-Ra?" he roared. "You condemn yourself to eternal damnation." Issachara lifted her chin, her heart pounding against her ribs. "No, father. I choose love over a throne built on chains." Before the guards could react, Asar grabbed her hand. A surge of power pulsed through him, the air thick with unseen forces. The torches flickered wildly as the curse within him stirred, wrapping around them like an unseen storm. "Run," he whispered. They bolted through the temple grounds, past the shrieks of priests and the shouts of guards. Behind them, Menkora's voice roared like thunder. "You will never escape the wrath of the gods, Issachara. You will suffer for this betrayal." But she did not look back. For the first time in her life, she was free. Issachara and Asar ran through the temple grounds, their hearts pounding in unison as the cries of priests and the clamor of armed guards faded behind them. The cold desert air wrapped around them, but the fire in Issachara's chest burned hotter. She had chosen love over duty, defied the gods, and cast away the throne that was meant to be hers. But the gods do not forgive so easily. As they reached the edge of the city, a terrible silence fell. The wind stopped. The stars above flickered unnaturally, as if the heavens themselves had drawn breath. Then, a deafening crack split the sky. A force beyond human comprehension rippled through the air, knocking Issachara to her knees. Asar stood before her, his body rigid, his eyes glowing like molten gold. "No," he whispered, "they've come." A shadow darker than the night stretched across the desert sand. Figures emerged from the emptiness, ethereal beings, cloaked in shifting smoke, their eyes burning with divine wrath. The gods had sent their judgment. Issachara gritted her teeth, reaching for Asar's hand, but he did not move. His face twisted in pain, his curse thrashing inside him. The gods would not kill him. They could not, but they could take away what he loved. "Issachara!" Asar roared, but it was too late. An unseen force wrenched her from the ground. Cold fire burned through her veins as the god's fury consumed her. She screamed, reaching for Asar, but her vision blurred, the world fracturing into shadows and light. And then silence. When Asar opened his eyes, the desert was empty. Issachara was gone. The gods had taken their price, and Asar was cursed to wander alone. Once more. In the heart of ancient Egypt, nestled beside the Nile, stood a palace glittering under the sun. Pharaoh Amenhotep ruled with unmatched wisdom, loved deeply by his people. At his side was Queen Nefertari, a woman whose beauty could rival even Isis herself. Their love was celebrated throughout the kingdom, yet beneath the grandeur and golden halls, shadows stirred. One fateful night, beneath the silent gaze of towering statues, Queen Nefertari wandered the palace gardens alone. The moon cast silvery beams across the sands, whispering secrets through palm fronds. Deep within her heart, restlessness had taken root, nurtured by solitude and longing. Suddenly, footsteps echoed softly behind her. Turning swiftly, Nefertari saw the familiar eyes of Prince Seti, Pharaoh Amenhotep's younger brother. His gaze held mysteries darker than the deepest tomb. Seti smiled faintly, approaching with calculated grace. "Why do you wander alone, my queen?" he asked gently, his voice barely above a whisper. Nefertari felt her heart quicken, aware of the warmth in his words. "I seek peace," she replied softly, avoiding his penetrating gaze. "Yet peace eludes me tonight." Seti stepped closer, his presence dangerously comforting. "Perhaps peace is not what you truly desire," he murmured knowingly. Nefertari met his eyes, startled by his boldness, yet drawn by the promise hidden within. "And what do you believe I desire, Prince?" she questioned, her voice trembling slightly. Seti's gaze intensified, eyes reflecting moonlight like dark mirrors. "Freedom, passion, a life beyond duties and appearances." The queen's heart raced uncontrollably. She knew she should turn away, returned swiftly to the pharaoh's side, but something within held her captive. "Careful, prince," she whispered. "Such thoughts can endanger lives." Seti smiled knowingly, leaning closer. "Perhaps some dangers," he whispered, "are worth the risk." Under the moon's silent witness, their fates intertwined forever. In the following days, Queen Nefertari struggled to silence her heart's yearning whispers. The memory of Seti's words lingered persistently, echoing through her mind like an enchanting melody. Despite trying to avoid him, fate continuously crossed their paths, each encounter stirring emotions she could scarcely control. During royal feasts and court assemblies, her eyes would inevitably meet Seti's, igniting an unspoken tension. Pharaoh Amenhotep, engrossed in governance, remained unaware, his trust absolute. Nefertari felt burdened by guilt, yet captivated by the allure of the forbidden. Late one evening, Seti visited the temple dedicated to Hathor, the goddess of love and passion, to offer secret prayers. Nefertari, unaware of his presence, entered quietly to seek divine guidance. Within the flickering shadows of torchlight, their eyes met again, undeniably drawn by destiny. "My queen," Seti whispered, stepping cautiously toward her, his voice thick with emotion. "Fate keeps bringing us together." Nefertari hesitated, her heart pounding fiercely. "Fate tests us," she responded softly, her voice barely audible above the gentle rustling of temple curtains. Seti approached closer, daring to gently take her hand. Nefertari felt a warmth surge through her, conflicting deeply with her devotion and loyalty to Pharaoh. She trembled, but did not withdraw, acknowledging her desire openly for the first time. "What is happening to us, Seti?" she whispered painfully. He gently cupped her cheek, looking deeply into her conflicted eyes. "Destiny chooses its own path. We merely follow," he replied earnestly. Overwhelmed, Nefertari finally surrendered to the moment, allowing Seti's lips to meet hers in a gentle yet powerful embrace. Their kiss, hidden within the sacred temple walls, sealed their betrayal and set into motion an irrevocable course of love, danger, and treachery that neither could have anticipated. In the weeks that followed, Queen Nefertari and Prince Seti met secretly, each encounter intensifying their forbidden passion. Hidden corridors, quiet chambers, and moonlit gardens became silent witnesses to their treacherous romance. Yet beneath their intoxicating love lay a fear that haunted every moment, the threat of discovery and the consequences it would bring. Despite the danger, their hearts refused to part ways, trapped by desires too powerful to deny. Pharaoh Amenhotep, preoccupied by state affairs, remained oblivious, trusting completely in his queen and beloved brother. But palace walls have ears, and servants whispered rumors of suspicious shadows and hurried footsteps late at night. Suspicion soon infected the air of the royal court. One evening, High Priest Menkaper overheard hushed voices coming from the gardens. He recognized the unmistakable voices of Nefertari and Seti. Hidden in darkness, he listened, shocked by their whispered confessions of love. Torn between loyalty and duty, Menkaper retreated silently, knowing he held a secret capable of shaking Egypt's foundations. Days later, Menkaper approached the pharaoh, cautiously choosing his words. "Great Pharaoh," he began respectfully, "it pains me deeply, but whispers of betrayal have reached my ears." Pharaoh Amenhotep, alarmed yet skeptical, demanded clarity. "Speak plainly, priest. Who dares betray me?" Menkaper lowered his voice solemnly. your beloved queen and your brother, Prince Seti. Amenhotep's heart shattered in disbelief, yet his pride masked the deep wound inflicted by the revelation. Determined to uncover the truth himself, Amenhotep began secretly observing his queen and brother. His trust slowly eroded, replaced by a cold, burning anger. Unaware of the gathering storm, Nefertari and Seti continued their secret meetings, blinded by love and oblivious to the pharaoh's watchful gaze. The stage was set for a confrontation that would change their destinies and Egypt itself forever. Pharaoh Amenhotep's heart grew darker with each hidden glance he witnessed between Nefertari and Seti. His once unshakable trust had crumbled, replaced by bitterness and suspicion. He silently watched their every move, carefully planning his next steps. Unable to share his turmoil openly, Amenhotep's sorrow turned inward, festering into hatred toward the two people he once loved most. Meanwhile, Nefertari began noticing subtle changes in her husband's demon aura, cold distance, and a piercing gaze that felt like daggers in her soul. One night, Amenhotep confronted Nefertari, his voice deceptively calm, but laced with menace. "My queen," he began, "is there something you wish to share?" Nefertari's heart raced as panic surged through her. She forced herself to appear composed, though her voice trembled. "Nothing troubles me, my pharaoh. Why do you ask?" Amenhotep smiled bitterly, eyes filled with barely restrained fury. "Secrets rarely remain hidden forever," he whispered ominously. Fear tightened around Nefertari's heart. She sensed the growing danger, knowing her affair with Seti could no longer remain hidden. Later that night, desperate and afraid, Nefertari found Seti, pleading for an end to their dangerous love. "We must stop Seti," she whispered urgently. "He knows, or at least suspects." Seti, however, refused to abandon their passion. "No, my love," he insisted fiercely, gripping her hand tightly. "We cannot run from destiny now." Unbeknownst to them, the pharaoh had already set his plan in motion. He summoned the palace guards, secretly instructing them to watch Seti closely. The palace became a silent battlefield of betrayal, suspicion, and fear. Every step, every whisper, every shadow now threatened their lives. Nefertari felt trapped, torn between love and survival. As Amenhotep's anger grew, the lovers unknowingly walked toward disaster, blinded by their hearts and unaware that their betrayal had already sealed their fate. Consumed by betrayal, Pharaoh Amenhotep meticulously planned his revenge. His heart, now hardened, knew only anger and vengeance. Late one evening, he summoned High Priest Menkaper to the throne room, illuminated by flickering torches. The priest approached cautiously, sensing the dangerous storm brewing in his ruler's eyes. "My pharaoh," he bowed deeply, voice shaking, "what is your command?" Amenhotep spoke coldly, his voice sharp as steel. "My queen and brother have betrayed me. They must face justice." Menkaper hesitated, knowing the gravity of the pharaoh's words. "What punishment do you propose, my king?" he asked carefully. Amenhotep leaned forward, eyes blazing. "Seti shall be accused publicly of treason, punished as a traitor. As for Nefertari, she will live, but stripped of her status and imprisoned to suffer the torment of her betrayal." Menkaper swallowed hard, sensing the pharaoh's irreversible fury. "As you wish, great pharaoh," he replied solemnly. Early next morning, palace guards stormed Seti's chambers, capturing him as a traitor. Seti resisted fiercely, but guards restrained him, dragging him before a gathering crowd in the palace courtyard. Nefertari, hearing the commotion, rushed out, horrified as Seti was forced to kneel. "Amenhotep, please," she begged, her voice breaking. But the pharaoh remained unmoved, his eyes cold and unforgiving. "You betrayed your king," Amenhotep pronounced, his voice echoing powerfully. "Now face your punishment." Seti defiantly met his brother's gaze, speaking boldly. "You may punish my body, but never my heart." Angered further, Amenhotep ordered Seti imprisoned, awaiting execution. Nefertari fell to her knees, weeping uncontrollably. Guards swiftly seized her, stripping her of royal adornments and dragging her away to a secluded cell. Locked away in darkness, Nefertari felt despair crush her soul. She had risked everything for love, and now all she cherished had vanished. Alone in the gloom, she wondered if passion had been worth the devastating cost. Days passed in suffocating silence, and Queen Nefertari languished within her dim prison cell, tormented by guilt and grief. Each passing hour deepened her remorse over the choices that led her here. Seti's fate weighed heavily upon her heart, haunting her dreams with visions of his suffering. But despair had not completely extinguished hope. One night, a faint scratching sound echoed through the darkness, stirring her from restless sleep. Nefertari strained her eyes toward the sound, barely making out the silhouette of a hooded figure emerging from shadows. Her heart raced, fearful yet curious. "Who are you?" she whispered nervously. The figure lowered his hood, revealing Menkaper, the high priest, his expression resolute yet sympathetic. "I cannot stand idly while Egypt falls apart," he explained quickly. "Your betrayal hurt our pharaoh deeply, yet he grows dangerously unstable. Egypt needs stability, not vengeance." Menkaper silently unlocked her chains, cautioning, "You must flee far from here, my queen. Start anew elsewhere and live out your days in peace." Tears welled in Nefertari's eyes, gratitude mixed with sorrow. "And what of Seti?" she asked anxiously. Menkaper hesitated, shaking his head sadly. "Seti's fate is sealed. Amenhotep will not relent. Save yourself, Nefertari. It is all you can do now." With trembling hands, Nefertari rose from the cold floor, following Menkaper carefully through winding tunnels beneath the palace, hidden passages known only to the high priesthood. As they emerged into the chill night air, the stars shining brightly overhead, Menkaper offered her a small satchel filled with gold and supplies. "Travel far, my queen. Leave Egypt behind. Your old life has ended, but perhaps another awaits." Nefertari thanked him softly, heart heavy with sadness and gratitude, and quickly disappeared into the desert shadows. Freedom stretched before her, uncertain yet hopeful, as the sands of Egypt swallowed her footsteps behind her. Under the endless Egyptian sky, Queen Nefertari journeyed alone through the relentless desert sands. Days became nights, and nights melted into days. The harsh sun burned her skin, but determination drove her onward. Her royal garments became tattered, symbols of a past she had forsaken. Eventually, she reached a small oasis village nestled amid Dunessa humble settlement, untouched by the palace's intrigues. Disguised and weary, she introduced herself simply as Nefer, hiding her true identity beneath layers of humility. Villagers welcomed cautiously but kindly, unaware they sheltered a fallen queen. Nefertari soon adapted to her new simple life, working quietly, performing menial tasks without complaint. Yet, despite newfound peace, Seti's face haunted her dreams. Each night, she saw him imprisoned, calling out desperately for her. Her heart struggled between acceptance of this new freedom and unresolved guilt from leaving Seti behind. Months passed, and life gradually grew tranquil. But peace proved fleeting. One afternoon, whispers swept through the village of royal soldiers searching nearby settlements, hunting for a fugitive queen. Panic surged within Nefertari's heart. Her past had found her once again. A village elder approached solemnly, sensing her anxiety. "I know who you are," the elder said gently, her voice filled with wisdom. "Yet, we will protect you. The desert guards those who seek its shelter sincerely." Nefertari's eyes filled with tears, grateful for such compassion. Determined to avoid endangering these kind souls, she decided she must leave immediately. That night, under the watchful stars, Nefertari bid the villagers farewell, again setting out into the unknown. Carrying their blessings and renewed courage, she headed toward distant lands beyond the reach of Egypt's vengeance. She vowed silently to rebuild herself, far from memories of betrayal, yet forever burdened by a love that had destroyed everything she once held dear. Back within the palace walls, Prince Seti awaited judgment, shackled in a cold stone cell. Betrayed by passion and ambition, his once bright future darkened to nothingness. Each passing day brought him closer to execution, and Pharaoh Amenhotep's wrath showed no mercy. Guards frequently visited, tormenting him with reminders of his betrayal and impending doom. Yet Seti's spirit remained unbroken. Pride and defiance burned within his eyes, refusing to surrender completely to despair. One evening, footsteps approached a sound heavier, more purposeful. Pharaoh Amenhotep himself entered the cell, eyes filled with a simmering rage, masked beneath calm authority. "Brother," Amenhotep's voice dripped bitter irony, "how swiftly you threw away loyalty and trust." Seti met his brother's gaze fearlessly. "It was love, not treason, that guided me," he responded boldly, unwilling to repent. Amenhotep's expression hardened further, disgust evident in his eyes. "Your so-called love has torn this kingdom apart. Yet Nefertari has fled, abandoning you. Was your betrayal worth this end?" Seti smiled bitterly, refusing to show weakness. "She escaped your cruelty. My only regret is leaving her alone to face uncertainty." Angered by Seti's defiance, Amenhotep issued a chilling decree. "Tomorrow at dawn, Egypt shall witness the price of betrayal. You shall face the blade, your name erased forever." Seti closed his eyes, accepting his fate. As Amenhotep departed, Seti whispered a final prayer, hoping somehow Nefertari had found peace and freedom. Dawn broke over Egypt, cold and pale, as crowds gathered to witness Seti's punishment. As he faced execution, his gaze turned skyward, thinking only of Nefertari. A final breath, a swift stroke, and Seti's tragic tale concluded in silence, his dreams extinguished by ambition and forbidden love. Egypt mourned quietly, Understanding this tragedy would forever stain the kingdom's memory, a stark reminder of how love and betrayal could unravel even the strongest bonds. In the aftermath of Seti's execution, Pharaoh Amenhotep found no peace. Instead of victory, a heavy sorrow enveloped him, poisoning his heart with relentless guilt. Each day, he sat alone, haunted by memories of better times of laughter shared with Seti, of loving glances exchanged with Nefertari. The walls of the palace, once symbols of power and glory, now felt like tombstones marking his solitude. Amenhotep's sleep was disturbed nightly by vivid visions of Seti's lifeless body and Nefertari's tear-streaked face, accusing him silently. Tormented by regret, he withdrew further into isolation. High Priest Menkaper, observing the pharaoh's deterioration, tried to counsel him gently. "My pharaoh," he said softly, "you must forgive yourself and rebuild your heart." Amenhotep, eyes shorts, shook his head bitterly. "Forgiveness is impossible, Menkaper. My hands are stained with the blood of those I loved most. How can a king live with such guilt?" Menkaper sighed deeply, sensing the kingdom's suffering mirrored in its ruler. "Then seek atonement, my pharaoh. Egypt needs healing, and so do you." His words echoed deep within Amenhotep's troubled soul. Determined to find some measure of redemption, Amenhotep commissioned temples and monuments dedicated to peace, forgiveness, and mercy, hoping to erase some of his sins. Yet, each stone laid felt heavier than the last, a stark reminder of losses that could never be restored. Slowly, whispers spread through Egypt, telling of the pharaoh's profound sorrow and attempts to mend his broken kingdom. Compassion replaced fear among the people as they watched their ruler humbled by grief. Though Amenhotep rebuilt much, peace eluded him personally. Each night he stood upon palace balconies, staring toward the endless desert, hoping somehow Nefertari had found a happiness he could never provide. Forever haunted by love lost and trust broken, he realized too late that revenge had destroyed not only his family, but himself. Far from Egypt's sands, Queen Nefertari journeyed into distant lands, her royal past fading into myth. In her solitude, she built a humble life among strangers who knew nothing of her former power or betrayal. As years passed, memories of Pharaoh Amenhotep and Seti lingered quietly, softened by time. She eventually found comfort in helping others, dedicating herself to teaching compassion, kindness, and humility, hoping to atone for her past mistakes. In a small coastal village, Nefertari established a sanctuary for the vulnerable, earning respect and love not through royal decree, but genuine care. Villagers affectionately called her Mother Nefer, unaware they sheltered Egypt's fallen queen. As age gently touched her, Nefertari reflected deeply on her journey, recognizing the painful lessons learned, the devastating cost of forbidden love, the destructive power of betrayal, and the redemptive strength of forgiveness. One tranquil evening, a visitor from Egypt arrived unexpectedly, a young scribe seeking tales of legendary figures. Unaware of her identity, he shared stories from the land she left behind of Pharaoh Amenhotep's deep regret, Seti's tragic fate, and temples built seeking redemption. Listening quietly, Nefertari's heart filled with both sorrow and peace. Egypt had not forgotten their story. Recognizing the queen's wisdom, the scribe asked earnestly, "Mother Nefer, what lesson should I carry back?" With serene eyes, Nefertari replied gently, tell Egypt that love built on betrayal only leads to sorrow, but forgiveness and compassion heal even the deepest wounds. Years later, after Nefertari peacefully passed away, the villagers built a simple shrine, honoring her teachings. Word of Mother Nefer's wisdom eventually reached Egypt, intertwining with legends of a lost queen whose mistakes and sacrifices taught generations valuable lessons of love, redemption, and healing. Thus, Queen Nefertari's legacy lived eternally, a timeless reminder of humanity's capacity for both destruction and profound healing. Neferani sat within the grand palace, surrounded by walls adorned with gold, rare gems, and the finest silks. Yet, despite the beauty and luxury that surrounded her, an emptiness gnawed at her soul. Her marriage to Pharaoh Setepka, the ruler of the land, had not brought the joy or companionship she had once imagined. He was a man of power and ambition, one who saw her not as a wife but as a symbol of his dominion. She was a queen, revered and adorned. Yet she felt like a caged bird trapped in a world where her voice held no meaning, her heart left to wither in silence. Standing on her balcony, Neferani gazed upon the vast palace grounds, where slaves toiled under the relentless heat of the sun. Some carried heavy stones for the great monuments. Others scrubbed the palace floors, their bodies bent from exhaustion. Her eyes drifted across the scene, uninterested, until they landed upon one figure among them. He was unlike the others, not merely because of his strong build or the way his dark hair curled at the nape of his neck, but because there was something different in the way he carried himself. There was no defeat in his posture, no broken spirit in his movements. As if sensing her gaze, the slave lifted his head, and for a fleeting moment, their eyes met. Neferani's breath caught in her throat. His eyes, deep and rich like the earth after rain, held a quiet strength, an intensity that sent a shiver through her. It was only a second, barely even that, but in that moment, something shifted inside her. Her heart, which had remained cold for so long, stirred with something unfamiliar. The slave quickly lowered his gaze, as if realizing the danger of what had just transpired. Yet, the moment had already left its mark on them both. Neferani turned away from the balcony, but her thoughts remained fixated on the brief exchange. It was foolish to dwell on it, dangerous even, but she could not shake the image of his eyes, the way they had looked at her, not with fear, not with blind admiration like those in the court, but with something else, something real. She knew she could not afford such thoughts. Yet the more she told herself to forget, the more her heart refused to obey. She had lived in a world of cold duty for so long. Could it be that she was craving something more? As the day faded into evening, Neferani found herself walking through the palace halls in a daze. Her mind should have been preoccupied with matters of state, with the expectations placed upon her as queen. Yet all she could see was the face of the slave. She did not know his name, nor did she know his story, but something inside her longed to. The mere thought was madness, dangerous madness, but deep within her heart, a seed had been planted, one that, if left unchecked, would grow into something forbidden, something unstoppable. And for the first time in her life, she did not wish to stop it. Neferani sat upon the marble throne beside Pharaoh Setepka, adorned in gold and precious jewels, yet she felt utterly invisible. Her husband, the ruler of Egypt, was a man of war and conquest, his heart consumed by power and the pursuit of immortality. In their marriage, there was no love, no tenderness, only duty. She had been chosen for her beauty, for the noble blood in her veins, but never for who she truly was. Every day, she played the role expected of her, a silent queen beside a god-king who barely acknowledged her existence. The palace was vast, filled with servants and nobles who bowed at her feet, yet she had never felt more alone. The courtiers whispered of her beauty, of her grace, but none dared to see past the golden mask she was forced to wear. The nights were the worst, long and empty, as she lay in a bed meant for two, yet claimed by only one. The pharaoh visited her chamber only when duty called for it. Never for love, never for warmth. And so, she drifted through her days like a shadow in her own life, yearning for something she could not name. Kalen wiped the sweat from his brow as he lifted another heavy stone, his muscles burning with exhaustion. The sun was relentless, beating down upon the workers as they labored under the watchful eyes of the overseers. To be a slave in Egypt was to be less than human, to exist only to serve, to build, to suffer. But Kalen had always been different. Though his body bore the same scars as the others, his spirit refused to break. He had been born into this life, yet he had never accepted it. Where others bowed in submission, he held his head high. He was careful. Of course, defiance meant death, but within him burned a quiet fire, a belief that he was more than the chains that bound him. At night, when the other slaves collapsed in exhaustion, he would look up at the stars and wonder if the gods had more in store for him. He had long since abandoned hope of freedom, yet something within him whispered that his fate was not meant to end in the sands of Egypt. He did not know that soon his path would cross with that of a queen, and his life would never be the same again. From her balcony, Neferani found herself watching the slave again. She had told herself it was nothing, a passing curiosity, but the more she observed him, the more she realized there was something different about him. Unlike the others, he did not move like a broken man. He carried himself with strength, with dignity, despite the weight upon his back. One afternoon, as she walked through the palace gardens, she saw him kneeling by a small, injured dove. The tiny creature trembled in his rough, calloused hands, its wing bent at an odd angle. Instead of ignoring it, as most would, he gently stroked its feathers, whispering soothing words as he carefully wrapped its wing with a scrap of cloth. Neferani's breath caught in her throat. A slave with kindness, with compassion. She had never seen such a thing before. In that moment, she knew she had to know more. This was no ordinary laborer. There was something inside him, something rare. But what was it that drew her so? Was it his strength, his kindness, or was it that in his eyes she saw the freedom she had always longed for? Unable to quiet the thoughts in her mind, Neferani summoned her handmaiden, Merit, a woman she had trusted since childhood. If there was anyone who could discreetly learn more about the slave, it was her. Merit hesitated when Neferani made her request, concern flickering in her dark eyes. "My queen, this is dangerous," she warned. "You should not concern yourself with a slave. If the pharaoh or the vizier were to suspect anything." But Neferani would not be deterred. She dismissed Merit's fears, insisting that it was simple curiosity. Reluctantly, Merit agreed to inquire about him. The next day, she returned with his name Kalen, a laborer who had been in servitude for years. He was known for his strength, but also for his sharp mind and unusual resilience. Some of the overseers resented him for his quiet defiance, but they kept him alive because he was too valuable to lose. The more Neferani learned, the more she wanted to know. Yet even as she felt herself drawn further into this fascination, she ignored the warning in Merritt's eyes. This was not mere curiosity. It was something far more dangerous. Unbeknownst to Neferani, she was not the only one who had taken notice of her growing interest in the slave. Vizier Rahotep, the pharaoh's most trusted advisor, was a man who missed nothing. He had served the royal court for decades, his mind sharp, his loyalty unquestionable. He knew the dangers that lurked in the shadows, the whispers that could topple even the most powerful of rulers. And now he saw something troubling in the queen's gaze. She had always been dutiful, distant, a woman of grace and restraint. Yet lately, there was something different about her. The way her eyes lingered too long on the workers below, the way she dismissed courtiers with distracted nods, lost in thoughts she would not share. Rahotep did not yet know what she was hiding, but he intended to find out. A queen should not concern herself with matters beneath her station. If she was keeping secrets, he would uncover them. And if those secrets threatened the sanctity of Pharaoh's rule, then he would do what must be done. After all, love was a weakness, and weakness had no place in the palace of a god. Neferani knew she was playing a dangerous game, but the pull toward Kalin was stronger than reason. One night, cloaked in a simple linen robe, she ventured out of the palace under the cover of darkness, her heart pounding in her chest. Merritt had arranged everything. Kalin had been summoned to a secluded section of the garden, unaware of who awaited him. When he arrived, his eyes widened in shock at the sight of the queen standing before him. He immediately fell to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground. "My queen," he whispered, his voice laced with both reverence and fear. Neferani swallowed hard. "Rise, Kalin," she said softly. Though even she did not fully understand why she had come. He hesitated before obeying, his gaze never meeting hers. "Do you know who I am?" she asked. "Of course," he replied. "You are the Queen of Egypt, wife of Pharaoh, daughter of the gods." His words should have reminded her of the impossibility of what she was doing, yet instead, they only made her chest tighten with frustration. "And yet, I am more than that," she murmured half to herself. Kalin stiffened, sensing the danger of her words. He knew that whatever this was, it could end only in ruin. Despite the risk, the meetings continued. At first, Neferani told herself she was only seeking conversation, an escape from the suffocating isolation of her palace life. But as the nights passed, she knew it was more than that. Kalin spoke to her not as a queen, but as a person, and with each stolen moment, the invisible chains that bound her to her royal life loosened. She learned of his past, how he had been born a free man, only to be enslaved after his father's rebellion failed. He spoke not with bitterness, but with quiet acceptance, as though he had long since made peace with his fate. And yet, she saw something in him that defied the destiny forced upon him. "You do not speak like a slave," she once told him. "Because I do not think like one," he answered simply. His words stirred something deep within her. She had spent years believing that she had no choice but to live the life given to her. But Kalin, though bound in chains, still believed in choice. And for the first time in her life, Neferani wondered if she, too, had a choice to follow the path set for her, or to forge a new one. Under the moonlight, Kalin painted a world Neferani had never known. He told her of the villages beyond the palace walls, of the people who worked the land, who lived and died under Pharaoh's rule without ever stepping foot inside the grand city. He told her of laughter and music, of mothers who rocked their children to sleep, of men who loved freely without the weight of duty on their shoulders. Neferani listened with wide eyes, realizing how little she knew of the world beyond her golden cage. "They are free," she murmured. "But they are not queens," Kaelin reminded her. "And neither am I, not truly." His words haunted her long after she left him that night. She had always believed that power and wealth equated to freedom, but Kaelin's stories made her question everything. She had never tasted true joy, never known love untainted by expectation. For all the gold that adorned her, was she any different from the slaves who labored in the scorching sun? She had never questioned her place before, but now she could not stop. And deep down, she knew it was because of him. He was changing her, or perhaps he was revealing a part of her that had always been there. One evening, as Neferani made her way to the hidden garden where Kaelin waited, she heard rustling in the grass. Before she could react, a low hiss sent a shiver down her spine, a deadly asp, its black eyes gleaming under the moonlight. She froze, her breath caught in her throat. One bite, and her life would end in mere moments. Before she could scream, Kaelin sprang into action. With swift precision, he snatched a nearby staff and struck the snake before it could lunge at her. The serpent twisted and writhed before falling still. Neferani's body trembled as she stared at it, realizing just how close she had come to death. Kaelin knelt beside her, his hands gripping her shoulders, his face filled with concern. "Are you hurt?" he asked urgently. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "You saved me." Their eyes met, and in that moment, something unspoken passed between them. Gratitude, relief, and something else, something far more dangerous. Her heart pounded, but this time, it was not from fear. Without thinking, she reached for his hand, and for the first time, he did not pull away. The line between queen and slave blurred, and Neferani knew there was no turning back. Merit was waiting for Neferani when she returned to her chambers that night, her face pale with worry. "My queen, I beg you, stop this before it is too late," she pleaded. Neferani turned away, but Merit would not be silenced. "If the pharaoh learns of this, if the vizier suspects anything, you will not be spared, and neither will he." Neferani's hands clenched at her sides. She knew Merit was right. If she continued down this path, it would end in ruin. But how could she stop now? How could she ignore what her heart had already decided? "I cannot," she whispered, and the confession felt like a weight lifting off her chest. Merit's eyes filled with sorrow. "Then you will lose everything." The words should have frightened Neferani, but they did not. Because when she thought of everything, she realized that her life without Kaelin was already empty. She had spent years living in a gilded prison, and for the first time, she had tasted what it felt like to be free, even if it was only in the presence of one man, even if it was fleeting, even if it would destroy her. She would not turn away now. Not from him, not from this. Rahotep had been watching for weeks, his suspicions growing with every stolen glance, every unexplained absence of the queen. He had seen the way her eyes lingered on the slave, the way her steps became hurried as she slipped away in the night. A queen's curiosity about a slave was unnatural dangerous, and so he devised a trap. One evening, he arranged for the palace guards to patrol the hidden garden. ensuring that should Neferani and Kaelin meet, they would be caught. The moment arrived swiftly. Neferani had just reached Kaelin, their hands barely touching, when torches flared all around them, illuminating the betrayal. "Seize him!" The captain of the guards roared. Kaelin moved instinctively, pushing Neferani behind him, but there was nowhere to run. The guards swarmed, striking him down with the butts of their spears, forcing him to his knees. Neferani screamed, trying to reach him, but rough hands grabbed her, dragging her away. "No, leave him!" she cried, but her pleas went unheard. As she was pulled back into the palace, her heart pounded with terror. This was no longer a secret affair. It was treason. And there was only one punishment for treason against Pharaoh. Setepka stood before Neferani in the throne room, his face carved from stone, his eyes burning with fury. The court was silent, the air heavy, with unspoken judgment. "Is it true?" His voice was cold, lethal. Neferani, kneeling before him, lifted her chin, refusing to cower. "Yes," she said, her voice unwavering. Gasps echoed through the hall. The pharaoh's hands clenched into fists. "You shame me, Neferani. You shame the gods." She had seen him angry before, but never like this. His pride had been wounded, his rule challenged by her betrayal. "The slave will die at sunrise," he declared. "And you, my queen, will live long enough to remember your disgrace." Neferani's breath left her in a strangled gasp. "No, you cannot!" She surged forward, but guards held her back. "Kill me instead," she begged. "Spare him, and I will do whatever you command." But Setepka only looked at her with disgust. "You are nothing to me now." His judgment had been passed. Kaelin's fate was sealed, and there was nothing she could do. Kaelin lay in the darkness of the prison cell, his body battered, his spirit unbroken. They had beaten him, demanded a confession, asked if the queen had bewitched him. He had answered only with silence. Love was not a crime he would apologize for. When the door creaked open, he expected another blow, but instead he saw her Neferani, her face streaked with tears. "I will get you out," she whispered, gripping the iron bars. Kaelin's heart clenched at the sight of her, so beautiful even in despair. "No," he said gently. "You must save yourself." But Neferani shook her head violently. "I cannot live knowing you die because of me." He reached through the bars, cupping her cheek. "Then remember me," he murmured. "Remember that I loved you, even when the gods forbade it." Neferani pressed her lips to his fingers, her heart breaking. She had been powerless for so long, a pawn in a world ruled by men. But for him, she would find the strength to fight. That night, Neferani went to the pharaoh one last time. She knelt before him, lowering her head in a way she never had before. "My king," she said softly, "spare him, and I will do whatever you ask. I will exile myself. I will leave Egypt forever, but do not kill him." Setepka stared down at her, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he laughed a hollow, bitter sound. "You beg for a slave's life as if it is worth more than your own," he mused. "Is this the depth of your shame?" Neferani swallowed back tears. "It is the depth of my love." Hung between them, heavy with meaning. The pharaoh's gaze darkened. "Then you are a fool," he said, "because love will not save him." And with that, he turned away, his sentence final. At dawn, Kaelin would die, and there was nothing left to do but wait for the end. Neferani refused to accept defeat. Desperation fueled her as she paced her chambers, mind-racing for a way to save Kaelin. There was only one choicescape. With Merritt's help, she bribed a guard, arranging for the dungeon doors to be left unbolted just before dawn. The plan was simple. Kaelin would slip away through the servants' passage, where a horse would be waiting beyond the city walls. When she told him of her plan during their final stolen moment in the dungeon, Kaelin's expression was unreadable. "You must come with me," he said, gripping her hand. But Neferani hesitated. Leaving the palace meant leaving everything she had ever known. It meant abandoning her title, her family, her entire existence. Yet when she looked into Kaelin's eyes, she knew none of it mattered without him. "I will," she whispered, sealing her fate. Tomorrow, before the sun could rise, they would flee together, free at last. Or so they believed. The palace was silent. As Neferani moved through the corridors, her heart hammering in her chest, she reached the dungeon, finding Kaelin waiting, just as planned. He clasped her hand, his grip warm and firm. "We run," he whispered. Together, they slipped through the halls like shadows, their footsteps light against the cold stone. The servants' passage lay ahead, their way to freedom. But just as Kaelin pushed open the final door, a chorus of shouts shattered the silence. Torches flared in the darkness, revealing a line of Pharaoh's guards blocking their escape. "No," Neferani breathed, horror gripping her. It was a trap. The Pharaoh had known all along. Before they could react, the guards lunged forward. Kaelin shoved Neferani behind him, fighting back with all the strength he had left. But he was unarmed and weakened from the dungeon's torment. A spear struck him, and his body jerked. "Kaelin!" Neferani screamed as he staggered, his blood staining the ground beneath him. Kaelin collapsed into Neferani's arms, his breath ragged, his blood warm against her hands. "Stay with me," she begged, cradling his face. He smiled weakly, his fingers brushing against her cheek. "I would have chosen you in every life," he whispered. Then his body stilled, his hand slipping from hers. A choked sob tore from Neferani's throat. She clung to him, rocking back and forth, her grief too heavy to bear. The guards stood motionless, watching the fallen slave, the ruined queen. Then, Pharaoh Setepka arrived, his face void of emotion as he looked down at the scene before him. "Take her away," he ordered. "Her punishment will be worse than death." But Neferani did not hear him. Her world had ended with Kaelin's final breath. Neferani stood at the edge of the desert, the golden sands stretching endlessly before her. She was no longer Queen of Egypt. Her royal garb had been stripped away, leaving her in plain linen, a nameless woman banished from the kingdom she once ruled. The sun burned high in the sky, but she felt nothing. She turned back once, gazing at the towering walls of the palace where she had lived her entire life, where she had loved and lost. Then, with slow, weary steps, she walked forward. The gods had deemed her love a crime, and Pharaoh had cast her aside, but she would carry Kaelin's memory with her. Every step she took, every breath she drew, would be in his name. She had lost everything, yet in the depths of her sorrow, she knew one truth she had loved, truly and completely, and for that, she had no regrets. In the dim glow of a flickering fire, An elderly priestess stood before a small cradle, her gnarled hands raised to the heavens. Her voice, raspy and filled with ancient power, echoed through the temple as she whispered a prophecy to the newborn girl lying within. "Sahura," she intoned, the name trembling with both reverence and fear. "Beauty beyond mortal sight, a gift from the gods, but it shall be your curse. You will bring madness to those who gaze upon you, and those who love you shall be lost to fate." The child, innocent and unaware, cooed in her sleep, her face radiant and flawless, untouched by time. The wind howled outside, as though the gods themselves were listening, waiting. The priestess's heart beat with an unsettling certainty that the prophecy was no mere vision. It was destiny itself, woven into the very fabric of Sahura's soul. As Sahura grew, so did her beauty. It was a wonder to behold a flawless face that seemed to shine with an ethereal glow, her eyes deep pools of mystery, and her lips a perfect curve of allure. Men from distant lands, drawn by tales of her beauty, would come to lay eyes upon her, only to find themselves ensnared in an unrelenting obsession. One by one, they would fall victim to madness, their minds consumed by thoughts of her. Some sought her favor with gifts, others with poetry, but none were ever enough. Their lives became twisted by an all-consuming desire, and many were driven to ruin. Some took their own lives, while others met tragic ends in their pursuit of a love that was forever out of reach. Sahura could not escape the power her beauty held over them, nor could she escape the whispers that followed her everywhere. People called her a goddess, a curse, and a weapon, each word echoing with both awe and dread. The gods had chosen her for a fate far beyond that of mere mortals. But what good was such beauty when it destroyed everything it touched? Sahura began to understand. The weight of the prophesier beauty would be her undoing. Sahura's beauty was both a blessing and a curse, a force that commanded attention even in the simplest moments of her village life. As a child, elders would stare at her in awe, whispering that she was not born of mere mortals but sculpted by the gods themselves. Women clutched their sons and husbands tighter whenever she walked past, as if afraid that a single glance would steal their hearts. And it often did. Boys barely older than she would stumble over their words in her presence, their eyes dazed, their hands trembling. As she blossomed into womanhood, the consequences of her beauty became undeniable. A young fisherman, desperate to win her love, drowned himself in the Nile when she refused his advances. A merchant's son, having glimpsed her only once, abandoned his family's wealth and wandered the desert, calling her name until the sand swallowed him whole. The villagers began to fear her, and though no fault lay in her hands, they whispered that she was cursed. Mothers spat at her shadow, fathers muttered prayers when she passed, and men who once longed for her now cowered in fear of what she might unknowingly do to them. Love was a poison, and she, the unwilling vessel of its madness. The whispers of her beauty traveled beyond the village, spreading through the great cities of Egypt, until they reached the ears of Pharaoh Amenhotep himself. A ruler who had everything: power, wealth, and dominion over the greatest kingdom in the world, found himself intrigued by the idea of a woman so enchanting that men would surrender their very souls for her. Could such beauty truly exist? He summoned his most trusted messengers and commanded that Sahura be brought to the palace. When the royal envoys arrived at her village, the people offered no resistance. They were relieved to see her go, their fear outweighing any affection they may have once held. Sahura, with no choice but to obey the will of Pharaoh, left behind the only home she had ever known. As she rode in the grand chariot toward the heart of the kingdom, the weight of her fate settled upon her. She was leaving behind one prison only to step into another one with walls gilded in gold, but a prison nonetheless. The moment Sahur stepped into the great hall of the palace, a hush fell over the court. Ministers, generals, and nobles alike turned their heads, their breaths caught in their throats. Even in the grandeur of the royal palace, among the most dazzling treasures of Egypt, Sahur shone like something otherworldly. Draped in fine silks, adorned with delicate gold jewelry, she seemed less a woman and more a vision of the divine. Pharaoh Amenhotep rose from his throne, his piercing gaze locking onto her as if he had seen a goddess descend to earth. He stepped forward, drinking in every detail of her face, his expression unreadable. Then, a slow smile spread across his lips. "The gods have been generous," he murmured, his voice filled with awe and possession. Without hesitation, he declared her his sacred consort, a woman who would stand at his side as a symbol of his favor from the gods. But Sahur knew better. She saw the hunger in his eyes, the same hunger she had seen in every man before him. The pharaoh was no different. He, too, would fall under her spell. And when he did, she feared what it would mean for the most powerful man in Egypt and for herself. Sahur's rise in the palace was swift and absolute. The pharaoh adorned her with the finest jewels, draped her in silks softer than the petals of a lotus, and declared her a living embodiment of the gods. Her face was carved into temple walls. Poets sang of her radiance, and noble women adorned themselves in poor imitations of her beauty. But beneath the golden facade, Sahur felt the weight of her curse tighten. Every man who gazed upon her was lost. Pharaoh's most trusted generals bickered like children for her attention. The high priests saw visions of her in their sacred dreams, and servants trembled when they met her eyes. Wherever she walked, she left ruin in her wake. Whispers spread that her presence could turn the mightiest of men into fools, and that her beauty was not a gift from the gods, but a test sent to break them. She dined at the pharaoh's table, bathed in oils of frankincense and myrrh, but she was more prisoner than queen. No one saw Heronly the enchantment they believed her to be. As the weeks turned to months, Sahur watched as the men of the palace succumbed to madness. A general who once prided himself on his discipline fell into disgrace, neglecting his duties to write endless verses of poetry in her name. A scribe, young and hopeful, carved her likeness onto every stone tablet he touched before taking his own life, unable to bear the agony of loving something beyond his reach. Even the pharaoh himself changed. His initial fascination grew into something dangerous, an obsession that consumed him. He spoke of her constantly, canceled matters of state to be in her presence, and declared that no other woman in Egypt could compare. The queen, once secure in her position, was cast into the shadows. Rumors swirled that the gods themselves were jealous, and that they would strike Egypt with calamity should Pharaoh's heart remain ensnared. But Sahur knew the truth. This was not divine intervention, it was her curse, and it was tightening its grip around the kingdom like a viper poised to strike. Sahur sat by the grand, reflecting pool, staring at her own face in the water's surface. The features that men worshiped, the deep, coal-lined eyes, the delicate lips, the flawless skin, felt like a prison of flesh she could never escape. She longed for a love untainted by madness, for a touch that did not tremble with obsession. But such things were denied to her. Every attempt at companionship ended in ruin. Every kind word carried the seed of eventual despair. She turned to Pharaoh, pleading with him to let her go, to send her to a temple where she could live in solitude and prayer. But he only laughed, pressing a jeweled ring into her hand and whispering, "You are not meant for obscurity, my love. You are meant to be worshipped." The walls of the palace seemed to close around her, grand and golden but suffocating all the same. She was not a queen, not a woman, not even a person in their eyes. She was a relic, a thing to be possessed, a flame that men could not resist even as it burned them to ashes. And so, she ceased to hope for freedom until one fateful night when a whisper in the dark changed everything. The high priest of Anubis, a man whose face was lined with the weight of ancient knowledge, summoned Sahur to the temple under the cover of darkness. His voice was low, careful, as though speaking of forbidden things could call down the wrath of the gods themselves. "There is a way," he murmured, "to break your curse." Sahur's breath caught in her throat. She had never dared to dream that such a thing was possible. He told her of an ancient rite, a ritual buried in time, one that could free her from the torment of her beauty, but at a terrible cost. "This is not a simple spell, nor a gift given freely," he warned. "To break one bond, you must forge another. To be free of mortal men, you must become something more." Sahura's hands trembled as she considered his words. She did not ask what the price would be. She did not need to. The gods did not grant freedom without sacrifice. And in her heart, she knew whatever it took, she was willing to pay. The temple was silent, its torches flickering as if hesitant to bear witness to what was about to unfold. Sahura stood before the altar of Anubis, her heart pounding as the high priest arranged sacred relics in a precise, ancient pattern. The air was thick with incense, the scent cloying, intoxicating. In the dim light, the priest's voice wove the incantations that would unbind her from the curse but bind her to something far greater. "You will no longer be a mere woman," he warned as he traced symbols upon her skin with blackened ash. "The gods will not release you without claiming you for themselves." Sahur did not flinch. She had made her choice. As the priest slit his own palm and let his blood mix with the sacred oils, a deep rumbling echoed through the chamber. The earth trembled beneath her feet, the shadows lengthened, and for the first time in her life, Sahura felt fear not for the men who had fallen before her, not for the weight of her beauty, but for what she was about to become. No sooner had the final words of the incantation left the priest's lips than the temple erupted in chaos. A deafening roar filled the chamber, as if the gods themselves had been roused from their eternal slumber. The torches flared violently, their flames turning an unnatural blue, casting eerie shadows against the stone walls. A sudden wind howled through the temple, though no doors had been opened, and the sacred statues of the gods trembled upon their pedestals. Then came the voices, thousands of them, overlapping, whispering, screaming. The gods were watching. The gods were angry. The ground cracked beneath Sahura's feet, and from the fissures, golden light poured out, blinding her. "This is not meant for mortals." A voice thundered through the void, shaking the very foundation of the temple. The high priest fell to his knees, his body racked with tremors. Sahura gasped as an unseen force pressed against her, testing, judging. The ritual was not hers alone to claim. The gods would decide if she was worthy. And if they deemed her unfit, she would not live to see another sunrise. Through the blinding light, a figure emerged on Sahura knew too well. Seth, the only man who had ever looked at her without hunger, without madness, stood before her, his face etched with sorrow. He had always loved her from the shadows, offering quiet companionship where others offered obsession. Now, He held a dagger in his hands, its blade gleaming in the unnatural light. "The gods demand balance," he whispered. "To gain eternity, a soul must be given in return." Sahar's breath caught. She stepped forward, shaking her head. "Not you," she pleaded, but Seth only smiled. His eyes filled with something deeper than devotion acceptance. "If I must die so that you may live freely," he murmured, "then my life is well spent." Before she could stop him, before she could scream, he drove the blade into his own heart. A shockwave of power erupted from his body, consuming the temple in light. Sahure collapsed, his name on her lips, his sacrifice etched forever into the very core of her soul. As the light faded, the temple fell into eerie silence. Sahure rose to her feet, but something was different. The weight of her cursed the unbearable force that had ensnared men's souls was gone. She felt it, an absence where once there had been an inescapable pull. Yet, as she looked at her hands, her reflection in the broken temple floor, she realized the gods had not freed her. They had transformed her. Her beauty was no longer mortal, no longer something that could fade with time or be altered by grief. It was eternal, untouched by age, by death. She was no longer bound by the desires of men, but neither was she bound by life itself. The gods had granted her what she sought, freedom, but the cost was far greater than she had ever imagined. As she stepped out of the ruined temple, the stars above burned brighter, colder. Sahure was no longer a woman. She was a legend, a goddess, a queen without end. Centuries passed, yet Sahure remained unchanged. Dynasties rose and fell. Empires crumbled into dust, but she walked through time untouched, her beauty frozen in eternity. Kings and conquerors sought her, each believing they would be the one to claim the goddess who walked among mortals. But they all met the same fate: a desire turned to obsession, devotion to ruin. Some built temples in her honor, offering their kingdoms at her feet. Others waged wars in her name, their armies crushed beneath the weight of their own madness. Sahure stood above it all, watching as time swallowed those who sought her, leaving nothing but their names etched in forgotten stone. She was worshipped as a deity, a divine queen whose presence was both a blessing and a curse. But beneath the silks and gold, beneath the worship and fear, she remained what she had always been: a woman trapped in a fate she had never chosen, longing for something she could never have. One night, beneath a sky unfamiliar to her, Sahure stood before a pool of still water and gazed upon her own reflection. The same face stared back at her, the same perfect, untouchable beauty that had once been her prison. But now she saw it for what it truly was: a mask of eternity, a curse that time could never break. She touched her face, but no warmth met her fingertips. She had outlived love, outlived sorrow, outlived the very world that had once tried to possess her. And in that moment, she understood. The gods had given her what she asked for, but not what she had wanted. Her beauty was no longer a curse to others, it was a curse to herself, a reminder of all she had lost, a key not to freedom, but to an eternity of solitude. And so she turned away, vanishing into the endless night, a queen without end. Were the great pyramids built by the hands of men alone? Or did the gods and forgotten magic shape their towering stones? Beneath the scorching Egyptian sun, thousands labored, some by duty, others by force. Their sweat soaked the desert sands, bled against the rough limestone. Pharaoh Khufu had decreed it, the priests had blessed it, and the workers had no choice but to obey. But as the pyramid rose, so did the whispers. Of sacred stones that hummed with unseen power. Of an architect who knew the secrets of the gods. Of a curse that struck down those who defied the will of the divine. Was this truly a monument to the gods, or a warning to those who dared to challenge their power? Let us begin. The sun hangs like a molten eye in the sky, casting its unrelenting heat over the golden sands of Egypt. The air shimmers, thick with dust, as countless men toil beneath its oppressive gaze. Their bodies, slick with sweat, glisten in the harsh light. Wooden sledges groan under the weight of enormous limestone blocks, dragged inch by inch across the scorched earth. Overseers, standing tall with their whips, bark orders, their voices lost in the rhythmic clang of chisels shaping stone. A falcon soars overhead, its shadow fleeting over the backs of the laborers, a silent omen of what is to come. Far from the chaos of the laborers, in the cool sacred halls of the temple, an ancient voice murmurs. The high priest of Thoth, draped in pristine white robes, runs his fingers over the smooth surface of a golden scroll. His lips move in a hushed chant, invoking the wisdom of the gods. "The time has come," he whispers, eyes alight with divine knowledge. "The heavens demand a bridgestone upon stone, raised by mortal hands, blessed by the breath of the gods." Pharaoh Khufu listens in silence, his expression unreadable. Behind him, priests bow low, their faces hidden beneath heavy hoods. The temple is heavy with incense, thick curls of smoke rising to the ceiling like the spirits of the departed. The gods have spoken, the greatest monument in history must be built. The torches flicker as a figure steps forward. Imhotep, the master architect, his mind brimming with knowledge both earthly and divine, kneels before the throne. His robes bear the insignia of Thoth, marking him as both builder and sorcerer. He bows deeply, forehead touching the cold stone floor. "You are chosen," Pharaoh Khufu intones, his voice steady, commanding. "You will build a monument that shall defy time itself, a stairway for my soul, a gate to eternity." Imhotep rises, his heart pounding. He has dreamed of this moment, yet the weight of destiny is heavier than any stone he could ever lift. He glances at the parchment, in his hands the first sketches of what will soon become legend. Outside, the sun dips lower, casting the desert in hues of crimson and gold. The first block is yet to be laid, but the sands of time have already begun to shift. Darkness blankets the royal chamber, yet Pharaoh Khufu does not sleep. His breath is slow, steady, his mind drifting between the waking world and the realm of the gods. A golden light pierces the void. He stands before an endless staircase of pure light, rising high into the heavens. At its peak, the sun god Ra sits upon a radiant throne, his eyes burning like twin suns. A voice, deep and commanding, echoes through the emptiness. "Khufu, son of Ra, you shall not fade into the sands. You shall rise beyond the horizon, your soul carried by stone and sacrifice. Build a monument so vast, so eternal, that time itself will bow before it." Pharaoh jolts awake. His skin is cold despite the heat of the chamber. He knows what must be done. By sunrise, the palace erupts into motion. Scribes etch hurried decrees onto papyrus. Royal messengers mount their chariots, and priests gather in sacred halls. The dream was no mere vision. It was a command. The Great Pyramid must be built. Across Egypt, the call goes out. Royal envoys travel by chariot and boat, reaching cities, villages, and farmlands. Every man capable of lifting, chiseling, or carving is summoned. Some come willingly, their eyes alight, with the chance to serve Pharaoh and earn favor in the afterlife. Others come reluctantly, their fates sealed by duty or chains. Skilled artisans, architects, and priests join laborers, farmers, and slaves. They pour into Giza by the thousands, their footsteps kicking up dust that will soon become history. Along the banks of the Nile, the once quiet shores now echo with the sounds of preparation. Wooden planks creak beneath the weight of stone. Ropes tighten, straining against colossal blocks. The river itself becomes a highway of progress, ferrying materials toward the site where the god's will shall take form. For some, it is an honor. For others, it is a prison without walls. Within the inner sanctum of the temple, deep in the heart of Giza, a circle of priests gathers. Before them, a slab of limestone rests upon an altar, its surface smooth, untouched by mortal tools. The high priest of Thoth steps forward, eyes closed, fingers tracing ancient glyphs along the stone's edge. "The gods have blessed this task," he murmurs, his voice barely above a whisper. "These stones are not mere rock. They hum with power, their essence drawn from the veins of the earth and the breath of the sky." The priests nod, their expressions solemn. Not all stone is worthy of the gods. The core of the pyramid must be built from those touched by divine energy, carefully chosen from sacred quarries. These will bear the weight of eternity. To the workers, they are simply stones. But to the priests, they are something far greater, pieces of heaven, bound to the mortal world. The entire kingdom watches. The air is thick with the scent of burning incense. The murmurs of priests filling the space between the crowd's hushed breaths. Pharaoh Khufu stands before the massive foundation pit, golden robes glistening in the midday sun. Before him, the first stone engraved with prayers, anointed with sacred oil, awaits its place in history. With a silent nod, Khufu raises his staff. The signal is given. A dozen workers strain, their muscles taut, their faces grim. The stone moves slowly, inch by inch, rolling over oiled planks. A single misstep could shatter the foundation, could anger the gods. Sweat drips, hearts race. Insolence. The stone settles into place. A great cheer erupts. The pyramid has begun. Above, a hawk circles, its cry piercing the desert air. Some whisper that it is Horus himself, watching over the birth of a legend. The sun blazes high, casting long shadows over the vast land. The first stone is laid. But the true test has only just begun. The river glistens under the morning sun, its waters carrying the lifeblood of Egypt. Along its banks, an army of workers assembles, their bodies taut with labor, their hands calloused from endless toil. Giant blocks of limestone, quarried from distant cliffs, line the shores. Each stone is a mountain in its own right, its weight enough to crush a dozen men. Yet they must be transported from the sacred quarries to the pyramid's foundation. Engineers, guided by the wisdom of Thoth, devise a solution. Wooden sledges are soaked in water, making the sand slick enough to glide across. Great boats, their hulls reinforced with thick papyrus ropes, groan under the weight of the sacred stones. As they drift down the Nile, priests chant blessings to ensure safe passage. The river carries the burden of the gods, but men must still bear the weight. And as the blocks reach Giza, a new challenge begins. Under the relentless heat, thousands of workers labor without rest. Their feet sink into the burning sand, their skin cracked from the merciless sun. The air is thick with dust, coating their throats, making each breath a struggle. Hammers ring against stone, chisels carving the precise angles needed for the perfect alignment. Teams of men, bound by sweat and survival, heave ropes in unison, dragging blocks toward the rising structure. Whips crack. Overseers bark orders. The sound of suffering becomes the rhythm of creation. Some workers believe they are building a gateway to the heavens, that their toil will grant them favor in the afterlife. Others see only their own chains, their backs bent under Pharaoh's ambition. As the pyramid grows, so too does the weight on their souls. Far from the workers, deep within the temple chambers, Imhotep stands alone. Before him, ancient scrolls lay unfurled, their ink faded with time. His hands tremble as he reads the forbidden verses. Stone is heavy, but words are light. Speak, and the earth shall obey. He knows the cost of magic. It is not merely words, or will it is sacrifice. But the pyramid must rise, and time is slipping through his fingers like sand in an hourglass. By moonlight, he carves unseen glyphs into select stones, whispering the names of forgotten deities. The next morning, the workers are astonished. Some blocks move easier, as if carried by unseen hands. They call it luck. Imhotep calls it something else. The desert does not yield. It tests those who dare to shape it. One morning, the winds rise without warning. Sandstorms rage across the worksite, blinding men, swallowing tools, burying weeks of effort beneath an ocean of shifting gold. Ramps collapse. Stones crack under pressure. The workers flee, shielding their faces as the sky turns to fire and dust. Some claim it is Set, the god of chaos, cursing their work. Others whisper that Pharaoh has demanded too much, that even the gods resist his ambition. When the storm finally passes, the sight is unrecognizable. Days of progress are lost. But Pharaoh does not accept failure. The pyramid must rise, and so the workers begin again. The night brings respite, but not peace. Among the workers, whispers spread like wind over the dunes. This is no temple for the gods, this is Pharaoh's vanity. We are not building a path to heaven. We are burying ourselves. If we refuse to work, what could they do? Kill us all? A man named Setka, once a stonecutter, now a voice of defiance, speaks in hushed tones. He gathers those who have lost too much, those whose brothers, fathers, and sons have been claimed by the weight of the pyramid. Their anger is silent, but it grows. And soon, silence will not be enough. It begins as a whisper. A single worker, young and strong, falls to his knees, coughing violently. His breath is labored, his skin pale. The others watch in silent horror as he collapses into the dust, motionless. By nightfall, a dozen more are struck down by the same affliction and unseen force gripping their bodies, stealing their strength. Panic spreads like wildfire. Some claim the gods have turned against them, angered by Pharaoh's arrogance. Others believe it is the work of Setka and his whispered rebellion punishment for doubting Pharaoh's divinity. Then the rumors grow darker. An overseer, driven by greed, had pried open an ancient tomb near the quarry, hoping to find treasure. He had laughed at the old warnings, ignored the faded inscriptions. The gods watch. The gods curse those who disturb their rest. Now the workers believe that something was awakened, that the sickness is not of this world, but a warning from beyond. And the deaths continue. The pyramid, once alive with the sounds of hammering and labor, is now silent. Fear has gripped the workers. Some refuse to continue, convinced that to touch another stone is to invite death. Even the overseers, once ruthless in their discipline, hesitate. Pharaoh does not tolerate hesitation. The punishments begin: beatings, executions. threats of starvation. But even these cannot erase the terror in the men's eyes. The gods have been angered. No mortal whip can undo a divine curse. In the shadows of the temple, Imhotep makes his decision. By torchlight, he prepares a ritual older than Egypt itself, a desperate plea to the gods for mercy. He grinds sacred herbs, draws glyphs in the sand, and carves a final inscription onto a limestone block. I offer myself. Let the sickness end. As the night deepens, he whispers the final incantation. The wind howls through the temple, carrying his words into the unknown. For a long moment, nothing happens. Thena, single falcon, black as the void, lands upon the sacred stone. Its eyes, dark and knowing, meet Imhotep's. The gods have answered, but mercy always comes with a price. Morning comes. The sickness is gone. Those who had fallen rise, weak but breathing. The whispers of doom fade, replaced by awed silence. Yet Imhotep is nowhere to be found. Pharaoh Khufu stands atop the unfinished pyramid, his robes billowing in the wind, his gaze fixed upon his laboring people. The delays, the sickness, the rebellion, it was all weakness. The gods have tested them, and now they must prove their devotion. With a single command, the executions begin. Setka, the leader of the murmuring workers, is dragged before the masses. The high priest of Thoth offers no prayer, only a cold nod. The blade falls. Blood stains the sand. Fear is stronger than faith. And so, the work resumes. The pyramid must be finished. It must stand, no matter the cost. The final stone is placed. The workers, their bodies broken, their spirits drained, watch in exhausted silence. Before them stands a monument unlike any before a perfect pyramid, its gleaming limestone surface catching the light of the setting sun. It rises above the sands like a stairway to the heavens, casting an eternal shadow across the desert. Pharaoh Khufu, draped in gold, stands at its base, eyes filled with triumph. His name will never be forgotten. His soul will ascend beyond the mortal world. The gods will honor him. Yet in the wind there are whispers, not of victory, not of Pharaoh's greatness, but of the countless who suffered to raise this monument to eternity. In the quiet of the night, the workers leave. Some return to their villages, forever haunted by the toil, by the weight of the stones, by the faces of those who perished. Others are buried beneath the sands, nameless, their bones lost to time. The overseers are rewarded. The priests sing praises to Pharaoh. The scribes record history, writing of a grand construction blessed by the gods. But the truth is carved into the very walls of the pyramid, in the blood and sweat of those who built it. They will not be remembered, but the pyramid will stand forever. Some say Imhotep vanished into the night, carried away by the gods he had served. Others whisper that his body lies within the pyramid itself, sealed in the heart of the monument, an eternal sacrifice to its completion. But those who listen closely in the dead of night swear they can still hear his voice, in the echo of the wind against the great stone walls, in the whisper of the desert that never sleeps, in the silence of the pyramid that watches over the sands. Time will pass, kings will fall, empires will crumble, but the pyramid and its secrets will remain forever. The great temple of Anubis loomed in the darkness, its towering statues casting long shadows across the stone floor. The scent of burning incense choked the air, mingling with the faint, lingering stench of death. Meredith moved like a phantom through the temple halls, her golden robes trailing behind her, the hem stained with dirt and tears. She had not come as a queen tonight. She had come as a desperate woman. Her heart pounded as she reached the altar, her knees hitting the cold stone floor. Above her, the massive black jackal statue of Anubis towered in silence, its carved eyes gleaming under the dim torchlight. The god of death, the keeper of souls. Fear clawed at her chest, but she forced herself to speak, her voice barely more than a whisper. "Great Anubis, hear my plea." Silence stretched around her, thick and suffocating. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. "I offer myself, my soul, anything. Just save him. Save Kemet." Her voice cracked, a single tear slipping down her cheek. No mortal should dare seek the god of death. The price is too high, the priests had warned her, but she had no choice. Her kingdom was falling, her husband lay dying. If the gods would not listen, then she would turn to the one who ruled over the souls they abandoned. Beyond the temple walls, the once mighty kingdom of Kemet crumbled. The Nile, the lifeblood of the land, had begun to recede. Its once mighty currents reduced to a sluggish trickle. Famine gripped the villages, children crying from hunger as their mothers prayed to silent gods. Crops withered under the merciless sun. The palace, once a beacon of prosperity, now sat beneath a sky choked with the smoke of distant battles. Invaders threatened the borders, and the high priests whispered of omen shadows moving where there should be none. Unnatural deaths sweeping through the city, a curse upon the land. The gods had turned their backs. But worse than war, worse than famine, was the illness that had taken the pharaoh her pharaoh. Mentuhotep, the great ruler of Kemet, the man she had loved and sworn to stand beside, lay wasting away in his bedchamber. His once powerful frame had withered to mere skin and bone, his breath shallow, his skin pallid and cold. No healer could explain it, and no prayer could cure it. His soul was slipping, being dragged into the abyss by unseen hands. Meritneith had exhausted every sacred rite, every offering, every desperate plea to the gods of the sun, the river, and the sky. None had answered. There was only one left to call. A chill slithered through the temple, curling around Meritneith like unseen fingers. The flames of the torches flickered, bending unnaturally toward the altar. Then, a voice, low, ancient, amused. "You dare call upon me?" The sound was not human. It seeped from the shadows like mist, thick and suffocating, wrapping around her like a living thing. Neferura's breath caught in her throat as the air in the temple shifted. The shadows deepened. A shape emerged from the darkness beyond the altar. Two golden eyes, gleaming like molten metal, cut through the gloom. A towering figure stepped forward, his form shifting between man and beast, draped in obsidian robes that swallowed the light. The jackal-headed god of death, Anubis. His gaze bore into her, his jackal snout curling into something resembling amusement. A queen who would trade her soul. How interesting. The temple trembled. The gods had ignored her, but death had answered. The land of Kemet was dying. Once the kingdom had thrived under the watchful eyes of the gods, its golden fields stretching far beyond the horizon, the Nile overflowing with life. Now, the river had shrunk to a feeble trickle. Its once strong currents slowed as if gasping for breath. The earth had cracked under the merciless sun, crops withering to dust before they could bear fruit. The people once proud, once prosperous wandered the streets with hollow eyes and empty bellies. Mothers whispered prayers over their starving children, hoping for a sign that the gods still listened. But the gods had fallen silent. Beyond the palace walls, the villages teetered on the edge of ruin. Temples once filled with music and offerings now stood in eerie quiet, their priests afraid to speak the truth. Kemet was cursed. Rumors spread like wildfire. Some blamed the foreign invaders, who burned fields and pillaged sacred shrines. Others spoke of omens, unnatural deaths, strange shadows flickering in the streets at dusk, the feeling of unseen eyes watching from the dark. Fear had become a living thing, creeping through the kingdom like a beast waiting to devour them all. Inside the palace, the heart of Kemet's suffering lay upon a gilded bed, surrounded by silent attendants and anxious priests. Pharaoh Mentuhotep, the ruler of the land, the man once revered as a living god, had become a shadow of himself. His once powerful body had withered, his skin growing pale, almost translucent. His breath came in slow, ragged gasps, each one weaker than the last. The greatest healers in Kemet had tried everything: sacred herbs, spells carved into gold, prayers offered at every temple in the city, but nothing could touch the sickness that had stolen the pharaoh's strength. It was as if something unseen, something unnatural, was pulling his soul away, piece by piece. Meritneith sat beside him, gripping his hand, her fingers brushing against skin that had grown too cold. This was not a simple illness. She had seen men struck down by disease, but this was different. It felt as if death itself was standing in the room, waiting, watching. The priests muttered among themselves, their faces drawn in fear. She could see it in their eyes. They believed it too. This was no ordinary fate. This was a punishment, a curse. She looked at her husband's face, at the man she had loved for so many years. He was slipping through her fingers like sand, and she was powerless to stop it. She had begged the gods for mercy, had given offerings, had knelt before every altar in Kemet, but there had been no answer. There was only silence. Meritneith had always been a woman of faith, a queen who honored the gods, who upheld the sacred laws of the land. But faith had done nothing to save her people. Faith had left her husband dying. And so, when the whispers reached her ears, whispers of an ancient power, of a god who did not turn away from desperate souls, she listened. The old texts spoke of him, hidden away in forbidden scrolls deep within the royal archives. Anubis, the god of the dead, the keeper of lost souls, the one who walked the line between life and oblivion. His name was feared, spoken only in hushed tones by those who dared to believe in his power. The high priests warned against him. They said he only answered when the price was too high, that those who sought him never returned the same. She did not care. If the gods of light had abandoned her, then she would turn to the god of shadows. The temple was empty when she arrived, the night's darkness pressing against its stone walls like an unwelcome guest. The torches flickered as if they too feared what was to come. Meritneith moved with purpose, her footsteps echoing through the cavernous hall. She had read the ritual in an ancient scroll, words written in ink so old it had nearly faded to nothing. She knew what had to be done. With steady hands, she approached the altar. A bronze dagger lay before her, its blade inscribed with sacred markings. She picked it up, the weight of it heavy in her palm. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the sharp edge against her skin. A thin line of crimson bloomed across her palm, droplets of blood pooling and falling onto the cold stone below. She whispered the incantation, her voice steady, unwavering. The language was old, older than the temples, older than the gods who had forsaken her. The air around her thickened, the torches dimming as a deep, unnatural silence filled the temple. Then, the shadows began to move. A gust of cold air rushed through the chamber, snuffing out the flames one by one. The darkness was alive, shifting, twisting, crawling toward her. And then a voice, low, deep, ancient, amused. "You dare call upon me?" The temple trembled. The air itself seemed to crack under the weight of something unseen. Meritneith did not move, did not breathe. The gods had abandoned her, but death had answered. The temple walls seemed to close in around Meritneith as the voice slithered through the darkness, thick and suffocating like the air before a storm. The shadows twisted at the edges of her vision, shifting unnaturally, coiling into something more than mere absence of light. Then, from the blackness beyond the altar, two golden eyes emerged, gleaming like molten fire. A towering figure stepped forward, his form wavering between man and beast Anubis, the god of death. His jackal head tilted slightly as he observed her, the flickering torchlight reflecting off his sleek, obsidian black fur. His lips curled in something resembling amusement. "A queen who would trade her soul," he mused, his voice smooth as silk, yet laced with something ancient and dangerous. How interesting. Meritneith forced herself to hold his gaze, though her heart pounded like war drums in her chest. She had spent her life fearing the gods, honoring their laws, never daring to stray from the path carved for her. Yet, standing before the god of death himself, she felt no fear only purpose. "My husband is dying," she said, her voice steady despite the cold that wrapped around her like unseen chains. "My kingdom is falling. I will not watch Kemet turn to dust while the gods do nothing." Anubis stepped closer, his presence drowning out everything else, the scent of incense, the distant hum of the city, even the flickering of the torches. He lifted one clawed hand, and the mark on her palm where she had spilled her own blood began to burn. "Power has a price, mortal," he murmured. "Are you willing to pay it?" Meritneith clenched her fists, ignoring the sting. "Yes." Anubis chuckled, a sound that sent a shiver through her spine. "Then it is done." The temple trembled as the shadows surged forward, wrapping around her, seeping into her skin. The world spun, and for a brief moment, Meritneith saw things she was not meant to, sceneless deserts of the afterlife, spirits wandering the dunes, the great scales where souls were weighed. Then, just as suddenly, the visions vanished. The shadows retreated, but their touch remained. The sigil of Anubis burned into her palm, glowing faintly before fading into her skin. "The power you seek is now yours," Anubis said, stepping back into the darkness. "But remember this, Queen of Kemet, when your time comes, I will collect what is mine." Then he was gone. Meritneith staggered, her breath coming in sharp gasps. The temple was silent once more, but she was no longer the same. The weight of her bargain pressed against her chest, but there was no time for regret. She had what she needed. She would save her kingdom, but she had also sealed her fate. The doors of the palace burst open as Meritneith stormed into the pharaoh's chamber. The priests barely had time to bow before she shoved past them, her eyes locked onto the frail figure lying on the bed. Mentuhotep's breath was shallow, his skin nearly translucent beneath the golden sheets. His body had grown so weak that even the weight of the linen seemed too much. The scent of herbs and decay clung to the air. She did not hesitate. Meritneith moved to his side, ignoring the whispers of the priests as she pressed her marked palm against his chest. The sigil of Anubis flared to life, searing with an unnatural heat. The chamber trembled. The torches flickered. The air thickened as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. Then, the pharaoh's body jerked. A strangled gasp escaped his lips, his back arching as his eyes flew open, not weak, not clouded with sickness, but sharp, glowing with something unearthly. The priests staggered back in shock, murmuring prayers under their breath. Neferua's heart raced. She had done it. Mentuhotep's gaze locked onto hers, confusion flickering across his face. Then he sat up, stronger than before. His skin no longer held the sickly pallor of death, his breath steady and full. But as Meritneith reached for his hand, a chill passed through her. His fingers felt wrong, too cold, too strong. She dismissed the feeling. She had brought him back. That was all that mattered. The news spread through the kingdom. Like wildfire, Pharaoh Mentuhotep had risen from his deathbed, stronger than ever. The people rejoiced. Temples were filled with offerings, and the high priests praised Meritneith as a queen blessed by the gods. They did not question how she had done it. They only saw the miracle. With her husband restored, Meritneith wasted no time. She used her newfound power to strengthen Kemet's armies, forging alliances with the warlords who had once threatened their borders. Whispers spread of a queen who walked with the favor of the gods, whose enemies fell before her with unnatural ease. In battle, she seemed untouchable. Her enemies struck down before they could even lift their weapons. Her people called her a savior. But in the shadows, the whispers began to change. The priests noticed at first the way the temple statues seemed to flinch in her presence, the way the sacred fires dimmed when she entered. Some claimed they saw shadows moving around her, twisting unnaturally, curling toward her touch. Others swore her reflection flickered in the pools of holy water, her face momentarily becoming something else. And then there was the Pharaoh. At first, Mentuhotep was, as he had always been, strong, commanding, the ruler his people adored. But slowly, he began to change. His voice grew colder, his temper sharper. He no longer smiled as he once did, no longer held Meritneith the same way. At night, she would wake to find him standing at the balcony, staring at the stars without blinking, unmoving for hours. Something was wrong. Meritneith could feel it, the weight of the magic, the cold touch of the shadows clinging to her soul. She had done what she set out to do. She had saved her husband. She had saved Kemet. But she had also invited something into her life that would never leave. The priest had begun to watch her carefully, whispering prayers behind her back. The temple doors, once open to her at all hours, now closed earlier, as if they feared her presence. The people still bowed before her, but there was something new in their eyes. Not just reverence, fear. And then one night, she awoke to the sound of whispers. Not from the palace halls, not from the priests, but from the darkness itself. The mark of Anubis burned on her palm, and in the silence of her chamber, a voice curled around her ears like smoke. "Your time is coming, Queen of Kemet." Meritneith closed her eyes, trying to push the voice away. But she already knew the truth. She had made a bargain with death. And death always collects its due. The first sign of the gods' anger came with the sky itself. A thick, unnatural darkness swallowed the sun, casting an eerie twilight over Kemet at midday. The high priests of Ra gathered in the great temple, their voices rising in desperate prayers, but no divine answer came. The sacred fires flickered and died on their own, leaving behind nothing but cold embers. The people whispered of omens of a queen who had defied the natural order, of a curse that had seeped into the very bones of the kingdom. Then came the pronouncement. Before the assembled court, the high priest of Ra stepped forward, his voice trembling with both fear and fury. "The gods have turned against us," he declared. His weathered hands trembled as he pointed directly at Neferura. "Our queen walks with death itself. She has brought darkness upon Kemet. She has defied the will of the gods. The court fell into stunned silence. Meritneith stood tall, her golden headdress gleaming even in the dim light, her expression unreadable. The nobles and warriors shifted uneasily, torn between loyalty and the fear curling in their hearts. She had saved them, but at what cost? Meritneith did not flinch. She met the priest's gaze with cold determination. "The gods abandoned us first," she said, her voice ringing through the halls. "When my husband lay dying, they did nothing. When Kemet fell into ruin, they remained silent. I did what had to be done." A murmur swept through the courtsome in agreement, others in horror. But the high priest's voice rose above them all. "You have bound yourself to the god of the dead. You have defiled the sacred balance. You are no longer our queen. You are an abomination." The words struck like a blade. Neferura's fingers curled into fists, but before she could respond, a deep, unearthly rumble shook the palace. A cold wind rushed through the halls, extinguishing the torches. The gods had heard the accusation, and they had answered. That night, Meritneith found her husband standing by the great palace balcony, unmoving. The golden jewelry adorning his arms caught the dim torchlight, but his face remained hidden in shadow. She stepped closer. "Mentuhotep?" Slowly, he turned. The moment she saw his face, she froze. His eyes, once warm, once full of life, were black. Not dark, not shadowed empty, void of anything human. His skin, once rich with the warmth of the sun, had taken on a pale grayish hue, stretched too tightly over his bones. He had always been a man of presence, a ruler whose very stance commanded respect. But now he looked like something else, something that did not belong to this world. Meritneith took a step back. What is happening to you?" The pharaoh's lips parted, but the voice that came out was not his. It was layered, hollow, as if multiple voices spoke through him at once. "I was never truly restored." His lips curled into something that was not a smile. "I was claimed." A chill swept through Neferura's bones. She had brought him back from death, but she had not returned him. Her stomach twisted. She had made a terrible mistake. The following days were filled with tension so thick it suffocated the air. The nobles and generals who had once stood unwaveringly by her side now kept their distance. The priests avoided her gaze entirely. Even the servants scurried through the palace halls like frightened mice. The whispers had grown louder. The people had begun to fear her. Meritneith could sense it the way their eyes lingered on her for just a moment too long. The hushed conversations that ended abruptly whenever she entered a room. But what she did not expect was betrayal. Late one night, as she walked the empty halls of the palace, she felt Ida's shift in the air, a presence that did not belong. The flickering torches cast long, distorted shadows, stretching unnaturally against the stone walls. Then, a sound, the faint shuffle of feet. She turned just as a dagger sliced through the air toward her throat. Instinct took over. Before she could even think, her body moved. Shadows surged around her, twisting, coiling like living things. The blade never reached her skin. It stopped midair, held by an unseen force. The assassin's eyes widened in horror. Then, the shadows lunged. The man let out a strangled scream as the darkness wrapped around him, seeping into his flesh, draining the life from his body before he could even fall to the ground. The torches in the hall sputtered, their light dimming as Meritneith lowered her trembling hand. She looked down at her palm. The sigil of Anubis burned cold. The power was no longer something she controlled. It was something that lived within her. The attack was only the beginning. The court had turned against her, and now the gods themselves would act. The next morning, the sky darkened before the sun had fully risen. A thick mist rolled through the city, curling through the streets like a serpent, pressing against the doors and windows of the temples. Statues of the gods cracked and crumbled, their once divine faces shattering into dust. The people fell to their knees, wailing, crying out for forgiveness. But there was no answer. And then the ground trembled. Meritneith stood at the balcony of the palace, staring down at her city, her heart pounding as the temple spires split apart, their foundations crumbling as if the gods themselves had struck them down. A cold gust of wind howled through the streets, carrying the whispers of voices she could not understand. Then she felt him, a presence older than time itself, a weight pressing against her very soul. Meritneith turned, and there, standing in the shadows of her own throne room, was Anubis. His jackal eyes gleamed in the dim light, amusement flickering in their golden depths. He took one slow step forward, the air around him twisting unnaturally. "Did you think you could escape your fate, Queen of Kemet?" His voice was calm, but beneath it lay something sharp, something final. Meritneith clenched her fists. "I did what had to be done. My people live. My husband lives." Anubis tilted his head slightly. "Your husband is a corpse wearing borrowed flesh. Your people worship a queen who no longer belongs to this world." His gaze darkened. "Your time is up." The temple walls groaned, the very air trembling. The gods had allowed her defiance long enough. But Meritneith would not surrender so easily. She ran, not out of cowardice, not out of fear, but because she knew if there was even the smallest chance to break this curse, to save herself, she had to try. She fled into the sacred tombs, the oldest part of the city, where the great kings of the past had been laid to rest. Beneath the earth, away from the eyes of gods and men, she searched for something that could undo what had been done. The Book of Thoth, legendary text that held the knowledge of the gods, the one thing that could grant her power equal to the divine. If she could find it, if she could read its words, perhaps she could fight back. But as she reached the deepest chamber of the tomb, her breath came in sharp gasps, her vision blurred. A shadow loomed behind her. A cold hand rested upon her shoulder. And then, a whisper, "You cannot escape me." Meritneith turned slowly, her breath caught in her throat. Anubis stood behind her, his jackal eyes gleaming with cold amusement. The air around him was thick with shadows, swirling and shifting like a living thing. The tomb's stone walls trembled under his presence, the ancient hieroglyphs flickering as if whispering forgotten secrets. "You cannot escape me, Queen of Kemet," he murmured, his voice wrapping around her like the chill of the afterlife. Meritneith swallowed hard, forcing herself to stand tall. "I will not surrender," she said, though her voice wavered. "I have come for the Book of Thoth. I will undo this curse. I will break this fate." Anubis chuckled, a low sound that sent a shiver through her bones. "You still believe you have a choice?" He took a slow step forward, and the very air grew heavier. "There is no undoing what has been done. You called upon me, you made the bargain. And now I have come to collect." Meritneith clenched her fists. "I did what I had to do. My people live because of me. My kingdom still stands." "And yet," Anubis said softly, tilting his head, "you do not." For the first time, Meritneith truly felt it. The weight pressing against her chest, the cold threading through her veins, the whisper of the shadows curling at her feet. She had been changing slowly, Gradually, but now, standing before Anubis, the truth was undeniable. She was no longer fully of this world. The god of death extended a hand toward her, his clawed fingers open in invitation. "Come willingly," he offered, his voice almost gentle, "and I will spare Kemet from the wrath of the gods. Your people will not suffer for your sins." Neferura's breath caught. The choice lay before her, her soul, or her kingdom. Her heart pounded as she stepped back, shaking her head. "No," she whispered. Then louder, "Number, I will not bow to you." Anubis exhaled sharply, not in anger, but in amusement. "So be it." The shadows lurched forward. Meritneith threw her hands out, summoning the power that had become part of her. The darkness at her feet responded, coiling around her, not as an enemy, but as a weapon. The tomb trembled as she struck back. The battle that followed shook the underworld itself. Anubis was faster than anything mortal, faster than anything she had ever faced. He moved like the wind, like a shadow without form, his strikes cutting through the air with terrifying precision. But Meritneith had not made a deal with death without learning its power. She fought like a storm, wielding the very darkness he had given her against him. The tomb walls cracked. Ancient dust filled the air. The whispers of spirits swirled around them, watching, waiting. Meritneith dodged a strike, her heart pounding, her body burning with energy not her own. For a moment, she thought maybe, just maybe, she could win. But then, the shadows betrayed her. Anubis lifted a hand, and the darkness turned against her. The tendrils of shadow that had obeyed her moments ago now wrapped around her wrists, her ankles, her throat. They dragged her to her knees, forcing her to the cold, unyielding stone. She gasped, struggling, but it was useless. The magic was not hers. It had never been hers. It had always belonged to him. Anubis stepped closer, gazing down at her with something that might have been pity. "You cannot fight what you have become." Meritneith screamed in frustration, in anger, in defiance. And then, she did the only thing left to do. The sacrifice that saves a kingdom. With her last ounce of strength, Meritneith let go. She stopped struggling, stopped resisting. Instead, she focused. She had made a deal with death. But she was still a queen. And if she could not save herself, she would save her people. Drawing in a final, shuddering breath, she spoke words that had never been uttered before. Not in this world, not in the afterlife. Words whispered to her from the depths of the underworld itself. The shadows froze. The air grew still. Even Anubis hesitated. And then a pulse of power. The sigil on Neferura's palm flared, not with cold, but with light. The magic she had been given, the darkness, the curse, she turned it inward. She pulled it all back into herself. Every tendril, every shadow, every ounce of death that had seeped into her soul. Her body convulsed, her vision blurred. The pain was unimaginable. And then silent. Anubis watched as the shadows slowly unraveled from her, pulling away, dissolving into nothing. Meritneith slumped forward, her breath ragged, her body weak. She had done it. She had taken the curse into herself. Kemet was free. Anubis knelt before her, watching as her life faded. His golden eyes held something unreadable. "You are not like the others," he murmured. "You do not beg. You do not run. You choose." Meritneith barely managed a smile. A queen always chooses. And with that, she was gone. The sun rose over Kemet the next morning, brighter than it had in years. The black mist that had strangled the land was gone. The statues of the gods, once broken, stood whole once more. The pharaoh, freed from his unnatural existence, crumbled to dust. The people wept, mourning their lost king. But they would never know the true price that had been paid. No one spoke of Meritneith again. Her name was wiped from the records, her image erased from the walls of the temples. It was as if she had never existed. But in the quiet places, in the whispers of the wind, and the flicker of the temple torches, the story remained. The tale of the queen who had made a deal with Death Hand, in the end, had outwitted even the gods. They say on the darkest nights, when the desert wind howls through the tombs, a shadow lingers just beyond the torchlight, watching, waiting. And if you listen closely, you might hear a whisper. A queen always chooses. The sun hung motionless in the sky, a golden eye refusing to blink. At first, the people dismissed it as a trick of the mind, an unusually long afternoon. But as the hours passed and the evening never came, fear tightened its grip on the land. Shadows did not lengthen. The cool breeze of dusk never arrived, and the air grew unbearably thick. Merchants abandoned their stalls, farmers paused mid-harvest, and mothers clutched their children close. Whispers slithered through the street. Had the gods forsaken them? Had Ra himself turned his face away? Or had something far more terrifying occurred? In the great temple of Heliopolis, priests gathered in frantic desperation, their sacred sundials casting the same motionless shadow. Never in history had Ra failed to make his journey across the sky. The high priests pored over ancient scrolls, seeking an omen, a prophecy, anything that could explain the unthinkable. Sweat dripped from their brows as their voices rose in anxious debate. No offering, no prayer, no sacrifice could stir the heavens from their unnatural stillness. Outside, fear spread like wildfire. The people turned their eyes to the sky, waiting, hoping. But the sun remained frozen above them. At first, the people searched for a reason, an explanation rooted in the gods' displeasure. Perhaps the kingdom had sinned, or an offering had been refused. But soon, a new whisper wove its way through the frightened crowds. A name passed from lips to ears like a forbidden secret. Neferura, a woman, a mere mortal, yet somehow tied to the sun's defiance. The old midwife spoke of the strange mark on her palm, shimmering like fire at her birth. The farmers remembered how, as a child, she had spoken to the sun as if it were alive. The temple scribes murmured of the day she had dared to question the high priests, speaking of the cosmos in ways that unsettled even the wisest scholars. What had seemed like harmless curiosity before now felt like an omen, a warning they had all ignored. Could it be her? Could she be the reason the sun refused to move? Inside the grand palace, bathed in the golden light of a sun that would not set, the pharaoh stood in silence. His advisors, gathered in uneasy clusters, avoided his gaze, their fear barely concealed behind careful expressions. The tension in the chamber was suffocating, as if the air itself had thickened with the weight of an unspeakable truth. Finally, the pharaoh spoke, his voice slow and deliberate. "The sun has never disobeyed Ra's will," he said, "and yet it remains unmoving. If this is not the work of the gods, then who holds such power?" No one dared answer. The silence stretched unbearably, until at last an elderly scribe, his hands trembling, stepped forward. His voice was barely a whisper. "There is one," he said. "A woman who has spoken of the sun all her life. One whose name is feared in the temples. Neferura." The pharaoh's expression darkened. His jaw clenched. His command was final. "Find her." Neferura's fate was written on her skin before she had even drawn her first breath. The midwife gasped, as she unwrapped the newborn from the folds of linen, revealing a strange mark upon the infant's tiny palm, a golden symbol, unlike anything she had ever seen. The villagers whispered that it was an omen, a sign from the gods. Some believed she was blessed by Ra himself, destined for greatness, while others feared she carried a curse too powerful for a mere mortal to bear. Her father, a humble farmer, dismissed the rumors and raised her with love. But even he could not ignore the way Neferura gazed at the sky, as if she could hear something no one else could. She was different. While other children played in the fields, she sat for hours by the river, watching the reflection of the sun dance upon the water. Sometimes she would speak to it, her voice soft, reverent, as if greeting an old friend. The villagers shook their heads and whispered among themselves. They told her to lower her eyes, to act like the others, but Neferura could not. Even as a child, she knew the sun was watching her just as she watched it. As Neferura grew, her strange connection to the sun only deepened. The villagers often found her standing atop the hills, arms outstretched, bathed in golden light as if she belonged to it. She spoke of things no one had taught her, of the movement of the stars, the dance of the seasons, the power that guided the heavens. The elders scolded her for speaking of such mysteries, warning that knowledge of the gods was not meant for ordinary people. But Neferura did not feel ordinary. The animals seemed to sense it too. Birds landed fearlessly beside her, and even the skittish desert foxes lingered in her presence. Her father, though wary of the rumors surrounding his daughter, never tried to change her. He would only watch her with quiet concern as she traced patterns in the sand, whispering secrets only she could understand. The village children called her the girl who speaks to the sky, sometimes in wonder, sometimes in mockery. But Neferura paid them no mind. Deep within her, she felt an unshakable truth. One day, the sun would answer her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, an old priest arrived at the village, leaning heavily on his staff. His robes were worn, his face lined with the weight of many years, but his eyes were sharp as they rested upon Neferura. He had heard whispers of the girl with the mark of the sun, and had come to see if the rumors were true. The villagers gathered around as he called her forward, studying the golden imprint on her palm with reverence and unease. "This is no ordinary child," he murmured, his voice carrying the weight of something ancient. He turned his gaze to her father. "You must be careful. The gods have placed something upon her that is not meant for this world." Neferura felt the weight of his words, but she did not cower. Instead, she met his eyes with quiet defiance. "Why was I given this mark if I am not meant to use it?" she asked. The priest hesitated before answering, his voice barely above a whisper. "Because the gods are watching. And when the time comes, they will demand something in return." With that, he turned and left, leaving behind an unease that clung to the air like a storm waiting to break. After the priest's visit, Neferura's curiosity could no longer be contained. She longed for answers. Who had placed this mark upon her? What was its purpose? And why did she feel as if the sun itself was waiting for her to understand something no one else could see? She sought knowledge wherever she could find it, listening to travelers who spoke of distant lands, sneaking into the village temple to overhear the priests as they studied the stars. In time, she came to understand the cycles of the sky, the hidden rhythms that dictated life and death. She learned of Ra's eternal journey, the balance of Ma'at, and the power that held the world together. But there were gaps in the teachings, questions that no priest could answer. She saw the fear in their eyes when she asked why the gods allowed droughts, why the Nile sometimes failed, why suffering still existed despite all their prayers. The high priests in the grand temples claimed to hold all knowledge, yet they feared questions they could not control. Neferura realized that the truth she sought would not be given to her, she would have to find it herself. Despite all she had learned, Neferura still did not understand her true purpose. The priest's warning echoed in her mind, but no further signs came. No divine voices spoke again. Perhaps she had been wrong to believe she was special. Perhaps the sun's watchful gaze had been nothing more than a child's dream. And so, she tried to be like the others. She helped her father in the fields, fetching water from the river, weaving baskets with the village women. But even as she worked, the sun's warmth never left her, wrapping around her like an embrace. It was waiting, watching, and deep in her heart, she knew that one day it would call upon her. She just did not know when or what it would demand. The scorching sun beat down upon Egypt, merciless and unyielding. The people looked to the Nile for salvation, but the river had betrayed them. The great flood, which for centuries had arrived with the precision of the gods, failed to come. The once fertile banks turned to dust, and the crops withered beneath the relentless heat. Farmers pleaded with the heavens, praying for rain, but the skies remained empty. Hunger clawed at the villages, and even the wealthiest noble houses felt the creeping dread of scarcity. The Pharaoh's priests gathered in the great temples, offering sacrifices and reciting ancient hymns. But their prayers fell upon deaf ears. The gods had turned away. Famine loomed like a shadow over the land, and with each passing day, desperation grew. The people began to whisper, had Egypt angered Ra? Had some unseen force disturbed the balance of Ma'at? Or was this the beginning of the end? As the drought worsened, fear spread like wildfire. The high priests of Ra declared that the people must repent, that offerings must be doubled, that greater sacrifices must be made. In the grand temples, the scent of burning incense filled the air as oxen, lambs, and even golden treasures were given to the gods. But the sun continued to burn, and the Nile remained low. The pharaoh himself knelt before the altar of Ra, his voice rising in desperate supplication, but no sign came. Panic took hold of the kingdom. Some cried that the gods had abandoned them, while others claimed that a great sin had been committed, one so terrible that even Ra had turned his face away. In the villages, the people grew restless. Some accused the priests of failing the gods. Others turned on one another, seeking a scapegoat for their suffering. And yet, in the midst of the growing chaos, Neferura remained silent, her eyes fixed upon the sky. She did not fear the sun's wrath, for she alone could hear its whispers. For many nights, Neferura was haunted by strange dreams. She saw herself standing in a vast desert, the sky burning gold, the sands shifting beneath her feet. The sun loomed above her, enormous and alive, pulsing with an ancient energy. In her dreams it spoke not in words, but in a deep, resonating voice that filled her very soul. She did not understand its message, but she felt its urgency. Each time she awoke, her skin was slick with sweat, her heart pounding. Was it a warning? A command? Or was she finally beginning to understand the purpose that had lingered just beyond her reach all her life? She knew she could no longer ignore it. The drought, the dying land, the endless prayers that went unanswered, this was no ordinary disaster. Something was out of balance. Something was wrong with the order of the heavens. And she was the only one who could hear its call. When she told her father of her dreams, his face darkened with fear. "Forget them, Neferura," he warned. "No good will come of this." But she could not forget. The sun was calling her, and she could not turn away. Determined to find answers, Neferura set out on a journey to the great city of Heliopolis, home of the Temple of Ra. It was there that the high priest kept the sacred texts, the knowledge of the gods written upon ancient scrolls. If there were answers to be found, they would be there. Her father begged her not to go, fearing that the temple priests would see her as a blasphemer. But Neferura had made up her mind. She walked for days under the merciless sun, its heat burning her skin. But she did not falter. The journey was long and treacherous, the roads filled with desperate travelers seeking refuge from the famine. She passed villages where people knelt in prayer, their eyes hollow with hunger. She saw temples where priests called upon Ra with increasing desperation, their voices hoarse from endless chanting. But Neferura knew the truth: their prayers would not be answered. The gods had not turned away. Something far greater was happening, and she was the only one who could uncover the truth. When Neferura arrived at the Temple of the Sunday, she was met with suspicion. The high priests, draped in their sacred robes, towered above her, their eyes filled with doubt. A mere woman, a commoner, what business did she have in the house of the gods? But Neferura did not waver. She stepped forward, her voice steady. "I have seen visions of the sun," she declared. "I have heard its voice. Something is wrong with the heavens, and I have come for answers." Laughter rippled through the temple halls. A woman, claiming to have spoken with the gods. It was absurd, heretical even. The high priest, an aging man with eyes like cold stone, stepped forward. "Only the chosen of Ra may interpret the will of the gods," he said. "What makes you believe you are among them?" Neferura raised her palm, revealing the mark she had carried since birth. The laughter died. The priests exchanged wary glances, uncertain now. They did not know what to make of her. But before they could send her away, she knelt before the altar and whispered a prayer unlike any they had ever heard. The temple fell into stunned silence as Neferura's voice rose in a chant no priest had ever spoken before. It was not from their sacred scrolls. Not a prayer taught by the temple. It was something older, something raw and unbroken by time. The air around her seemed to hum, as if the very walls of the temple recognized the words she spoke. The priests hesitated, caught between fear and awe. And then, as her voice reached its final note, the earth trembled beneath them. Gasps filled the room. Outside, a terrible stillness took hold of the sky. The sun, which had once blazed overhead with merciless fury, suddenly stopped. It did not set. It did not move. It simply remained frozen at its highest point, locked in place, as if the heavens themselves had obeyed her call. A deafening silence filled the air. The priests fell to their knees, their faces pale with terror. Neferura opened her eyes, staring up at the motionless sun, her heart pounding in her chest. She had done it. She had stopped the sun. But in that moment, she realized a terrible truth. She had no idea how to make it move again. The world stood still beneath an unyielding sky. The sun, frozen in its peak, bathed the land in eternal daylight. At first, the people rejoiced, believing it to be a sign of divine favor. Perhaps Ra had finally answered their prayers. But as the hours stretched on without a single shift in the heavens, joy turned to unease. Shadows did not move. The air remained thick with the heat of midday, and the Nile shimmered under a relentless golden glare. Fear crept into the streets of Thebes and Memphis, into the homes of nobles and farmers alike. The animals grew restless. birds refusing to return to their nests, nocturnal creatures hiding in confusion. The crops, already weakened by drought, began to wither further under the ceaseless sun. In the temples, the priests fell into a desperate frenzy, calling upon Ra to resume his journey. But the heavens remained silent. Panic spread like wildfire. Had the gods abandoned them? Had the balance of Ma'at been shattered forever? And in the great temple of Heliopolis, Neferura stood among the trembling priests, staring at the sky with a heart filled with both awe and dread. She had done what no mortal had ever dared. She had stopped the sun. But now, as the world teetered on the brink of disaster, one question loomed over her like a shadow. Had she doomed them all? The moment the sun stopped moving, messengers were dispatched to the pharaoh's palace, their feet pounding against the stone streets as they carried the impossible news. By the time they arrived, the royal court was already in chaos. The nobles and advisors whispered anxiously. The high priests of every temple gathered in urgent debate. The sun had always been Ra's domain, his eternal journey across the sky, a symbol of divine order. Yet now, that order was broken, and none could explain why. When the pharaoh finally spoke, his voice was calm but laced with quiet fury. "Who is responsible for this?" he demanded. The temple priests hesitated, but they knew there was only one answer. "A woman," one finally admitted. "A woman who spoke to the sun." The court erupted in disbelief, but the pharaoh silenced them with a single gesture. "Bring her to me," he commanded. Now, across the city, soldiers were dispatched to the temple. Neferura had barely begun to comprehend the weight of what she had done when they arrived, their armor glinting beneath the never-setting sun. There was no anger in their faces, only solemn duty. "The pharaoh has summoned you," one of them said. Neferura swallowed, steeling herself. She knew this moment would come. She had changed the sky. It's now she would face the ruler of Egypt. Neferura was led through the grand halls of the pharaoh's palace, her bare feet brushing against cold stone as golden torches flickered around her. The air was thick with tension, the weight of 1,000 eyes pressing down on her as she was brought before the ruler of Egypt. The pharaoh sat upon his gilded throne, his expression unreadable, yet his piercing gaze never left her. The high priests of Ra stood at his sides, their robes heavy with power, their faces etched with both fear and disdain. She was a heretic to theme a woman who had dared to disrupt the order of the universe. "You have stopped the sun," the pharaoh finally said, his voice slow and deliberate. "Do you deny it?" Neferura's heart pounded, but she refused to lower her head. "I do not," she answered. Gasps filled the chamber, the priests shifting uneasily. No one had expected her to be so bold. The high priest stepped forward, his voice laced with venom. "This is blasphemy," he declared. "No mortal may command the heavens. You have defied Ra himself. The world suffers because of your arrogance." The nobles murmured in agreement, fear twisting their expressions. Yet the pharaoh did not react immediately. He studied her, his sharp mind weighing possibilities. "Tell me," he said at last, "why have you done this?" Neferura clenched her fists, her voice steady. "Because the sun spoke to me. Because something is wrong." Silence fell. The pharaoh's face remained unreadable, but the gods would not allow the balance to remain broken for long. The air inside the great hall thickened, the torches flickering wildly as if caught in an unseen storm. A low, unnatural hum filled the space, and then a presence descended upon them. The great golden doors of the palace trembled, the very walls shuddering as a divine force entered the room. The priests fell to their knees at once, their foreheads pressed to the stone floor, voices trembling with reverence and terror. Neferura felt her breath catch as the air around her crackled with energy. The gods had come. A blinding light burst forth in the center of the chamber, and from it emerged a figure draped in shimmering gold, eyes burning with the fire of the sun itself. It was Hathor, the Eye of Ra, the goddess of divine wrath and restoration. "You have disrupted the balance," her voice echoed through the chamber, neither kind nor cruel, but filled with unshakable authority. "The world cannot survive an eternal day, just as it cannot endure an endless night." The pharaoh lowered his head in reverence, his voice barely a whisper. "Great lady, what must be done?" Hathor turned her blazing gaze to Neferura. "The sun must move once more," she decreed. "And for what has been taken, something must be given in return." A chill ran through Neferura's bones. She understood. The gods did not allow power to be used without consequence. She had taken control of the heavens, and now a price must be paid. The weight of the goddess's words settled upon Neferura's chest like stone. The balance had been broken, and it was her doing. The sun had answered her call, but it had not been hers to command. The priests still knelt in fearful silence, the pharaoh's gaze unreadable. She could feel the eyes of the entire kingdom upon her, waiting for her answer. Hathor's form shimmered, golden light radiating from her very being. "To restore the order of Ma'at, there must be an exchange," she said. "The sun cannot move again unless something of equal value is given." Neferura swallowed, her throat dry. She knew what the goddess meant. Life for life. A mortal had stopped the Sunnah. Mortal must pay the price for its return. The realization did not fill her with fear. Instead, there was a strange peace in knowing what had to be done. She'd always known she was different. She had always felt the sun's watchful gaze, always sensed that her path was not meant to be ordinary. Slowly, she turned to the pharaoh, to the priests, to the people who would never understand the choice she was about to make. "I will give myself," she said. A murmur of shock rippled through the chamber. Hathor inclined her head, neither pleased nor sorrowful. "Then the balance shall be restored." The light around her grew brighter, consuming everything in its golden embrace. Neferura closed her eyes, and the sun began to move once more. As Neferura stood bathed in the golden light of the goddess, a deep stillness filled the chamber. The priests, the pharaoh, the gathered nobles known, dared to speak. The weight of her decision hung heavy in the air. She had stopped the sun, and now she would pay the price to set it free. Hathor raised a hand, and a warmth, unlike any earthly fire, enveloped Neferura's body. It was not painful, nor was it frightening. It was like being embraced by the sun itself. She felt her spirit rising, lifting from the world, her body growing lighter with each passing breath. A gust of wind swirled through the palace, though no doors had opened, and the torches flickered wildly as the divine power moved through the hall. Then, beyond the walls of the temple, the impossible happened. The sun, frozen for so long in its place, began to move. The golden orb shifted, resuming its slow descent toward the horizon, bathing the land in the hues of twilight. The people outside fell to their knees, weeping in gratitude as night finally returned to Egypt. The balance of Ma'at had been restored. But Neferura was gone. For the first time in what felt like eternity, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of crimson and gold. A cool breeze swept through the land, rustling the palms along the Nile, soothing the scorched earth. The people of Egypt stood in silent awe, watching as the natural order of the world returned before their eyes. Farmers clutched the dry soil, whispering prayers of thanks, and mothers held their children close, tears streaming down their faces. Inside the temple, the pharaoh slowly stood, his gaze fixed upon the now setting sun. The high priests remained kneeling, their heads bowed in reverence. The presence of the goddess had faded, leaving only the memory of the divine will that had passed through their halls. But Neferura was no longer there. Her body was gone. Her form vanished as if she had never existed. Only the warmth in the air, the lingering hum of something celestial, remained in her place. "She is with Ra now," one of the priests murmured. The pharaoh exhaled slowly, the weight of what had transpired pressing upon him. Neferura had done what no mortal had ever dared. She had touched the heavens, and in doing so, she had given herself to them. The pharaoh, though awed by what had occurred, knew that Neferura's story was too dangerous to be told. A mortal who had commanded the sun? A woman who had altered the course of the heavens? It was knowledge that could shake the very foundation of the kingdom. The high priests, still uneasy with the power she had wielded, pleaded for her name to be stricken from history. "It is not meant for mortals to command the gods," they said. "To speak her name is to invite her fate." And so, an order was given: Neferura's name would be erased. No records would bear her story. No monuments would hold her image. The scrolls of the temple would never speak of the woman who made the sun stand still. To the world, she had never existed. But even as the temple scribes followed their orders, even as her name was wiped from the annals of time, the people did not forget. They spoke of her in whispers, in hushed voices beneath the cover of night. The woman who had defied the gods. The woman who had walked between the mortal and the divine. Neferura. A name lost to history, yet never truly gone. Years passed, and Neferura's story became legend. Though her name was never spoken in the great temples of Ra, the people did not forget. In quiet corners of villages, by the flickering glow of oil lamps, elders told the tale of the woman who had once spoken to the sun. Some claimed she'd been taken to the heavens, riding beside Ra in his great solar bark. Others believed she'd become part of the light itself, watching over Egypt in secret. The priests denied such stories, warning that to speak of her was heresy. Yet, in the stillness of the temples, beneath the murals of gods and kings, some swore they could hear a faint voice, a whisper carried on the wind, like a prayer left unanswered. Many seasons later, on a quiet morning by the banks of the Nile, a child was born. The midwife gasped as she unwrapped the newborn from her linen swaddling, for there, upon the infant's tiny palm, was a golden mark, the same symbol that had once graced the hand of a woman whose name had been erased from history. The villagers exchanged uneasy glances. Was this a sign, a warning, or had Neferura's spirit returned, reborn in another form? No one could say for certain. But as the morning sun rose above the river, casting its golden light over the land, the child opened her eyes for the first time. And in them, there was something ancient, something that had seen the sky hold its breath once before. The cycle had begun again. The gods were still watching, and one day they would call upon her once more. Golden torches flickered against towering walls covered in hieroglyphs as servants bowed low, their faces etched with reverence. High Priest Khepri stood tall at the center of the temple, his arms raised high to the heavens. His voice boomed through the sacred halls, chanting prayers to Ra, the mighty sun god who ruled over life and light. "O great Sunday God, bring light to our land. Grant us your favor and guide Egypt's path." The priests echoed his words, their voices rising like a storm, filling the air with power and devotion. Outside, the first rays of dawn touched the horizon, painting the golden sands with hues of fire. Everyone waited for the sun to rise fully, proof that Ra still blessed them. But something felt wrong. The atmosphere grew heavy, almost suffocating, as if the gods themselves were watching and judging. A faint whisper drifted through the air, cutting through the chants like a blade. It wasn't part of the ritual. When the shadow falls upon Ra, the lowborn shall rise. The priests froze, their eyes darting around the room, searching for the source of the voice. Was it an oracle, a spirit, or just the wind playing tricks? Khepri had scowled, his brow furrowing as he tried to maintain control. "Silence! This is no time for distractions," he barked, waving his hand dismissively. But unease spread among the priests like wildfire. Suddenly, the torchlight dimmed, casting long, unnatural shadows across the walls, even though the sun should have been rising higher outside. "What is happening?" muttered a younger priest, his voice trembling. Khepri had clenched his fists, his confidence wavering. "Nothing happens without my command. Continue the ritual." Yet doubt lingered in the air, thick as smoke, hinting at darker truths lurking beneath the surface. Near the back of the temple, Sekhmetis moved quietly, carrying a tray of wine cups. She was small and quick, easy to overlook, but her sharp eyes missed nothing. She saw the flickering torches, heard the strange whisper, and most importantly, noticed the cracked sundial in the center of the temple. Her fingers brushed the edge of the artifact as she passed, feeling its warmth, almost as if it were alive. A shiver ran down her spine. What did this mean? Why would such a sacred object be broken? Sekhmetis glanced at Khepri, whose face was hard and angry. He didn't seem worried about the crack or the prophecy. Did he know more than he let on? Her mind raced with questions, but she remained silent, her curiosity burning brighter than the torches around her. The sundial caught the weak morning light, casting fractured shadows on the floor. To Sekhmetis, it looked like a warning, a symbol of chaos creeping into the divine order. Someone had tampered with it, that much was clear. But who? And why? If the sundial was flawed, then the rituals were flawed too. Without proper ceremonies, Ra might abandon Egypt entirely, plunging the kingdom into darkness, not just over the temple, but over the whole land. Sekhmetis hesitated, her heart pounding. Should she speak up? If she told someone, they might punish her for interfering. But if she stayed silent, what would happen to everyone else? For now, she decided to wait, watch, and learn more before acting. The weight of the moment pressed down on her. But she knew one thing for certain. The crack in the sundial was no accident. It was a harbinger of something far greater. Outside the temple, long shadows stretched across the Nile, darkening its shimmering waters. Birds took flight, startled by some unseen force, while the uneven dawn painted the world in shades of gray. Inside, Sekhmetis watched the priests struggle to finish the ritual. The sun refused to rise properly, leaving the world bathed in eerie half-light. Khepri had shouted louder, trying to force the gods to obey him, but his commands fell flat, swallowed by the growing tension in the air. Sekhmetis stepped back into the shadows, clutching the empty wine tray. Her heart pounded as she realized whatever was coming, it was bigger than all of them. Somehow, she knew she'd play a part in it, whether she wanted to or not. The prophecy whispered earlier echoed in her mind, sending chills down her spine. The shadow had fallen, and the lowborn would rise, but how? And at what cost? The golden sands of Thebes stretched endlessly under the blazing sun, shimmering like a sea of fire. Towering temples rose from the earth, their stone walls etched with hieroglyphs that told stories of gods and pharaohs. Along the Nile, markets buzzed with life. Merchants called out to sell spices, papyrus scrolls, and amulets carved with the eye of Horus. Fishermen cast nets into the river, their reflections rippling on its surface. But beneath this grandeur lay a darker truth. Slaves toiled in the shadows, their backs bent under heavy loads, their faces hidden by dirt and despair. The contrast between wealth and poverty was stark, a constant reminder of the fragile balance holding the kingdom together. For now, peace reigned, but whispers of unrest lingered like smoke after a fire. High Priest Kepriamhet stood at the heart of it all, a figure both revered and feared. His ceremonial robes shimmered with golden scarabs, and his voice carried authority wherever he went. To the people, he was a bridge between mortals and gods, the one who ensured Ra's favor over Egypt. But behind closed doors, Kepriamhet was a man consumed by ambition. He believed himself untouchable, chosen by Ra to rule over the temple and perhaps even the kingdom. Yet cracks were beginning to show. Rumors whispered of bribes taken, rituals altered for personal gain, and secrets buried deep within the temple's sacred halls. Though no one dared accuse him openly, unease spread among the priests and servants alike. Something wasn't right, and everyone could feel it. Sekhmetus moved through the temple like a shadow, unnoticed yet always watching. She was clever, observant, and quick to piece together fragments of information others dismissed. While serving wine during ceremonies, she listened to the priests' conversations, memorizing details about rituals, prophecies, and the gods. Her sharp mind made her dangerous, though no one realized it yet. Beneath her quiet exterior burned a fierce determination. She dreamed of freedom, not just for herself, but for all those crushed under the weight of oppression. When she noticed the crack in the sundial, her curiosity ignited. What did it mean? Who had tampered with it? And how could she use this knowledge to change her fate, and perhaps the fate of Thebes itself? The Temple of Ra was a place of wonder, filled with towering statues, glowing torches, and chambers lined with ancient texts. But not all was holy within these walls. Hidden rooms held forbidden scrolls, relics of forgotten prophecies, and evidence of corruption that stretched back generations. Servants whispered of strange disappearances who asked too many questions or stumbled upon secrets they weren't meant to know. Sekhmetus felt the weight of these truths pressing down on her as she ventured deeper into the temple's recesses. One night, while exploring a dimly lit corridor, she discovered a scroll sealed with the mark of Anubis. Its contents hinted at betrayal within the priesthood, linking directly to the prophecy she'd overheard. Her hands trembled as she read, realizing the stakes were higher than she'd imagined. The prophecy echoed in Sekhmetus's mind, long after the ritual ended. When the shadow falls upon Ra, the lowborn shall rise. At first, it seemed like a distant threat, something that might never come to pass. But as days turned into weeks, signs began to appear. Statues wept tears of gold, and solar eclipses darkened the sky prematurely. Even the Nile seemed restless, its waters churning as if stirred by unseen forces. Kepriamhet grew increasingly paranoid, accusing servants of sabotage and tightening his grip on the temple. Meanwhile, Sekhmetus found herself drawn to the prophecy, unable to ignore its pull. It spoke of upheaval, of justice for those crushed under tyranny. Could she be the one destined to bring change? Or would she become another victim of the system she sought to overthrow? In Egyptian belief, Ma'at represented truth, balance, and cosmic harmony. Without it, chaos known as Isfet would consume the world. Sekhmetus understood this better than most. She saw how greed and corruption had disrupted the divine order, angering the gods and endangering the kingdom. The cracked sundial was more than a broken artifact. It symbolized the fractured balance of power. If left unchecked, it would lead to ruin not just for the temple, but for all of Egypt. Determination hardened in her chest. She couldn't stand idly by while injustice festered. But challenging Khepri meant risking everything. As she stood in the temple's shadowy halls, staring at the scales carved into the walls, she knew what she had to do. Justice hung by a thread, and she would fight to tip the scales back toward light. Under the cover of darkness, Sekhmet slipped through the temple's shadowy corridors, her heart pounding with every step. The air was thick with the scent of aged papyrus and incense, and faint moonlight filtered through narrow windows, casting eerie patterns on the floor. She knew she was risking her life, but the prophecy burned in her mind like a flame. In a hidden chamber, she found scrolls stacked high, their edges brittle with age. Carefully unrolling one, she discovered warnings about corruption within the priesthood, rituals altered, offerings stolen, and lies told in the name of Ra. Her hands trembled as she read, realizing the depth of Khepri betrayal. This wasn't just about him. It was about restoring balance to all of Egypt. But how could a slave challenge a man who commanded the godsor, so he claimed? The cracked sundial haunted Sekhmet. It wasn't an accident, it was sabotage. Someone had deliberately tampered with it to manipulate the sacred rituals, ensuring Ra's favor remained tied to Khepri will. She traced her fingers over the fracture, feeling its jagged edge. This artifact was more than a broken tool. It was proof of his deceit. If she exposed it, she could shatter his power. But doing so meant stepping into the light, revealing herself to a world that would either revere or destroy her. As she stood there, staring at the sundial, she felt the weight of her decision pressing down on her. Failure meant death, but silence meant complicity. For the first time, she allowed herself to hope not just for freedom, but for justice. Sekhmet couldn't do this alone. She sought out Nabaman, a disgraced scribe who now lived in exile after speaking against corruption. His eyes lit up when she showed him the scrolls, his hands trembling as he deciphered their contents. "This is bigger than you or me," he whispered. "It's about truth." Together, they recruited Isetnofret, a former temple acolyte disillusioned by the hypocrisy she'd witnessed. Though wary at first, Isetnofret quickly became an ally, sharing secrets about the inner workings of the temple. Their bond grew stronger with each meeting, united by a shared goal to expose Khepri crimes and restore Ma'at. For the first time, Sekhmet felt less like a slave and more like a leader, though fear still lingered at the edges of her resolve. Strange omens began appearing across Thebes, stirring both fear and awe. Statues of Ra wept golden tears, and whispers carried by desert winds spoke of judgment to come. One morning, the sun rose only halfway before halting mid-sky, plunging the city into an unnatural twilight. People gathered in the streets, murmuring prayers and clutching amulets. Khepri tried to calm them, claiming the gods were testing their faith, but his voice wavered. Sekhmet saw these signs as confirmation the gods were watching, waiting for someone to act. She felt their presence everywhere, in the flickering torches, the restless Nile, and the shadows that seemed to stretch longer each day. Courage swelled within her. The time to strike was near. Khepri sensed rebellion brewing beneath the surface. Servants whispered behind his back, and even some priests avoided his gaze. Convinced someone was plotting against him, he began accusing innocent people of sabotage, punishing them harshly to maintain control. Torches burned late into the night as he interrogated servants, his voice sharp and cruel. Yet no matter how many lives he destroyed, the unrest only grew. Sekhmet watched from the shadows, her anger burning brighter with each injustice. She saw the cracks in his armor, the way his hand shook when he performed rituals, the way his eyes darted nervously during ceremonies. He was afraid, and that gave her strength. The mighty high priest wasn't invincible after all. The Festival of Ra loomed ahead, a grand event where thousands would gather to witness the high priest's invocation. It was the perfect stage for exposure, a moment when Khepri-Amhet's lies would be laid bare for all to see. Sekhmetes and her allies worked tirelessly, gathering evidence and planning their strategy. They rehearsed what to say, how to present the scrolls, and where to stand to ensure maximum impact. Despite their preparation, doubt lingered. What if the crowd turned against them? What if the gods didn't intervene? On the eve of the festival, Sekhmetes stood by the Nile, staring at her reflection in the water. Her face was calm, but her mind raced. Tomorrow, everything would change for better or worse. As dawn approached, Sekhmetes reflected on her journey. From slave to potential savior, she had come further than she ever imagined. But this wasn't just about Herod. It was about everyone who suffered under oppression. She thought of her mother, sold into slavery years ago, and her father, whose name she barely remembered. Would they be proud of her, or would they beg her to stay safe? Her shadow stretched long across the temple floor, a reminder of the destiny thrust upon her. She clenched her fists, steeling herself for what lay ahead. Whatever happened, she vowed to fight not just for herself, but for those who couldn't. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, Sekhmetes and her allies made final preparations. Nabaman double-checked the scrolls, ensuring every word was clear. Isetnofret practiced her speech, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. Meanwhile, Sekhmetes polished the cracked sundial, determined to make it the centerpiece of their revelation. Time was running out, and the stakes grew higher with each passing hour. By the time the first rays of dawn touched the horizon, they were ready. Standing together in the temple's shadowy halls, they exchanged silent nods, their resolve unshakable. The festival awaited, and with it, the chance to change the course of history. The Festival of Ra dawned with a sense of awe and anticipation. Thousands gathered before the Temple of Ra, their faces turned toward the rising sun, or what should have been the rising sun. Golden banners fluttered in the breeze, and incense filled the air, masking the tension simmering beneath the surface. Priests chanted prayers, their voices echoing across the crowd as Khepri-Amhet ascended the temple steps. Clad in robes shimmering with golden scarabs, he raised his arms high, calling upon Ra to bless Egypt. The people watched, holding their breath, waiting for the sun to rise fully. But something was wrong. The light faltered, casting long shadows over the city. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Was Ra angry? Had they lost his favor? Before Khepri-Amhet could continue, a figure emerged from the crowd. It was Sekhmetes. Her heart pounded, but her steps were steady as she climbed the temple stairs, clutching the cracked sundial in her hands. Gasps erupted from the onlookers, slave daring to enter sacred space. Khepri-Amhet froze, his face twisting in rage. "What is the meaning of this?" he bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Ignoring him, Sekhmetes held up the sundial for all to see. "This," she declared, her voice ringing out clear and strong, "is why Ra's light falters. This is why darkness creeps into our land." Murmurs spread like wildfire as the crowd strained to get a better look. The crack in the sundial gleamed under the dim light, a stark symbol of corruption. As if in response to Sekhmetes' words, the sun halted mid-sky, plunging Thebes into an eerie twilight. Shadows stretched unnaturally long, and a chill swept through the air. Statues of Ra began to glow faintly, their eyes seeming to watch the unfolding drama. The crowd fell silent, their fear palpable. Even Kepriamhet seemed shaken, though he tried to mask it with anger. "Lies!" he shouted, stepping toward Sekhmetus. "This is blasphemy. Arrest her!" But no one moved. Instead, the people stared at the glowing statues, then back at Sekhmetus, unsure whom to believe. In that moment, it felt as though the gods themselves were judging them, weighing truth against falsehood. Kepriamhet realized he was losing control. His voice grew shrill as he accused Sekhmetus of sabotage, of conspiring with disgraced spirits to undermine his authority. "She seeks to destroy us all," he cried, his hands trembling as he gestured wildly. Yet his words rang hollow. When Nebamun stepped forward, holding the forbidden scrolls, the high priest's face turned pale. "These scrolls reveal your crimes," Nebamun said, his tone calm but firm. "Rituals altered, offerings stolen, lies told in Ra's name." The crowd murmured in shock, their faith in Kepriamhet crumbling. Desperation seized him, and he lunged at Sekhmetus, shouting curses. But guards intervened, pulling him back as his once unshakable power slipped through his fingers. With Kepriamhet restrained, Nebamun unrolled the scrolls and began reading aloud. Passages detailed years of corruption, bribes accepted, rituals manipulated, and prophecies ignored. Each word struck like a hammer blow, shattering the illusion of holiness surrounding the high priest. The crowd listened in stunned silence, their anger growing with every revelation. Isetnofret added her voice, recounting how she had witnessed these acts firsthand but feared speaking out. "We were blind," she said, tears streaming down her face. But no longer. The scales of justice tipped visibly, and the people turned their gaze to Sekhmetus, seeing her not as a slave, but as a savior. She stood tall, her shadow stretching long across the temple floor, embodying the prophecy fulfilled. As the truth sank in, the atmosphere shifted. The glowing statues of Ra dimmed, and sunlight slowly returned, bathing Thebes in warm golden light. Cheers erupted from the crowd, mingling with cries of relief and gratitude. Kepriamhet collapsed to his knees, defeated, as guards dragged him away. Stripped of his title and banished from the temple, he disappeared into obscurity. Meanwhile, Sekhmetus stepped forward, addressing the people. "The shadow has fallen," she said, her voice steady, "but light will rise again. Together we can restore balance." Her words resonated deeply, igniting hope in hearts long burdened by oppression. The festival ended not with despair, but with celebration, a new beginning for Thebes. The days following the festival were filled with celebration. The people of Thebes hailed Sekhmetus as a hero, their voices ringing out in gratitude. Merchants offered her gifts, golden amulets, fresh bread, and jars of honey, while children chanted her name in the streets. Elders spoke of her courage as a sign of divine favor, proof that even the lowborn could rise when justice demanded it. Yet Sekhmetus remained humble, refusing to accept riches or titles. Instead, she walked among the people, listening to their stories and sharing her own. Her presence brought hope to those who had long felt powerless, a reminder that change was possible even against overwhelming odds. Though offered freedom to leave Thebes, Sekhmetus chose to stay. She saw too much work left undone, too many wounds yet unhealed. Determined to make a difference, she dedicated herself to teaching others, sharing knowledge once hidden within the temple's walls. In the marketplace, she gathered groups of slaves and laborers, explaining the rituals, prophecies, and traditions that had been kept from them. "Knowledge is power," she told them, her voice firm but kind. "And together, we can ensure no one abuses it again." Her lessons sparked curiosity and courage, planting seeds of change that would grow for generations. Nebaman and Isetnofret stood by Sekhmetis, continuing their efforts to reform temple practices and restore transparency. Together, they documented her deeds in scrolls, ensuring her story would be remembered as part of Thebes' enduring legacy. They also worked to rebuild trust between the priesthood and the people, introducing new rituals that emphasized unity and fairness. Slowly but surely, the cracks in the system began to mend. The trio became symbols of resilience, proving that even in the face of corruption, justice could prevail. Their bond grew stronger with each passing day, united by a shared vision of a better future. As weeks turned into months, the people of Thebes noticed a shift not just in their leaders, but in themselves. Faith in Ra returned, stronger than ever, as did belief in the principles of Ma'at: truth, balance, and harmony. Statues no longer wept golden tears, and the Nile flowed steadily, its waters reflecting the calm skies above. Sekhmetis often visited the temple, standing before the scales carved into its walls. To her, they symbolized more than cosmic order. They represented the fragile yet powerful balance between oppression and freedom, silence and action. She knew the fight wasn't over, but she also knew they had taken the first step toward lasting change. The prophecy echoed in Sekhmetis's mind long after the festival ended. When the shadow falls upon Ra, the lowborn shall rise. It had come true not just for her, but for everyone who dared to challenge injustice. As she looked out over Thebes, watching the sun set behind the pyramids, she reflected on its meaning. Greatness could emerge from unexpected places, and even the smallest actions could spark monumental change. Her journey had taught her that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the decision to act despite it. And so, as the stars appeared one by one in the night sky, she whispered a prayer to Ra, thanking him for guiding her path and asking for strength to continue it. The golden halls of Thebes shimmered under the glow of hundreds of oil lamps. Incense curled through the air, its rich scent mingling with the distant echoes of temple chants. The palace was alive with celebration. Tonight was not a night of war, but of honor. At the heart of it all, standing before the grand throne of Pharaoh Khafre, was General Rahotep. His broad shoulders, bronzed from years under the scorching desert sun, bore the scars of countless battles fought in his king's name. Kneeling, he bowed his head low, pressing his forehead against the cool marble floor. Rahotep, Pharaoh's voice rang strong and clear, filling the chamber. You have been my sword, my shield, my most trusted hand. Through blood and battle, through war and peace, you have never wavered. Today you are not just my general, you are my brother in all but name. A murmur of approval swept through the gathered nobles and warriors. The viziers, dressed in fine linen, watched with measured pride, while temple priests whispered prayers of blessing. Servants poured wine into golden goblets, ready for the toast that would mark this sacred vow. Rahotep lifted his gaze, his dark eyes burning with unswerving loyalty. My Pharaoh, my life belongs to you. My blade shall never turn against you. My heart shall never waver. By the gods, by the sands, by my very soul, I am yours until death claims me. The room erupted in cheers. Khafre stepped forward, taking Rahotep's hand and raising him to his feet. The two men clasped arms, more than ruler and subject, more than warrior and king. They were bound by fate, by trust, by something deeper than mere duty. But in the shadowed corners of the hall, a lone figure stood unmoving. A high priest, his aged face lined with years of devotion to the gods, observed the scene with darkened eyes. When the cheers quieted, his frail voice cut through the air like a whisper of doom. "A great warrior," the priest murmured, his voice barely above a breath. "A heart unshaken by war, but not immune to love. Beware, Pharaoh, for all oaths are tested by the gods." A hush fell over the court. The words slithered through the air, curling into ears like an unseen serpent. But Pharaoh only laughed, shaking his head. "My faith in Rahotep is unbreakable," he declared. "No prophecy, no priest, no force in this world can change that." And Rahotep, standing tall beneath the golden light, believed it too. Yet somewhere, hidden within the vast halls of Thebes, unseen eyes watched him not with admiration, but with something far more dangerous. Something that would test the very oath he had sworn this night. For love was a force greater than loyalty, and fate was already in motion. The city of Thebes had seen many rulers rise and fall, but none as revered as Pharaoh Khafre. He was a man of unwavering ambition, a ruler who wielded power with the confidence of a god. Yet behind his golden mask of authority, there was one man he trusted beyond all others, Rahotep. They had been boys once, running barefoot through the palace gardens, laughing as they sparred with wooden swords. Khafre, born to rule, and Rahotep, born to serve. Their fates had been written in the stars long before they had taken their first breath. Yet, despite the divide of rank, a deep bond had grown between them, forged through childhood mischief and the trials of war. Rahotep had proven his loyalty time and time again. On the battlefield, he had stood as Khafre's shield, his sword cutting down all who dared threaten the pharaoh's rule. He had bled for his king, sacrificed his own desires for the sake of duty, and in return, Khafre had rewarded him with power, wealth, and honor. But in the silent moments between war and victory, Rahotep sometimes wondered, was there anything more to life than serving? He had spent years chasing glory, yet his heart remained empty, untouched by anything beyond devotion to his pharaoh. He did not know it yet, but the gods had already begun to weave a different fate for him, a fate that would lead him away from the path of loyalty and into the arms of forbidden love. And it would begin on the sacred steps of the Temple of Isis. The Temple of Isis stood like a vision of the heavens, its towering columns bathed in the golden light of dusk. The air was thick with the scent of lotus and burning myrrh, and the distant chants of priestesses echoed through the sacred halls. It was here, in this place, untouched by war and bloodshed, that Rahotep first laid eyes on Layla. She moved like a whisper of the Nile, her white robes flowing with each step. The flickering torchlight caught the deep kohl lining her eyes, making them seem endless, unreadable. Rahotep had faced enemies twice his size, had stood in the heart of battle without fear, but in that moment, he felt something stir within him, something unfamiliar. She was speaking with a group of priestesses when their eyes met. It was brief, like the brush of a breeze, but enough to leave a mark. Rahotep did not believe in omens, but the way the air seemed to still around her made him wonder if the gods had placed her in his path for a reason. He should have looked away. A warrior had no place among priestesses. Their lives were devoted to the gods, untouched by earthly desires. But Rahotep found himself lingering, watching her from the shadows of the temple pillars. As if sensing his gaze, Layla turned once more. This time, she did not look away. A small, knowing smile played at her lips before she disappeared into the inner sanctum of the temple. Rahotep exhaled, his chest tight with something he could not yet name. And so, the first stone of his fate had been placed. Rahotep could not forget her. Days passed, yet the image of Layla lingered in his mind like a half-remembered dream. He saw her eyes in the stillness of the night, heard her voice in the whispers of the wind. It made no sense he had spent his life serving Pharaoh, with no time for distractions. And yet, the memory of a single glance haunted him. He told himself it was nothing, a passing curiosity. But curiosity became longing, and longing became something dangerous. One evening, under the pretense of seeking a blessing from the gods, Rahotep returned to the temple of Isis. The priestesses moved gracefully through the halls, ants filling the air with an eerie calm. He had no right to be here, yet he walked deeper into the temple, his heart pounding like war drums. And then he saw her. Layla knelt before an altar, her head bowed in prayer. The glow of oil lamps bathed her in golden light, making her seem almost unreal. He should have turned away before his presence was noticed. But then she lifted her gaze and met his eyes. "You do not belong here, warrior," she said softly. Rahotep's breath caught. She was not afraid, nor did she lower her gaze in submission as most women did in his presence. There was something in her voice, something knowing, as if she could already see the storm building within him. "I seek the wisdom of the gods," he answered. It was not entirely a lie, though the wisdom he sought was not from the divine. Layla studied him for a long moment before a small, unreadable smile touched her lips. "Then let us see if the gods are willing to grant it." She turned and disappeared into the temple's inner sanctum, leaving Rahotep standing alone in the dim torchlight. For the first time in his life, he felt unsure of the path ahead. And yet, despite the warnings in his mind, he knew he would return. Rahotep knew he was walking a dangerous path, but he could not turn back. Night after night, he returned to the temple of Isis, always under the cover of darkness. At first, he told himself it was only to speak with Layla, to understand the wisdom she carried. But with each meeting, his heart betrayed him more. Their conversations were unlike anything he had ever known. She spoke not of war, not of power, but of the stars, of fate, of love, and its defiance of the gods. "You are bound to Pharaoh," she whispered one evening as they stood beneath the temple's stone archways. "Your loyalty is your chain." Rahotep tensed, but Layla only smiled, tracing her fingers along the smooth stone of the pillar beside her. "Do you not wish to be free?" Freedom. It was a word he had never considered. His life had been given to Pharaoh, his purpose carved in stone before he could speak his own desires. But now, when he looked at Layla, he saw another future one, where he was not a servant, not a warrior, but simply a man. It was a dangerous thought. And yet, when Layla's fingers brushed against his, he did not pull away. One stolen touch became many. Whispered words turned into longing glances. A forbidden love growing in the shadows of the temple walls. Rahotep did not know how long they could keep this secret. He only knew that, for the first time in his life, his heart was no longer Pharaoh's. It belonged to Layla. Rumors spread like desert windslant, unseen, but impossible to contain. At first, no one questioned Rahotep's late-night absences. He was Pharaoh's most trusted warrior, a man who answered only to the king himself. But whispers have a way of finding the ears that wish to hear them. It started with a servant who noticed Rahotep slipping into the streets of Thebes long after the palace had gone to rest. Then a temple guard who swore he saw a shadow moving beyond the columns of the temple of Isis. A royal advisor took note of Rahotep's distracted gaze during council meetings, his thoughts clearly far from Pharaoh's affairs. Pharaoh Khafre dismissed these murmurs at first. He had known Rahotep his entire life, loyal, unshakable Rahotep. a man who had never once questioned his duty. But doubt is like a drop of ink in clear water. Once it is there, it spreads. One evening, as Rahotep stood by Pharaoh's side in the great hall, the royal advisor leaned in, voice low. "My king, the general has been distracted. Some say he visits the temple far too often." Khafre's expression darkened. "And what is in the temple that would interest a man like Rahotep?" The advisor hesitated. "A woman, my pharaoh." The words struck like a blade. Khafre turned his gaze to Rahotep, watching him in silence. A feeling stirred within him, something unspoken, something dangerous. Loyalty, once absolute, was now in question. And for the first time, Pharaoh wondered, was there truth in the whispers? The moon hung low over Thebes, casting silver light upon the sacred temple walls. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of burning myrrh. But Rahotep barely noticed. His mind was consumed by the words Layla had spoken that evening, words that made his blood run cold. "They plan to sacrifice me," she had whispered, her hands trembling in his. Rahotep had thought she meant it metaphorically, that the priestesses would cast her out for her forbidden love. But her eyes held terror real, undeniable. "The high priest believes I have angered the gods," she continued, her voice barely a breath. "In 3 days I will be given to the Nile." Rahotep felt rage coil inside him like a serpent. The thought of losing her, of watching her slip beneath the waters, was unbearable. "Then we leave," he said, his grip tightening. "Tonight." But before she could answer, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the temple corridors. Layla's eyes widened in fear. "Go," she urged, pushing him toward the shadows. Rahotep hesitated, but it was too late. The doors burst open, and the high priest entered, flanked by temple guards. His aged face twisted in fury as he pointed at Rahotep. "Blasphemer!" the priest roared. "You defile the house of the gods." Rahotep reached for his dagger, instincts honed by war taking over. The guards rushed forward. Layla screamed his name. Steel flashed in the dim light, and in a single moment, Rahotep sealed his fate. The temple erupted into chaos. The high priest's shouts rang through the halls, calling upon the gods to witness the sin that had been committed in their sacred space. Rahotep did not hesitate. His blade struck swiftly, silencing the priest's cries with a single fatal thrust. Blood bloomed across the elder's pristine robes, and for a moment, time seemed to stop. The temple guards hesitated, their eyes wide with shock. The great warrior, Pharaoh's most loyal servant, had just slain a holy man. This was no longer just blasphemy, it was treason against the gods themselves. Layla gasped, pressing a trembling hand to her lips. "Rahotep, what have you done?" There was no time to answer. The guards recovered from their shock and lunged. Rahotep fought with all the skill war had gifted him, his movements swift and precise. But there were too many. Blades slashed through the air, fists struck like hammers, and though he brought down several men, he was soon overwhelmed. A crushing blow to his head sent him sprawling onto the temple floor. His vision blurred, the scent of blood and incense mingling in his senses. Through the haze, he saw Layla being dragged away, her cries piercing through the pounding in his skull. Then, darkness swallowed him whole. When he awoke, cold iron shackles bound his wrists. The temple walls were gone, replaced by the towering pillars of the pharaoh's great hall. The throne loomed ahead, and upon it sat Khafre. His expression was unreadable. His voice, when he spoke, was not that of a friend but of a ruler passing judgment. "You have betrayed me, Rahotep. And with those words, the fate of the once loyal warrior was sealed. The great hall of Thebes had never been so silent. Nobles, priests, and warriors stood in solemn rows, their gazes fixed upon the kneeling figure at the center of the chamber. Rahotep, once the pride of Pharaoh's army, was now a prisoner, his wrists bound in heavy chains, his face bloodied from the temple struggle. Atop the golden throne, Pharaoh Khafre sat unmoving. His expression was carved from stone, unreadable even to those who knew him best. But his Aisha's eyes held something dark, something raw. Rahotep. Khafre's voice echoed through the chamber, low and heavy. You were my brother in all but name, my sword, my shield, the man I trusted above all others. Rahotep did not lower his gaze. And I have never wavered in my loyalty to you, my pharaoh. Then explain the blood on your hands, Khafre said, his voice sharpening. Explain why the high priest lies dead, why you defiled the god's temple for a woman. The court murmured in hushed voices. Rahotep's jaw clenched. He could see Layla now, standing between two guards, her wrists bound, but her posture unbroken. She looked at him with eyes that carried both love and sorrow. I did what I had to, Rahotep said, his voice steady. They would have killed her. And so you chose her life over your duty to me? Khafre asked. Rahotep's silence was answer enough. The pharaoh exhaled slowly, leaning back against his throne. He was no longer just a man questioning a friend, he was a ruler weighing justice. The court waited with bated breath. You have broken sacred laws, Khafre said at last. Betrayed the gods, betrayed me. The sentence was clear before it was spoken. Your punishment is death. A gasp rippled through the chamber, but Rahotep did not flinch. He had expected this. What of Layla? He asked. Khafre hesitated. The room was silent, all eyes on their king. For the first time, uncertainty flickered in his gaze. The gods will decide her fate, he said. Rahotep's fists clenched. He could accept his own death, but Laylash could not suffer for his sins. And so he made one final plea. If you ever called me brother, spare her. Khafre's face darkened. The weight of friendship, of betrayal, of love, of all the tangled emotions hung heavy between them. The judgment was not yet over. The great hall was silent, yet the weight of unspoken words pressed heavily upon Pharaoh Khafre. He sat upon his golden throne, his expression unreadable. But inside, a storm raged. Rahotep's brother in battle, the man who had stood beside him through war and bloodshed, knelt in chains before him, condemned to die. And for what? For love? For a woman? Khafre's fingers curled into fists against the armrests of his throne. His advisors, the priests, and the nobles all waited for him to speak. But he hesitated. His mind was not in the hall, it was in the past. He remembered the boyhood days when he and Rahotep trained with wooden swords in the palace gardens, swearing loyalty to each other before they even understood what loyalty meant. He remembered the battlefield where Rahotep had stood before him, unyielding, facing death without fear. How many times had Rahotep saved his life? How many times had he put duty above all else? And yet, when it mattered most, Rahotep had chosen love over Pharaoh. Khafre's chest tightened. Was it betrayal? Or was it something else, something greater? Something he, as Pharaoh, could never understand. His gaze flickered to Layla. She stood between the guards, her head held high despite the chains around her wrists. There was no pleading in her eyes, no fear, only sorrow. The gods will decide her fate. He had said moments ago, but the words felt empty. He was Pharaoh. It was not the gods who decided, it was him. And yet, what choice did he have? To spare Rahotep would mean defying the gods, breaking the sacred laws of Ma'at. His own people would question his rule. But to kill him, to end the life of the man who had been his most loyal companion, would that not be a greater betrayal? For the first time since ascending the throne, Pharaoh Khafre felt powerless. The law demanded death. His heart demanded mercy, and he did not know which would destroy him more. Pharaoh Khafre's breath was slow and measured, but inside, his heart pounded like the drums of war. He had fought battles, conquered lands, and ruled with the authority of a god, but never had he faced a decision as agonizing as this. Rahotep knelt before him, unbroken despite the chains that bound him. His dark eyes held no fear, only resolve. He had made peace with his fate. But when Khafre looked at Layla, he saw something different. She was not pleading. She was not weeping. Yet, in the depths of her gaze, there was something undeniable of. A love so powerful that it had driven a man like Rahotep, a warrior of unshakable loyalty, to defy his own king. Khafre swallowed hard. He had always believed loyalty was absolute, that Rahotep would stand beside him until death. But now he saw the truth. There was a force greater than loyalty, greater than duty, and he could not fight it. Slowly, Khafre stood, his golden robes flowing around him like the sands of time. The hall held its breath, waiting for his judgment. "Rahotep," he said, his voice steady, though his soul was anything but. "You have broken the sacred laws. You have spilled the blood of the gods chosen. For this, there is no forgiveness." The words felt like iron in his mouth. Rahotep bowed his head. "I understand, my pharaoh." Khafre clenched his jaw. "You will be granted an honorable warrior's death," he declared. "You may die with dignity, as a soldier, not as a traitor." A murmur rippled through the court. It was mercy-more than most had expected, but it was not enough for Rahotep. He lifted his head, his gaze sharp. "And Layla?" Khafre exhaled slowly. He had not yet spoken her fate, but he had already decided. "She will live," he said at last. "She is banished from Thebes, never to return." A gasp swept through the crowd. Some priests whispered in disapproval she had defiled the sacred temple. And yet, she was spared? Rahotep closed his eyes, exhaling in relief. She would live. That was all that mattered. Layla, however, stood frozen. Her fate was sealed, but her heart was not at peace. "No," she whispered, stepping forward despite the guards holding her back. "I do not wish to live without him." Khafre's expression darkened. "You would choose death?" Layla met his gaze without hesitation. "I would choose love." A silence heavier than stone filled the hall. Khafre looked between them, the warrior who had been his brother, and the woman who had stolen his heart. His hands curled into fists. And then, without another word, he turned his back. The judgment had been made. Rahotep and Layla would meet their fate together. The execution was set for dawn. The palace courtyard, once a place of celebration and triumph, had become a stage for tragedy. Torches flickered against the dark sky as the people of Thebes gathered in silence. Some came out of duty, others out of curiosity. But none could ignore the weight of what was about to unfold. Rahotep stood tall, unshaken, as the guards led him to the stone platform. He did not fight. He did not beg. He had faced death 100 times before this time would be no different. But as he turned his head, his heart clenched. Layla stood beside him. She had not run. She had not pleaded for mercy. She had simply chosen to die by his side. Khafre watched from the balcony above, his face carved from stone. He had given Layla a chance to live. She had refused, and now he would watch as the two people who had betrayed him met their end. Rahotep's hands tightened into fists. "You do not have to do this," he whispered to Layla. She smiled softly, her fingers brushing his. "I have no life without you." A priest stepped forward, reciting prayers to the gods. The executioner raised his blade. The moment had come. Rahotep turned to Layla one last time, his heart breaking even as it swelled with love. And as the sun began to rise over Thebes, their souls became one. The gods had taken everything from them in life, but in death they were finally free. The sun rose over Thebes, golden light spilling across the city. But in Pharaoh Khafre's heart, there was only darkness. He sat alone in his chamber, the cheers of the people still echoing in the distance. They called it justice, a necessary punishment, the will of the gods. But Khafre felt no victory. He had seen countless men fall in battle, had ordered the deaths of traitors and rebels without hesitation. Yet nothing had ever felt like this. Nothing had ever weighed so heavily on his soul. Rahotep had been more than his general. He had been his brother, the one man who had never abandoned him until love had pulled him away. Khafre had told himself that duty must come before all else, that his hands were tied by law and tradition. But as he looked at the empty throne beside him, the place where Rahotep had once stood, he could not escape the truth. He had lost him, and Layla, her defiance, haunted him. The way she had chosen death so willingly, as if love mattered more than life itself. Could he, Pharaoh of all Egypt, ever understand such devotion? A servant entered, bowing low. "My Pharaoh, the bodies have been taken. What are your orders?" Khafre's throat tightened. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, he spoke. "Build them a tomb." The servant hesitated. "A tomb, my lord?" Khafre turned his gaze to the horizon, where the sun burned like an unforgiving god. "They will not be forgotten." For the first time, Pharaoh Khafre questioned whether justice had truly been served. Time moved forward, but the story of Rahotep and Layla never faded. The people of Thebes whispered of the warrior who had once stood unshakable at Pharaoh's side, only to be undone by love. They spoke of the priestess who had defied the gods themselves, choosing death over a life without the man she loved. Some called it a tragedy, others a curse. But to those who understood love's power, it was something else. A legend. At Pharaoh Khafre's command, a tomb was built outside the grand city walls, carved into the stone cliffs that overlooked the Nile. It was not the tomb of a traitor, nor a warrior. It was a tomb for two souls who had dared to love beyond what the gods allowed. No royal ceremony was held. No grand inscriptions of their crimes. Only a single carving, etched into the stone. Bound by love, freed by death. Khafre visited the tomb only once. He stood before it as the wind howled across the cliffs, his royal robes fluttering like the wings of a falcon. He had lost a brother. He had lost a friend. And in his heart, though he would never say it aloud, he knew he had lost a part of himself. "Perhaps you were right," he murmured, voice barely audible against the wind. "Perhaps love is greater than loyalty." Then, without another word, he turned and walked away, leaving the past behind. Years passed. Pharaohs rose and fell. Kingdoms changed. But deep in the cliffs of Thebes, their tomb remained, untouched, unforgotten. And whenever the wind whispered through the valley, some swore they could still hear the echoes of a love too strong for even death to silence. Rahotep and Layla were gone, but their love lived forever. Under the flickering glow of an oil lamp, an old man with deep wrinkles and hollow eyes leaned forward. "No one who touched the sacred stone ever returned," he whispered. His voice trembled, carrying the weight of ancient warnings. The group of explorers exchanged skeptical glances, dismissing his words. Moonlight bathed the ancient pyramid in silver as a peculiar stone, smoother and darker than the rest, stood out against the weathered limestone. Strange symbols, almost pulsating with a faint glow, lined its surface. "It's just a rock," muttered Edric, the team's historian, running a gloved hand over it. Yet, as his fingers hovered, a chilling gust of wind surged through the desert, rustling their equipment. For a moment, the air smelled of something unnatural, damp stone and decayed offerings. A local guide, eyes wide with fear, stepped forward. "Once, a man like you ignored the warnings," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "He touched the stone and vanished before our eyes." The desert swallowed him whole. The group chuckled nervously. Superstitions, they thought. Legends meant to scare away outsiders. Yet, deep in the shadows of the pyramid, something stirred, something that had been waiting far too long. Kaysen had spent his entire life chasing whispers of the past. Unlike the treasure hunters who sought gold, he craved knowledge secrets buried beneath centuries of sand. The sacred pyramid was his greatest obsession, a monument wrapped in myth and mystery. Despite countless warnings from locals, he refused to believe in curses. "Every legend has a source," he often said, "and every mystery has an answer." This expedition, he was certain, would be the one to unravel the truth. Little did he know, some truths were never meant to be uncovered. As dawn stretched across the horizon, Kaysen and his team arrived at the towering pyramid. The sun reflected off its ancient stones, giving the illusion that it pulsed with life. Ceres, the expedition's cartographer, adjusted her wide-brimmed hat and whistled. "It's even bigger up close." Behind her, Gael, the quiet engineer, unloaded the equipment. The local guide, Tarek, stood apart, uneasy. "We should not be here," he muttered, his voice barely audible over the desert wind. Kaysen waved him off. Superstition had no place in archaeology. The past belonged to those brave enough to claim it. Despite the blistering heat, a strange chill lingered in the air. The pyramid loomed, silent and watching. The wind carried whispers, faint, unintelligible murmurs that made Ceres pause. "Did you hear that?" she asked, glancing at Gale. He shook his head, but his grip on his gear tightened. Tarek, pale and tense, stopped at the pyramid's base. "This place is cursed," he said. "The stone, it is not to be touched." Kaysen smirked. "Every ruin has its myths," he said, stepping forward. But as his boots pressed into the sand, the whispers grew louder. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of old stone and dust. Their lanterns cast flickering shadows along the hieroglyph-covered walls. As they ventured deeper, the passage narrowed, revealing a chamber untouched by time. At its center stood a peculiar black stone, smooth as glass, embedded in the wall. It looked different from the surrounding limestone, out of place, almost deliberate. Kaysen's heart pounded. This was it. Proof of something lost to history. "This wasn't here in the records," Ceres murmured, tracing the symbols surrounding it. They pulsed faintly under her fingers, as if alive. Tarek stepped back, his breath shallow. "Do not touch it," he warned, his voice urgent. "It is sacred." But Kaysen, entranced, reached forward. The stone felt impossibly cold, sending a shiver through his bones. A sudden gust extinguished their lanterns, plunging them into darkness. The ground trembled. A low, guttural sound rumbled from deep within the pyramid, something awakening. The whispers became voices, shrill and furious. Ceres gasped. "What did you do?" Kaysen stumbled back, his pulse racing. The stone, now glowing with an eerie blue light, pulsed against the darkness, and then the screaming began. A deafening crack split the air as the pyramid trembled. Dust rained from the ceiling, and the stone beneath their feet groaned like a waking beast. Kaysen stumbled, his breath shallow. The black stone, now pulsing with an eerie blue glow, seemed alive. "We need to go, now," Gale shouted, grabbing Ceres by the wrist. But the entrance they came through had vanished, sealed by an unseen force. The walls shifted, ancient mechanisms grinding as if something buried deep within the pyramid had finally been disturbed. The voices grew louder, whispering in a language none of them understood. Tarek pressed his back against the wall, his eyes wide with terror. "You have doomed us all," he whispered. A sudden wave of dizziness overtook Kaysen. The chamber blurred, the present unraveling before his eyes. He was no longer in the pyramid. Instead, he stood in a grand hall of polished stone, torches lining the walls. A procession of priests moved in unison, their faces obscured by golden masks. At the center of the room, a kneeling figure trembled before a towering pharaoh. The king raised his hand, and the black, stone identical to the one Kaysen had touched hovered above the man's head. The priests chanted, their voices growing louder until the man screamed. A blinding flash, then nothing. Kaysen gasped, yanked back into reality. His hand still burned where he had touched the stone. "It's not just a relic," he murmured. "It's a prison." Pain shot through Kaysen's hand, spreading like fire through his veins. The glowing symbols on the stone now mirrored his palm, as if something had marked him. His breath hitched. "Kaysen, what's happening to you?" Ceres asked, voice laced with panic. His vision wavered. The walls shifted, the hieroglyphs appearing to twist and reshape themselves. A deep, guttural voice echoed through the chamber. "You've broken the seal." His knees buckled as the temperature plummeted. The once dry air turned thick with moisture, and an unnatural darkness crept in from the corners of the room. Shadows moved, stretching and slithering like living things. Kaysen clutched his head as whispers turned to shrieks. The curse had awakened. Outside, the sky darkened unnaturally. A windstorm erupted, howling through the valley, lifting sand into violent spirals. The surrounding desert, once calm, now raged with unnatural fury. At the pyramid's base, their abandoned camp was already half buried beneath the onslaught. The guides who had refused to enter the pyramid watched in horror, murmuring prayers for the souls inside. Back in the chamber, the temperature continued to drop. Gale pounded against the sealed entrance. "We're trapped," he shouted. The ground beneath them lurched. Someone was stirring beneath the stone. The wind outside screamed, a voice woven into the storm. It wasn't just a natural disaster, it was a warning. And it was only the beginning. Kaysen forced himself to focus. There had to be a way out. The pyramid was ancient, built with hidden mechanisms and secret passages. Look for inscriptions, anything that might. He stopped mid-sentence. The hieroglyphs had changed. Where before they had depicted scenes of rituals, now they showed figures running, screaming, fleeing from something unseen. His stomach twisted. "This isn't just a tomb," he whispered. "It's a warning." Ceres traced her fingers over an unfamiliar symbol. It shifted beneath her touch, sinking into the wall with a heavy click. The chamber groaned. A new passageway revealed itself, leading into a deeper abyss. "We don't have a choice," Gale said. The team hesitated only a second before plunging forward, torches in hand. Behind them, the chamber shook again. Something unseen followed. The voices were no longer whispers. They were laughter-low, mocking, and hungry. The passageway led to a vast hall, its ceiling lost in darkness. Massive statues lined the room, their eyes hollow and watchful. In the center stood a single figure tall, wrapped in decayed linen, its face hidden behind an ornate golden mask. The moment they stepped inside, its head turned. Ceres let out a strangled gasp. The guardian stepped forward, slow and deliberate. "You have defiled the sacred stone," it intoned. Its voice layered both human and something far older. The torches flickered, their flames bending toward the creature, as if drawn to its presence. Cason's marked hand burned hotter, the glowing symbols now pulsating with every step the guardian took. "It was an accident," he said, voice hoarse. The guardian raised a skeletal hand, and the walls trembled. "There are no accidents," it said, "only consequences." The statues along the walls began to move. The guardian stepped forward, each movement rattling with the sound of shifting bones. The air around them thickened, pressing down like an unseen weight. Cason's legs trembled, his marked hand burning as if it were on fire. The statues along the walls turned their hollow gazes toward the team, their mouths opening in silent screams. "You were warned," the guardian intoned. "The sacred seal was never meant to be broken." The room darkened, the shadows curling like living tendrils. A deep voice not the guardian's, but something far older echoed from the very walls. "The trial begins." Suddenly, the team was no longer in the chamber. The stone floor beneath them had vanished, replaced by swirling darkness. Cason barely had time to cry out before the world around them shattered like glass. Cason landed hard on smooth, polished stone. Around him, the others gasped, dazed by the sudden shift. They were no longer in the pyramid, but in an ancient courtroom, a massive hall, lined with towering figures draped in gold-trimmed robes. Their faces were hidden in shadow, their eyes glowing like embers. At the center, a colossal scale hung, its golden plates empty. The guardian stood beside it, motionless. "You have trespassed upon the sacred ground," one of the figures boomed. "And now you shall be judged." Cason's throat went dry. The scale shifted, tilting toward one side. A rush of images flooded his mind, past explorers, all standing in this very chamber, their fates decided by forces beyond human comprehension. Some were spared. Others were not. The weight of unseen hands pressed against his shoulders. He was being measured, and if the scale tipped too far, he knew exactly what would happen. Ceres stepped forward, her voice steadier than Cason expected. "We didn't mean to disturb anything," she pleaded. "We were only searching for knowledge." The guardian's gaze flickered toward her. "Knowledge," it repeated, its voice layered with ancient echoes. "The knowledge of the cursed is the burden of the damned." The scale trembled, swaying between balance and judgment. Gale turned to the inscriptions on the walls, his eyes scanning desperately. "There has to be a way to prove we meant no harm." His fingers traced a series of symbol stones that spoke of a ritual, a test of worth. He gasped. "Cason, your mark. It's a key." Cason looked at his hand, the glowing symbols pulsing. The guardian tilted its head. "Then let the test be fulfilled," it declared. The chamber shifted again. The trial was far from over. The darkness around them melted away, revealing a new space, a vast, endless desert under a blood-red sky. In the distance, a single pillar stood, and atop it, the black stone pulsed with unnatural energy. The guardian's voice rumbled through the air. "Return what was stolen, or be lost to the void." Kaysen hesitated. The stone's power vibrated through him, whispering forbidden secrets. He could keep it. He could wield knowledge lost to time. But the visions of past explorers flashed before him, faces twisted in agony, their bodies turning to dust. The price was too high. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward. The mark on his hand burned brighter, merging with the stone's glow. The wind howled as he reached out, the final choice upon him. The moment Kaysen's hand touched the stone, the air shifted. A surge of energy pulsed through his body, nearly knocking him off his feet. The guardian raised its staff, chanting in the forgotten tongue of the ancients. The scale in the courtroom flickered in his mind, the weight tipping once more. Kaysen clenched his jaw. He had to give it back. With all his strength, he pressed his hand against the stone, willing the energy to return. The symbols on his skin flared, then faded. A powerful gust of wind spiraled around him, lifting the dust of centuries past. The guardian watched in silence. Then, slowly, it bowed its head. "The seal is restored," it intoned. The sky above them cracked, light spilling through. The world trembled as the pyramid's grip loosened. The chamber around them reappeared, the ancient courtroom dissolving into mist. The statues returned to their original positions, their hollow eyes once more lifeless. The guardian, now standing at the threshold of the fading ritual, looked upon Kaysen and his team one last time. "Go," it said. "But remember, knowledge comes at a cost." The ground beneath them rumbled again, this time as the pyramid itself began to shift. Stones crumbled, the walls closing in. "Move!" Gale shouted, grabbing Saris's hand as they ran. Kaysen lingered for half a second, staring at the fading glow of the black stone. Then, with one final breath, he turned and sprinted toward the exit. The curse had been contained, but something deep inside him whispered, it was never truly gone. The pyramid trembled violently, dust and stone cascading from the ceiling. The entrance was within sight, but the weight of the curse had not yet lifted. Tarek stumbled, gasping for breath. "Something is still wrong," he choked. The guardian's final words echoed in Kaysen's mind. Balance must be restored. Someone had to stay behind. The realization hit like a blade. The past explorers hadn't simply vanished. They had been claimed. "Go!" Tarek shouted, his voice filled with understanding. "I will finish what was started." Kaysen's heart twisted. "No, we can." Tarek shook his head. "This is my land, my ancestors' burden. You were never meant to bear it." Before Kaysen could argue, Tarek turned and stepped back into the shadows. The temple doors groaned, beginning to close. With one last glance, Kaysen forced himself to run. The last thing he saw was Tarek bowing before the black stone. The moment they crossed the threshold, the entrance sealed shut with a deafening thud. The wind, which had raged moments before, stopped entirely. The desert fell into an eerie stillness. The pyramid, once alive with unnatural energy, stood silent once more. Ceres collapsed onto the sand, her hands trembling. "Is it over?" Gale whispered. Kaysen swallowed the lump in his throat. The weight of Tarek's sacrifice pressed heavily on his chest. He turned to the massive stone structure, now motionless beneath the starlit sky. There was no answer, only silence. The curse had been contained, but at what cost? The knowledge they had sought had nearly destroyed them. Some things were meant to remain buried, and yet, Kaysen's marked hand still tingled, as if the pyramid's memory lived within him. They moved in silence, leaving behind what should have never been disturbed. Their camp was half buried in the sandstorm's aftermath, yet the world outside the pyramid felt eerily unchanged. As they packed what little remained of their supplies, Ceres hesitated. "We have to tell people what happened," she said. "Warn them." Kaysen looked at her, then at the dark silhouette of the pyramid against the horizon. Would anyone believe them? Legends were ignored, and the warnings of the past had already been dismissed once. He exhaled sharply. "No one must ever come here again." Gale nodded, wordless. As the first rays of dawn painted the desert gold, they turned away, the pyramid shrinking behind them. Whatever secrets it held would remain buried, at least for now. Days later, back in the city, Kaysen found himself unable to sleep. The whispers of the pyramid still clung to his thoughts. Every shadow seemed to stretch toward him. Every breath of wind carried echoes of the voices. He thought of Tarek's sacrifice, of the black stone pulsing with unnatural life. He had escaped, but he wasn't free. Sitting in the dim glow of a lantern, he turned to his journal. His pen hovered over the pages. He hesitated. Then, in careful, deliberate strokes, he wrote the first words: "Never touch the sacred stone." His hands trembled as he closed the book. Perhaps no one would ever read it, but if they did, maybe, just maybe, it would be enough to stop the next fool from making the same mistake. As he reached to put the journal away, his sleeve slipped, revealing the skin beneath. His breath caught. The glowing symbols were still there, faint but present, etched into his flesh like a scar that time could not erase. The curse had not vanished. It had simply changed. A shiver ran down his spine. Somewhere, in the depths of the ancient pyramid, the stone still waited, waiting for the next seeker, the next fool blinded by curiosity. Kaysen clenched his fist. He had survived, but he was not untouched. He had become part of the legend now, and legends never die. In the heart of ancient Egypt, beneath the scorching desert sun, an old and wise seer stood before the pharaoh's grand palace. Her eyes, clouded with age, yet sharp with a knowledge few could comprehend, glistened with fear as she spoke the prophecy that would change the course of history. "A boy will rise," she whispered. "A boy who will kill his father and marry his own mother." Her voice trembled with an ominous energy as she repeated the chilling words. "A curse that no one can escape." Those who gathered in the royal court, from noblemen to slaves, felt their hearts freeze with terror. The air became thick with unease, as if the very heavens themselves had cursed the land. The prophecy, strange and horrific, echoed in the minds of all who heard it, leaving a scar on Egypt's fate that would never heal. The pharaoh, a man whose power and wealth had once seemed infinite, now stood shaken before the words of the seer. His kingdom had prospered for centuries, built on the backs of countless slaves and the wisdom of the gods. But now it seemed as though the gods themselves had turned against him. His newborn son, the heir to the throne, would one day be the cause of his ruin. The pharaoh could not allow that to happen. In the quiet of the palace chambers, he turned to his trusted advisors, his hands trembling as he gripped the royal scepter. "This must not come to pass," he muttered, his voice thick with sorrow. "I will do whatever it takes to ensure that the prophecy is stopped before it can unfold." The decision was made in a heartbeat. The infant, so innocent and pure, would be abandoned, cast away, to die so that the curse could never be fulfilled. But deep within the pharaoh's heart, a painful truth began to stir. The gods had already set this tragedy in motion, and no man, no king, could change what was written in the stars. The boy's fate was sealed. Under the cover of darkness, the pharaoh ordered his son to be taken far from the royal palace. Wrapped in a simple cloth, the child was placed in a small basket and left on the banks of the Nile River. The river's current would carry him away, and with it, the hope for the kingdom's future. The pharaoh, haunted by his decision, could not bear to look as his son was carried away, knowing that the life of the innocent child would be snuffed out before it could truly begin. Yet, fate had other plans. As the basket floated gently down the river, the gods, it seemed, had decided that this boy's life would not end here. The very same river that had been meant to drown him, instead, became the cradle that saved him. The child was discovered by a band of travelers, unaware of the boy's royal heritage, who took him in as their own. And so, the prophecy, though seemingly halted, continued to live in the shadows, waiting for the day it would come to fruition. The child, once destined for a life of royalty, grew up in a modest home far from the grandeur of the pharaoh's palace. Raised by the kind-hearted travelers who had found him by the Nile, he knew nothing of his true origins. His days were spent in the simple routines of farm life, helping with crops, tending animals, and learning the ways of the world from those who took him in as their own. Yet, despite the love and care they gave him, something inside the boy always felt incomplete. He was different from the others. The other children in the village, though friendly and kind, could never quite understand him. There was a restlessness in his heart that none could explain. His dreams, vivid and haunting, often filled his nights. He saw visions of a grand palace, of golden thrones, and the faces of people who looked at him as though they knew him, yet he did not recognize them. He would wake with a sense of longing, as though something important was missing from his life. Though he loved his adoptive family, deep within him stirred the quiet whisper of a destiny he could not yet comprehend. The seer's prophecy seemed a distant shadow in his mind, one he couldn't quite grasp but which seemed to follow him, always lurking just beyond the edge of his consciousness. As he grew older, the boy's strange dreams began to intensify. In these dreams, he stood before a grand throne room, bathed in golden light, surrounded by people who cheered his name, and yet he was always alone. There were faces in the crowd, figures that seemed familiar, but they were always blurred, their features just out of reach. At times he felt the strong pull of an unseen force, as though something was guiding him, pulling him towards this mysterious palace. He would wake from these dreams, gasping for air, his heart racing as if the very air around him was thick with the scent of power. It wasn't just the dreams that troubled him. There was a strange pull to Egypt itself. Though he had never been there, he felt an inexplicable connection to the land of the pharaohs. In every passing breeze, in the whispers of the wind through the trees, he felt a connection, deep and undeniable. He would hear stories of Egypt, of its ancient kings and their magnificent pyramids, and his heart would ache as though he knew them, though he had never set foot on the sacred sands. The boy, now a young man, began to realize that he could not ignore these feelings any longer. Something within him urged him to leave his humble life behind and seek the kingdom he had never known but felt he belonged to. His destiny, though hidden, was beginning to call out to him. The day finally came when the boy could no longer ignore the pull of his heart. One evening, as he sat by the fire, listening to his adoptive father's tales of distant lands and forgotten kingdoms, a strange feeling overcame him. The firelight danced on the walls, casting shadows that seemed to take on lives of their own. In that moment, he knew that he could not remain in the village any longer. His soul was restless, and the dreams, those vivid, haunting dreams, were no longer just whispers. They were becoming a roar, demanding his attention. He had to go to Egypt. He had to find the truth about himself. His adoptive parents, though sad to see him go, understood that they could not stand in the way of the path he was meant to take. With nothing but the clothes on his back and a small pouch of coins, the boy, now a young man, set off on the journey that would change his life forever. As he traveled, each step seemed to bring him closer to the land he had dreamed of. The desert winds whispered of Egypt's ancient mysteries, and the more he journeyed, the more he knew that he was headed towards something fateful. The prophecy, still a distant echo in the back of his mind, seemed to grow louder, as if the universe was beginning to align, setting him on the path he had no choice but to follow. After weeks of traveling, the young man finally arrived at the borders of Egypt. The land was unlike any he had ever seen, vast stretches of desert, broken only by the towering pyramids that rose like ancient sentinels against the clear blue sky. The air smelled different, thick with the scent of mystery and power. As he ventured deeper into the kingdom, he was struck by the grandeur of it all. The streets were lined with monumental statues, and the hustle and bustle of the city was unlike anything he had experienced in his small village. He walked among the people, marveling at their rich culture, their clothing, and the majestic architecture that surrounded him. Yet, even as he took in the beauty and grandeur of Egypt, he felt an undeniable sense of belonging. This was his place, and it was here that he would uncover the truth of his past. The very air seemed to hum with an ancient energy, as though the land itself was alive with the power of history. The young man was drawn to the palace, a place where he felt an almost magnetic pull. Little did he know, the kingdom was on the verge of a great crisis, and his arrival would set in motion events that would change the course of Egypt's future forever. The prophecy, buried deep within the past, was about to become a reality, and the young man would soon learn that his destiny was tied to the kingdom in ways he could never have imagined. Egypt, once a land of prosperity and peace, was now shrouded in chaos. The Pharaoh's kingdom, ruled with an iron fist, was on the brink of collapse. A curse, ancient and powerful, had descended upon the land. Crops failed, the rivers ran dry, and disease spread across the villages like wildfire. The people whispered in fear, their voices trembling as they spoke of the great disaster that had befallen their kingdom. The curse, they said, could only be broken by solving the riddle of the Sphinx, a mythical creature whose riddles were said to be unsolvable. But no one had managed to solve it. The Pharaoh, desperate and cornered by his people's fear, issued a proclamation. Whoever could solve the Sphinx's riddle would not only save the kingdom, but be rewarded with riches beyond imagination. The Sphinx, a terrifying creature with the body of a lion and the head of a human, stood guard over the city, waiting for someone to unlock the secret that held the kingdom's fate in its claws. Yet, as time passed, hope faded. The once proud and mighty kingdom now seemed doomed, with every attempt to solve the riddle ending in failure. The people's faith in their rulers began to crumble, and whispers of revolution began to spread. It was in the midst of this turmoil that the young man, still unaware of his true identity, entered the kingdom. His arrival was like a beacon of hope in a land consumed by darkness. As the young man wandered through the streets of Egypt, he soon heard the rumors about the Sphinx. The majestic creature had stood for centuries, guarding the city's secrets, and now it held the key to Egypt's salvation. He was told of the riddle that had puzzled the greatest minds of the kingdom, a puzzle so complex that no one had been able to solve it in generations. The Sphinx's challenge had become the stuff of legend, its riddle a symbol of the kingdom's despair. It was said that anyone who could answer the riddle would gain the right to rule the land and break the curse that had plagued them all. The young man, driven by a sense of destiny, made his way toward the Sphinx. When he arrived, the creature towered before him, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light, as if it were waiting for him. The air grew thick with tension as he approached. The Sphinx, its voice like thunder, recited the riddle. "I am not alive, but I grow. I do not have lungs, but I need air. I do not have a mouth, but water kills me. What am I?" The crowd that had gathered around the Sphinx held their breath. The riddle was not just a test of intellect, it was a test of fate. The young man stood silently, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of the puzzle before him. He could feel the weight of the kingdom's hopes resting on his shoulders, the eyes of the people fixed on him with desperate expectation. And then, with a sudden burst of clarity, the answer came to him. "Fire," he said, his voice steady despite the overwhelming pressure. The Sphinx's eyes flashed, and for a moment, there was a tense silence. Then, without warning, the creature lowered its head, acknowledging his victory. As the Sphinx bowed its head in recognition, the crowd erupted in cheers. The young man stood still, his heart racing, as he realized the magnitude of what had just happened. The curse that had plagued the kingdom for so long was finally broken. The sky seemed to clear, the sun shining brighter than ever before. The river, once dry and stagnant, now flowed with life, its waters rushing through the city's streets as if in celebration. The young man, now hailed as a hero, felt a rush of emotions he could hardly comprehend. He had not come to Egypt for fame or glory, but fate had led him here. He had solved the riddle, a task that no one else had been able to complete. As the people of Egypt celebrated, he was approached by a group of the Pharaoh's advisors. They praised him for his wisdom and courage, offering him riches and titles in return for his service to the kingdom. But it was not wealth or power that caught the young man's attention, it was the queen. She had been watching from a distance, her eyes locked onto his with a look of admiration and something else, something deeper. The queen, a woman known for her beauty, intelligence, and strength, approached him, her presence commanding the attention of all around her. She offered him a gift, a token of the pharaoh's gratitude for his bravery. But the young man, still overwhelmed by the events that had transpired, could not have known that this was just the beginning. The queen's admiration for him would soon blossom into something far more complicated, something that would change the course of his life forever. As the celebrations continued, the queen took the young man aside, her eyes glinting with a mysterious light. "You have saved us all," she said, her voice smooth and full of gratitude. "The curse is broken, and Egypt is forever in your debt." The young man felt a sense of pride swell in his chest, though he remained humble in the face of such praise. "I did not seek reward," he replied, his voice steady. "I only sought to do what was right for the people of Egypt." The queen smiled at him, her gaze softening with warmth. "And for that, you deserve more than thanks," she said, her words laced with an unspoken promise. "You are now the hero of Egypt, and I offer you a place by my side, not just as a hero but as a partner, to rule this kingdom with me." The young man was taken aback. The offer was more than he had ever dreamed. To rule Egypt alongside its powerful and intelligent queen was a reward beyond his wildest imagination. Yet, despite the honor of the offer, something within him hesitated. There was a strange, unshakable feeling deep in his heart, a sense of destiny that told him this offer was not as simple as it seemed. The queen's eyes held a hidden depth, one that he could not yet understand. The very fabric of his life, which had already been turned upside down by the riddle and the curse, now seemed to twist further with this unexpected offer. What he did not know was that the queen, too, was unaware of the dark truth that lay hidden in their union. In the coming days, their bond would grow stronger, and the boy, now a man, would find himself entwined in a fate he could not escape. A fate tied to the prophecy that had haunted Egypt for generations. With the curse lifted and the kingdom restored to its former glory, Egypt flourished. The people rejoiced, for their land was once again fertile. The Nile flowed abundantly, and the shadows of fear and despair had been dispelled. The grand palace was the center of all celebrations, and the streets were filled with music, laughter, and vibrant colors. The young man, now a celebrated hero, stood by the pharaoh's side, basking in the adoration of the people. His marriage to the queen was a momentous occasion, the news spreading like wildfire across the kingdom. As he walked through the grand halls, the young man felt a sense of pride and fulfillment. He had done something no one thought possible, and now he stood beside the most powerful woman in Egypt. The queen, radiant in her beauty and grace, looked at him with warmth, her eyes full of admiration and love. Yet, despite the celebrations, the young man could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. There was a strange sense of unease in his heart, a nagging feeling that he could not quite explain. He had solved the riddle, broken the curse, and won the queen's favor. Everything seemed perfect on the surface. But deep inside, something felt wrong, as if an unseen truth was lurking just out of reach, waiting to be uncovered. The young man's unease grew as the days passed, and it became impossible to ignore. In quiet moments, when the celebrations subsided, he found himself lost in thought, questioning the strange connection he felt to Egypt. He began to wonder about his past, this true heritage. The queen, always by his side, had been kind and supportive, but something about her presence triggered a deep sense of familiarity that he could not explain. One evening, as they sat alone in the palace, the young man finally voiced his concerns. "My queen," he began cautiously, "I must confess, I feel a strange pull within me. It is as if I have known you for much longer than I can recall. There is something about you, something familiar." The queen, though taken aback, smiled softly, her eyes distant. "Perhaps you are simply feeling the weight of your destiny," she replied, her voice laced with a hint of sadness. But the young man could not be satisfied with this answer. His mind continued to race, and as the days passed, his unease turned into obsession. He sought out the palace's high priest, a man who had served the pharaoh for many years and was deeply knowledgeable about the kingdom's history. The priest, an old and wise man, had known the young man's true identity for some time, though he had kept the secret. When the young man approached him with his questions, the priest hesitated, his face filled with sorrow. "You must know the truth," the priest said, his voice heavy with regret. "You are not just any man, my child. You are the pharaoh's son." The words hit the young man like a thunderbolt. He staggered back, his mind struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. The priest continued, his voice filled with sorrow. "You were abandoned as an infant. Your life, a secret to protect you from a terrible prophecy that foretold you would kill your father and marry your mother. The truth was out, and it was more horrific than anything the young man could have ever imagined." The world seemed to come crashing down around him as the priest's words echoed in his mind. The young man stumbled backward, his legs trembling as he struggled to understand the depth of what he had just learned. His father, the Pharaoh, was not just a distant ruler. He was the very man he had unknowingly replaced. The queen, the woman he had married, was his mother. He had killed his father by unknowingly fulfilling the prophecy that had been set into motion the moment of his birth. The weight of the truth was suffocating, and the young man could barely breathe. His hands shook as the memories of his journey through dreams, the strange pull to Egypt, the connection to the palace began to align with the grim reality of the prophecy. The gods, it seemed, had planned his life from the very beginning. His destiny had been written long before he could understand it, and now it was too late to undo the damage. He had killed his father by solving the riddle and fulfilling the curse that had haunted Egypt for so long. The realization crushed him. He had been a hero to the people, a savior of the kingdom. But now he was nothing more than a tragic figure a pawn in a game of fate that he could not escape. The queen, unaware of her own connection to him, had accepted him as her husband, not knowing that he was her son. And now they were bound together by a marriage that had been destined to bring about the fulfillment of the darkest prophecy. The young man fell to his knees, his heart breaking as he realized the true horror of his actions. He had murdered his father, married his mother, and in doing so had become the living embodiment of the curse that had plagued the kingdom for so long. His tears fell freely as he whispered to the gods, asking for forgiveness, but he knew deep down that no redemption was possible. The prophecy had been fulfilled, and there was no escaping the consequences. The young man's anguish was unbearable as the truth began to settle in his heart. The weight of the prophecy, the horror of what he had unknowingly done, crushed him completely. His mind raced, but he could not escape the devastating reality. The queen, his mother, was still unaware of the truth, and he could not bring himself to tell her. He could not bear to see the look of horror in her eyes when she learned that the man she had married was her own son. But fate, it seemed, would not allow him to remain silent. The revelation spread quickly throughout the palace. Whispers filled the corridors, and soon the truth reached the queen's ears. Her eyes, once filled with love and admiration for her husband, now reflected a deep, horrific disbelief. She turned to him, her voice trembling with shock and horror. "No," she whispered, her face paling as she struggled to comprehend what she had just learned. "It cannot be true." The young man could barely look her in the eyes as the full weight of the truth crashed down upon them both. The queen collapsed in despair, her knees buckling beneath her as she fell to the floor in grief. The people of the kingdom, who had once hailed him as a hero, now viewed him with fear and disgust. The fulfillment of the prophecy had shattered the lives of all involved. The young man, overwhelmed by shame and guilt, could not escape the reality of his fate. His actions had led to the destruction of everything he had worked for the love of his mother, the kingdom's prosperity, and his own soul. He had unknowingly destroyed the very foundation of his world, and now there was no way to undo the damage. The news of the young man's true identity spread like wildfire throughout the kingdom, quickly reaching every corner of Egypt. The once joyous streets, filled with music and celebration, now lay silent, echoing only the whispers of a dark truth. The people, who had hailed him as their savior, now looked upon him with horror and fear. The curse that had once gripped their land had been broken, but the fulfillment of the prophecy had brought a new, deeper sorrow. The young man had killed his father, the Pharaoh, and married his own mother, unknowingly bringing about the very tragedy that had been foretold. The joyous celebrations for his heroism turned into a funeral procession for the kingdom's lost innocence. In every home, the people mourned not just the loss of their king, but the loss of the future they had once hoped for. The young man's heart, once filled with pride and accomplishment, now felt hollow with the weight of his actions. The kingdom that had once adored him now cast him aside as a tragic figure, a symbol of fate's cruel and inescapable grip. Even the mighty Pharaoh's palace, once a place of opulence and splendor, seemed to weep with the realization that everything they had fought for had been in vain. The people's mourning was not just for the king's death, but for the death of their hopes, their future, and the kingdom's very soul. The young man wandered through the palace, his steps heavy and slow, as if the weight of his own destiny was dragging him down. The truth of his actions weighed on him like 1,000 stones, each one more crushing than the last. His mind was in turmoil, had done everything he thought was right, had lifted the curse, had saved the kingdom, and yet, in the end, he had fulfilled the prophecy that had destroyed his life. He had killed his father, unknowingly married his mother, and brought tragedy to the land he had tried so hard to save. The faces of the people he had once admired and protected now seemed distant, almost accusatory. The cheers of victory had turned to whispers of shame. He could no longer stay in a kingdom that no longer saw him as a hero, but as the embodiment of the curse that had consumed them all. The young man made a decision that tore at the very core of his being: would leave Egypt. He would go far from the palace, far from the land that had once been his home, and live out his days in solitude, away from the memories of his past and the people who could never forgive him. His heart ached as he thought of the queen, his mother, who was now trapped in a sorrow that would never fade. The kingdom's mourning would be her eternal burden, and his departure would be the only way to spare her from the constant reminder of what had been lost. He could not bear to stay and face the people's scorn, nor could he remain by her side and add to the weight of her grief. The decision was made, but as he left the palace behind, the young man could not escape the feeling that his fate had already been sealed, no matter where he went. The queen, who had once stood by the young man's side in love and admiration, now faced a fate far worse than she could have ever imagined. The truth had shattered her world. The man she had married, the man who had become her king, was her son. Her heart ached with grief and disbelief, torn between the love of a mother and the responsibilities of a queen. The weight of the prophecy had not only destroyed her family, but had cast a dark shadow over the future of the kingdom. She was left with a broken heart, trapped between the love for the son she had unknowingly born into the world and the duties of her position as queen. The palace, once filled with warmth and celebration, was now a cold, desolate place, reflecting her own inner turmoil. She had lost the love of her life, the father of her son, and now she was forced to face a truth she could never escape. The guilt and sorrow consumed her. The kingdom had lost its hope, and the queen's heart had been shattered by the revelation of the terrible prophecy. She would forever be known as the mother who married her own son, and no matter what she did, she could never escape the consequences of that fate. The queen's reign, like the young man's, would end in tragedy. She would carry the burden of this dark truth until her final breath, forever haunted by the memory of the curse that had torn her family and her kingdom apart. As the young man journeyed away from the kingdom, the weight of his decisions gnawed at him with every step. He had sought to escape the curse that had been placed upon him, but it was clear now that fate was not something that could be outrun. The prophecy had been set into motion long before his birth, and no matter how hard he had fought against it, he could never change the course of his life. The gods had written his destiny, and no amount of courage or wisdom could alter the path they had chosen for him. His heart, once full of hope and pride, now felt hollow, emptied by the knowledge that he had caused the downfall of everything he had ever cared for. He had been a hero, a savior, a symbol of hope, but in the end, he had been nothing more than a pawn in the gods' cruel game. The kingdom he had saved now lay in ruins, and the mother he had unknowingly betrayed would carry the burden of their shared tragedy for the rest of her life. As he walked away from the ruins of his past, the young man knew that he could never escape the price of fate. The prophecy had been fulfilled, and with it, the destruction of everything he had hoped for. The gods, in their cruel wisdom, had shown him that some destinies could never be avoided. He was, in the end, the living proof of the inescapable power of fate. The golden sun bathed Thebes in its warm glow as Nephara wandered through the grand temple of Thoth. She had always been drawn to its towering pillars and ancient carvings, far more than the dusty scrolls her father insisted she study. Knowledge was sacred, but adventure whispered more sweetly in her ears. Today, something deep in her chest urged her forward, a silent pull leading her past the familiar corridors and into the temple's forbidden depths. The air grew thick with dust as she slipped through a narrow passage, its walls covered in hieroglyphs long forgotten. Nephara's heart pounded as she descended a hidden stairway, her fingers tracing symbols that pulsed under her touch. At the bottom, a heavy stone door stood a jarring invitation or a warning. Holding her breath, she stepped inside. The chamber beyond was unlike anything she had seen before. Torches flickered against the black stone walls, illuminating relics covered in gold and lapis lazuli. But in the center of it all, resting upon an obsidian pedestal, was an amulet that seemed to glow from within. Nephara felt her breath hitch as she stepped closer. The amulet was a deep shade of violet, its gemstone swirling as if a storm raged inside. It was beautiful, mesmerizing, almost alive. A whisper echoed in her mind soft, unintelligible, yet strangely familiar. Her fingers twitched at her sides. Every part of her knew she should turn away, yet her body refused. The longer she stared, the more she felt it calling to her, as if it had waited for her all along. A sudden voice shattered the trance. "Step away, child." Nephara spun around, her heart leaping to her throat. An elderly priest stood at the entrance of the chamber, his piercing eyes filled with fear. His robes, once pristine, were streaked with dust, as if he had rushed here in desperation. "You do not understand what you touch," he warned, his voice firm but pleading. "That amulet is not a gift, it is a curse. Leave it where it lies." Nephara hesitated. A shiver ran down her spine, but still, her feet remained rooted. The amulet's whispers grew stronger, drowning out the priest's warnings. Her fingers reached forward, hovering over the gemstone. What harm could it bring, she thought. Before she could stop herself, she lifted it from its pedestal. The moment her fingers closed around it, a gust of wind surged through the chamber, snuffing out the torches. Darkness swallowed the room as a cold presence wrapped around her like unseen hands. The priest gasped. "You have doomed us all." Nephara awoke before the first light of dawn, her body drenched in sweat, her pulse erratic. The amulet still lay against her skin, cold as river stone, though the desert heat made the air thick and suffocating. She had dreamt of symbols glowing, shifting, rearranging themselves in ways she had never seen before. Yet when she opened her eyes, the meanings were clear in her mind, as if they had been etched into her very soul. Her father, a respected scribe, had always struggled to teach her the finer intricacies of hieroglyphic script. She could read, yes, but never with the ease or speed of the temple scholars. But now, as she sat beside him in the temple archives, her fingers traced the scrolls with an almost unnatural certainty. The texts whispered their secrets to her, the gods' words flowing effortlessly from her lips. A low murmur rose around her. The other scribes had gathered, watching her with wide, uncertain eyes. She should have been proud, triumphant even. But as she turned the page, her hands trembled. This wasn't just learning, this was something else entirely. By midday, the rumors had spread beyond the temple walls. "The scribe's daughter," they whispered in the market. "She reads the sacred words, as if she wrote them herself." "A gift from Thoth," the priests murmured, though some exchanged wary glances. "Surely she has been chosen." But not all believed it was divine intervention. An old merchant spat onto the ground, shaking his head. No mortal should possess such power overnight. Even her father, though proud, studied her with quiet concern. "Nephara," he said gently that evening as they sat outside their small home, the amulet glinting against her collarbone. Men were not meant to touch. She looked down at the stone, feeling its weight. "I have done nothing wrong." "I hope you are right," he sighed, rubbing his temple. "But the temple will watch you now. Be careful what you show them." His warning sent a ripple of unease through her. She had always dreamed of being noticed, of being more than just a scribe's daughter. But now that the eyes of Thebes were upon her, she wasn't sure she liked it. That night, she dreamed again. She stood in a chamber lined with gold, the scent of lotus and incense thick in the air. Braziers flickered, casting long shadows across the towering pillars. This was not her home. This was not Thebes. A polished bronze mirror stood before her, and she stepped closer, drawn to her reflection. But the woman staring back was not her. High cheekbones, darkly lined eyes, lips painted the color of crushed pomegranates. She wore a headdress of gold and onyx, a symbol of royalty. A queen. "Nephara." The voice came not from her, but from within the amulet. She stumbled back, her breath catching. The walls around her rippled, distorting, shifting into something else, stone cracked with age, the scent of decay replacing the sweet perfumes. She turned, but the golden throne that had stood behind her was now crumbled, forgotten, swallowed by time. And then hands, dozens of them, clawing from the shadows, reaching for her. Nephara screamed. She woke with a gasp, the darkness of her small chamber pressing in around her. The amulet pulsed at her throat, almost like a heartbeat. The temple priest found her the next morning. He was the same man who had warned her in the hidden chamber. His robes were worn with age, his face etched with deep lines. Yet his eyes burned with something fierce, something almost desperate. "You have kept it," he said, his voice hoarse. It was not a question. Nephara's fingers instinctively curled around the amulet. "It is mine," he inhaled sharply. "Do you know what it is?" She hesitated. "An artifact of the gods." "No," he said. "It belonged to one who defied them." The word struck her like a slap. "That's not true." "Have you seen her yet?" His gaze sharpened. "Does she visit you in dreams?" Nephara's blood turned cold. She did not answer, but her silence was enough. His voice dropped to a whisper. "Neferuset." The name sent an involuntary shiver down her spine. "She was once a queen," he continued. "A ruler unlike any other, but history has forgotten her, erased her. Do you know why?" Nephara shook her head, her heartbeat thudding in her ears. "Because she was never meant to return." The priest stepped closer. "You must return the amulet." "Number." The word left her lips before she could think. The idea of parting with it sent a rush of panic through her. "The amulet is not a gift," the priest pressed. It is a vessel, a prison. Nephara's chest tightened. The whispers. The visions, was it true? Had she invited something into herself? You do not understand what she was, the priest said, or what she still is. A voice inside her whispered that she should listen, but another part stronger, bolder rebelled. The amulet had made her powerful. It had made her more. I will not give it up, she said firmly. The priest exhaled, the weight of centuries pressing on his shoulders. Then the choice is no longer yours. As he turned and disappeared into the temple halls, a deep unease settled over Nephara. What had she awakened? The days that followed were a blur. The whispers in Nephara's mind no longer came only in dreams. Now they slipped into her thoughts as she read, as she walked, as she breathed. At first they were faint, like echoes from distant halls. Then they grew louder, clearer. You are more than they believe you to be, the voice murmured, rich and smooth as flowing honey. They fear what they do not understand. Nephara pressed a hand to her temple as she knelt before the temple scribes, copying ancient texts. The hieroglyphs shimmered, rearranging themselves before her eyes, showing meanings that should not have been possible. Let me show you the truth, she gasped, her quill slipping from her fingers. A fellow scribe shot her a strange look. Are you unwell? Nephara swallowed, nodding quickly. Yes, just tired. But she was not tired. She was changing. Despite her fear, she could not ignore what the amulet had given her. In a matter of days, she had risen in the ranks of the temple. Her mastery of the sacred texts surpassed that of men twice her age. Even the high priest, who once dismissed her as a mere scribe's daughter, now regarded her with wary respect. You have a gift, Nephara, he said one morning as they stood before the towering statue of Thoth. But gifts come with responsibility. The other priests murmured among themselves, some nodding in agreement, others avoiding her gaze altogether. She could feel their unease. They feared her, and she liked it. Then the blackouts began. One evening, Nephara found herself standing at the banks of the Nile, her feet sinking into wet sand. She had no memory of walking there. The sky was black, the stars reflected on the rippling water. She turned slowly, her heart pounding. How did I get here? The amulet pulsed against her skin. Had it brought her here? Had she sleepwalked through the city without realizing it? Shaking, she turned back toward Thebes, but as she did, a flash of movement caught her eye. A shadow stood at the water's edge, watching her. She staggered back, but when she blinked, it was gone. Rumors spread like wildfire. The Nile's waters had receded overnight, leaving cracked riverbeds where crops should have thrived. Livestock grew sick. The air in the temple felt heavier, as though the gods themselves were holding their breath. The gods are angry, an old woman whispered in the marketplace. Something unnatural walks among us. Nephara's stomach twisted. At the temple, a scribe muttered a prayer under his breath as she passed. A priest avoided her gaze entirely. Even her father seemed distant, his once warm eyes filled with unspoken worry. She had wanted power. She had not wanted to be feared. Had she? The priest who had warned her before approached her again, his face drawn with urgency. It is worsening, he said. You must remove it. Nephara clenched her fists. I can control it. Number. His voice was sharp. You do not understand what is happening. The more you use it, the more it takes from you. She wanted to argue, wanted to tell him he was wrong. But deep down, she knew. The voice in her mind, the one she had started to trust, was growing stronger. She wasn't sure it was hers anymore. That night, she ventured to the temple's oldest chamber, where hieroglyphs stretched across the walls, untouched by time. She traced them with her fingertips, and they moved beneath her touch. The voice in her head purred in satisfaction. "You are remembering." The carvings told a story of a queen who had ruled with wisdom and power beyond measure, a queen whose name had been erased from history. Neferuset. The moment the name formed in her mind, the walls glowed. The chamber trembled. Sand trickled from the ceiling. She stumbled back, her breath coming in ragged gasps. What had she done? From that night on, the shadows followed her. They lurked in the corners of rooms, stretching unnaturally long at dusk. They flickered along the temple walls, twisting and shifting even when no light touched them. At first, she ignored them. But then, one moved, and it smiled. Neferu's blood ran cold. She ran. The last thing she remembered was standing in the temple, staring at her reflection in a polished bronze mirror. Then nothing. When she awoke, her hands were streaked with something dark. The scent of copper filled her nose. Blood. She stumbled back, gasping. The amulet burned against her chest. Her vision swam as she saw her reflectionally. It wasn't her. It was Neferuset. Smiling. Neferu gasped as she jolted awake, her heart pounding. She was no longer in the temple. Instead, she stood at the edge of a vast desert, the wind howling around her. Sand whipped against her skin, but she felt no pain, no fear. The amulet pulsed against her chest, a steady rhythm, a heartbeat that was not her own. "It is time." The voice was no longer a whisper. It was clear, commanding, alive. Neferu turned her head, but the movement did not feel like her own. Her body was stiff, her limbs slow, as if she were walking through water. A shiver crawled up her spine. She tried to speak, but her lips did not move. She was trapped. Somewhere inside her, Neferuset laughed. The city of Thebes trembled beneath an unnatural storm. Winds tore through the streets, knocking over baskets and ripping linen from the market stalls. People screamed, running for shelter. The temple shook, their pillars groaning under an invisible weight. At the heart of it all stood Neferu, what remained of her. Neferuset had returned. Her voice, low and ancient, echoed through the temple halls as she stepped forward. The priests, gathered in desperation, bowed their heads in fear. They knew what she was, what she had been. "You have forgotten me," she said, her voice like silk laced with venom. "But I have not forgotten you." Dark clouds blotted out the sun, casting the city into unnatural twilight. The air was thick, suffocating, as though the very gods held their breath. The Nile, once calm, raged with an unseen force. The waters churned, rising, as if reaching for the sky. Thunder cracked, shaking the stones beneath the people's feet. Neferuset raised a hand, and the ground trembled. Sand curled into the air, twisting into unnatural shapes. The temple bells rang in alarm. The city was hers to command. And yet deep within the prison of her own mind, Neferu fought. Neferu could feel the weight of Neferuset's presence pushing down on her, drowning her thoughts, her will. But she was not gone. Not yet. She clawed at the edges of her consciousness, pushing against the force that bound her. "This is my body." Neferuset laughed, her voice ringing through the void. "You are nothing, little scribe. A vessel, a shell. You do not belong here." But Neferu did not stop fighting. Images flickered before her Aishur father's worried gaze. The temple where she had spent her childhood. the people who now cowered in fear. This was her home, not Neferuset's. The queen's grip wavered, and Nephara struck. As their minds clashed, memories flooded through Nephra, memories that were not hers. She saw Neferuset standing before an army, her people kneeling before her. She had ruled with wisdom, with strength, but she had also been feared. The priests, jealous of her power, had betrayed her. They had sealed her away, erasing her name, her legacy. "I was not a monster," Neferuset whispered. "I was a queen," Nephara faltered. The pain in Neferuset's voice was real, raw. Could she be saved? The temple priest, the one who had warned Nephara all along, stepped forward. His hands trembled, but his voice was steady. "You were a queen," he said, "but you were never meant to return." Neferuset narrowed her eyes. "You would erase me again?" The priest swallowed hard. "You do not belong in this time." Neferuset raised a hand, and the storm grew fiercer. Lightning struck the temple steps, sending sparks into the air. The people screamed. The priest turned to Nepherath, real Nephara, trapped inside. "You can stop this," he urged. "But you must make a choice." Nephara's mind was splitting, torn between two fates. Neferuset's power surged through her veins, intoxicating, unstoppable. She could keep it rule as a queen reborn, or she could fight, destroy the amulet, lose everything. The city's cries echoed in her ears. Her father, the temple, Thebes itself. She knew what she had to do. Taking a deep breath, she focused all her strength on the amulet, gripping it in her hands. "Let me go," she whispered. Neferuset screamed. The amulet cracked. The amulet pulsed violently, heat searing through Nephara's palm. The crack that had formed in its surface deepened, glowing like molten gold. Wind howled around her, carrying Neferuset's enraged scream through the temple halls. "You would destroy me?" The queen's voice thundered inside her mind, laced with betrayal. "After all I have given you?" Tears burned in Nephara's eyes. Power was intoxicating. Power was freedom. But it was not hers to wield, not like this. She had seen what Neferuset had done to Thebes, and now she saw what she had almost become. If she did not stop this now, there would be no turning back. She closed her fingers around the amulet and squeezed. "Wait!" Neferuset's voice wavered. The storm outside flickered, hesitating. The ground beneath Nephara's feet steadied. "You do not understand," the queen whispered. "I was betrayed. I was erased. They feared me, so they locked me away." Images surged through Nephara's mind. Neferuset kneeling before the temple priests, pleading for her life. They had stripped her of her name, her kingdom, her people. They had cast her into darkness, leaving only the amulet as her prison. "I only wanted justice." Nephara faltered. Was Neferuset truly the monster history had painted her to be? Or had she simply fought too hard to claim her place? Could she be freed? The amulet burned brighter, its golden cracks spreading like veins of fire. The priest stepped forward, his voice urgent. "You must destroy it now, Nephara, or she will consume you." Neferuset's voice softened. "You don't have to do this." For a moment, doubt crept into Nephara's heart. The queen was not entirely evil. She had been wronged, betrayed. But power had changed her. Would it not do the same to Nephara? The shadows around her lengthened, the storm outside rumbling once more. The queen was lying. She was only stalling, waiting to regain her strength. Nephara's fingers tightened. She made her choice. With all the strength left in her, Nephara slammed the amulet against the temple floor. The crack split wide open, and a burst of golden light exploded outward. A scream, Neferuset's scream, pierced the air. shaking the very foundation of the temple. The storm outside howled in agony as the queen's essence, trapped for centuries, was torn apart. The wind died. The air stilled. The shadows melted away. And then silence. Nephara collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath. The amulet was no more. Only fragments of gold and obsidian remained, smoldering in the dust. Neferuset was gone. The moment the amulet shattered, Thebes seemed to exhale. The sky cleared. The heavy weight in the air lifted. The river, once restless, calmed. The people of the city emerged from their homes, hesitant, fearful. Had the nightmare truly ended? At the temple steps, the priest stood frozen, staring at Nephara in stunned silence. She had done what they could not. But something was different. Nephara could feel it in her bonessa hollowness and absence. The power that had coursed through her veins was gone. The whispers had faded. She was no longer extraordinary. She was just herself. She had won. So why did it feel like she had lost something too? The priest knelt beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. You did what had to be done. Nephara swallowed hard, staring at the broken remains of the amulet. She wasn't all evil, she whispered. She was just forgotten. The priest sighed. History is written by those who survive it. But she will never be forgotten now. Nephara's gaze flickered to the temple walls, to the ancient inscriptions carved into stone. The hieroglyphs of Neferuset's story had been erased long ago, but perhaps one day, someone would carve them anew. Perhaps her story was not meant to vanish completely, and perhaps neither was Nephara's. As the sun began to set over Thebes, Nephara stood at the edge of the desert. The fragments of the amulet lay in her palm, cool now, lifeless. She knelt in the sand and began to dig. The desert had always been a place of secrets, of things lost to time, and so she would return the amulet to its resting place, where no one could ever find it again. She covered it with sand, pressing her hand over the mound. For a moment, she thought she heard a whisper. Thessalence. She stood, brushing the dust from her hands. Thebes awaited her, and though she no longer carried power, she carried something else's story worth remembering. With one final glance at the horizon, Nephara turned and walked away. Beneath the vast Egyptian sky, where the golden sands stretched endlessly, a child was born under an unsettling celestial alignment. The moon hung low, stained red like fresh spilled blood, while a rare, serpent-shaped constellation shimmered ominously above. The village of Purbastet whispered in hushed tones, watching as the cries of a newborn girl echoed through the temple walls. She was born beneath the serpent's eye, murmured an elder, his voice trembling. A child of misfortune, cursed before her first breath. Her mother, Merit, cradled her close, shielding her from the fearful gazes of the gathered priests and villagers. She named her Neferet, meaning beautiful and pure, hoping to defy the darkness looming over her daughter's fate. But even as Merit whispered her name with love, the wind carried an unsettling hissus sound only the gods could understand. Days later, the village gathered at the temple of Wadjet, where the high priest would bless the child and inscribe her name into the book of fate. The temple, carved from ancient stone, bore the markings of Wadjet, the great serpent goddess, protector of the Pharaohs. A massive golden cobra stood coiled behind the altar, its emerald eyes gleaming under the torchlight. As the high priest raised his staff to offer the blessing, the sacred flame at the altar flickered violently. Then, before the crowd's horrified eyes, the fire twisted into a deep emerald green, a sign of divine anger. Gasps erupted as the high priest staggered backward, his aged face drained of color. The gods, "They have spoken," he whispered. "This child walks a dangerous path." Nefret, swaddled in fine linen, gurgled softly, unaware of the fate woven into her existence. The villagers, however, stepped back in fear. No child born under such omens could escape destiny. That night, while the village slept, Merit crept to the temple steps, her heart heavy with sorrow. She knelt before the towering statue of Wadjet, her hands trembling as she placed an offering of lotus flowers and honey. "Great Wadjet, protector of pharaohs, mother of serpents," she prayed, her voice breaking. "If my child is cursed, I beg you, let it be undone. She is innocent, untouched by sin. Spare her from whatever fate the stars have written." The temple was silent. Only the flickering of torches and the distant cries of desert jackals answered her desperate plea. Then, in the dim glow of the temple, a sudden shadow slithered across the floor, silent, smooth, watching. The sacred cobra of Wadjet, a divine symbol of power, coiled near the altar and lifted its hood. Its golden eyes bore into Merit's soul, unblinking, unreadable. A whisper soft as sand shifting in the wind echoed in the air, though no voice spoke. "Fate cannot be undone." Merit's breath caught in her throat. She knew, in that moment, that no prayer could change what was to come. She clutched Nefret tighter, pressing a desperate kiss to her forehead. Whatever lay ahead, she would protect her daughter for as long as she could. Years passed, and Nefret grew into a striking young woman, her beauty unmatched in the village of Perbaste. Her eyes, an unusual shade of golden amber, shimmered like sunlight on the Nile. Yet, it was not her beauty that made people whisper, it was her strange affinity for serpents. Since childhood, snakes had never feared her. When others recoiled in terror at the sight of a cobra slithering through the reeds, Nefret remained calm, watching, understanding. She spoke in whispers no one else could hear, and the creatures responded, curling around her wrists like living bracelets. "She has the mark of Wadjet," the villagers murmured. "The goddess watches her." But for what purpose? Nefret never understood why the serpents came to her, only that she felt connected to them, drawn to their silent wisdom, their graceful power. But her mother, Merit, forbade her from speaking of it. "You must never let them see," she warned, fear darkening her gaze. "The gods do not give gifts without a price." One fateful evening, Nefret was summoned to the temple. The oracle of Wadjet, an ancient priestess whose blind eyes could see the threads of fate, had requested her presence. The temple chamber was dark, heavy with the scent of incense. The oracle sat on a raised platform, her frail body draped in linen, golden rings adorning her fingers. When Nefret approached, the oracle reached out, her fingers brushing against the young woman's forehead. A sudden shudder ran through the old woman's body. She gasped, her breath rattling like a dying wind. "The serpent, the curse, the golden staff," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Beware the inner sanctum of Wadjet, child. Should you set foot within it, the gods will seal your fate forever." Nefret's heart pounded. The inner sanctum, the most sacred chamber of the temple, was a place no mortal could enter. It was where the golden staff of Wadjet, the symbol of the goddess's power, was kept. "Why?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "What will happen?" The oracle turned her lifeless eyes to Nefret, her expression haunted. "The serpent does not choose its skin," she murmured, "but the gods have chosen yours." Despite the prophecy's warning, Nefret tried to live as any other maiden of her age. She spent her days gathering lotus flowers by the river, weaving linen, and listening to the laughter of the village girls. But fate had other plans. One afternoon, as she walked through the palace gardens, she caught the gaze of Prince Kamose, heir to the throne of Kemet. He was tall, with sun-kissed skin and eyes as deep as the Nile. The moment their eyes met, something shifted in the air, a pull neither could deny. Kamose pursued her, sending her golden bangles, lotus-scented oils, and silken garments finer than any she had ever touched. Neferet, though hesitant, found herself drawn to him. But love between a prince and a commoner was forbidden. When the high priest of the temple learned of their meetings, he stormed into the palace. "This girl is touched by the serpent goddess," he thundered. "She is unworthy of the throne." Kamose defied him. "The gods do not decide whom I love," he declared. But the priest's words unsettled Neferet. Was she truly cursed? Could she ever be worthy of love? A dangerous thought took root in her mind that would change her fate forever. Neferet could not shake the oracle's words. She needed to prove herself to the gods, to Kamose, and to the world. And so, one moonless night, she crept into the temple of Wadjet, her heart hammering. The great serpent statues loomed in the shadows, their jeweled eyes gleaming in the torchlight. Neferet moved quickly, her feet silent against the stone floor. She knew the inner sanctum was forbidden, but she had to see it with her own eyes. She pushed open the great bronze doors. Inside, at the heart of the chamber, stood the golden staff of Wadjet, a magnificent relic, shaped like a coiled cobra, its eyes embedded with emeralds that seemed to glow. Neferet stepped forward, mesmerized. "One touch," she thought. "One touch to prove I am chosen, to prove I belong." Her fingers brushed against the cold gold. A sudden hiss filled the air. The torches flickered violently. The very walls of the temple shook, dust raining from the ceiling. Then, from the shadows, a presence awakened. The air grew thick, heavy with divine power. A green flame erupted at the base of the staff, spiraling upward like a living serpent. A voice deep, ancient, filled with wrath echoed through the chamber. "Foolish mortal, you have broken the sacred law." Neferet froze, terror coursing through her veins. The goddess Wadjet had awakened, and the price of her defiance would be greater than she could ever imagine. The air inside the temple of Wadjet turned thick and suffocating, as if the very gods had exhaled their fury upon the earth. Neferet staggered backward, her hand still tingling from where it had touched the golden staff of Wadjet. The green flames that had erupted from the staff now coiled into a single towering inferno, twisting and churning, forming the shape of a colossal serpent. Then, from within the fire, two enormous emerald eyes opened. "You have broken the sacred law," the voice hissed again, echoing from every direction at once. Neferet fell to her knees, paralyzed. She tried to speak, to plead for forgiveness, but her voice refused to come. The serpent's form slithered toward her, the flames shifting into a divine presence, Wadjet herself. The goddess's massive hood flared, the weight of her power pressing down on the chamber. "You were warned, child," Wadjet's voice rumbled. "You were given signs, and yet you have defiled my sanctum, touched what no mortal may touch. For this crime, there is only one punishment." A sudden force lifted Neferet from the ground, her body frozen mid-air, as if unseen hands had taken hold of her. Then, the pain began. A searing burn spread from her fingertips, racing up her arms, her shoulders, and down to her legs. Her bones cracked, twisting unnaturally. Her breath hitched as she felt her spine stretch and contort. Then came the most terrifying part her skin. It hardened, shifting into something smooth, dry, and cold. Scales, Neferet screamed. But the sound that came from her lips was no longer human. It was a hiss. Her limbs retracted, disappearing into her body as she writhed on the temple floor. The world blurred, her vision changing, no longer human, no longer belonging to the realm of mortals. Her once beautiful black hair melted away, leaving behind only glistening green-gold scales. She slithered in terror, struggling against the curse. But the magic of Wadjet was absolute. Above her, the goddess watched in cold judgment. "You will crawl upon your belly for eternity," Wadjet decreed. A warning to those who dare defy the gods. With one final flash of green fire, the chamber fell into darkness. When Neferet opened her newly formed serpent eyes, the temple doors slammed open, and she was cast out into the world, no longer a woman, but a creature feared by all. By dawn, the rumors had spread. The villagers gathered in horror as the enormous serpent coiled in the temple courtyard, its golden eyes filled with something that should not exist in a beast-themed sorrow. Mothers clutched their children. Men brandished weapons. Even the priests who had once blessed Neferet as a newborn now stood in silent terror. "A demon!" someone cried. "She is cursed," another shouted. Neferet tried to speak, but the only sound that came was a low, trembling hiss. She could feel her mind slipping, the instincts of a serpent warring against the remnants of her humanity. Then, through the crowd, he appeared. Prince Kamose. His face was ashen, his dark eyes wide with shock. He took a step forward, staring at the serpent that had once been the woman he loved. "Neferet," he whispered. At the sound of his voice, something stirred deep within her. She slithered forward, desperate to reach him, to make him understand. But before she could get close, the high priest raised his staff. "Stay back, my prince," he commanded. "The gods have condemned her. She must be cast into exile." Kamose whirled around, fury darkening his face. "She is not a monster," he bellowed. "She is still." "She is no longer human," the priest interrupted. "She belongs to the desert now." Before Kamose could react, the villagers surged forward, their torches burning bright against the dawn. Neferet felt her instincts take over. The fear, the hatred, the weapon-sure serpent body coiled defensively, her hood flaring just as Wadjet's had in the temple. She was dangerous to them now. And so, before they could strike her down, she fled. Her long, scaled body slithered into the wilderness, disappearing beyond the reach of those who once called her one of their own. The desert stretched before her, an endless expanse of golden dunes and searing heat. Neferet had once walked these sands as a woman, but now she crawled upon her belly, feeling the warmth of the sun seep into her scales. She was alone. Days passed, then weeks, then months. She slithered through the vast empty lands, hiding in the shadows of temples long abandoned, coiling in the cool shade of ancient ruins. She was not forgotten. The whispers of her legend spread beyond the kingdom, carried by merchants and travelers. Some spoke of a cursed maiden, doomed to live as a snake until time itself forgot her name. Others feared she had become a guardian of lost tombs, waiting to strike down those who dared disturb the resting places of kings. But none knew the truth. None knew the sorrow that still lingered in her golden eyes. None knew that, even in the body of a serpent, she still dreamed of being human once more. Time had no meaning in exile. Days blurred into nights, and seasons passed like shifting sands. Neferet, once a maiden of beauty and grace, now slithered through the vastness of Kemet's deserts, a creature of legend and fear. Yet, her mind remained untouched by time. Deep within her scaled form, the heart of a woman still beat. She longed for her voice, her hands, her place among her people. But mortals feared her. Travelers recoiled in terror when her shadow crossed their path. The kingdom she once called home whispered her name like a curse. Still, she refused to surrender to her fate. Somewhere in the world, she believed, there had to be a way to undo the curse of Wadjet. And so, the search began. From the shifting sands of the western desert to the towering cliffs of Abu Simbel, Nefret journeyed in secret, listening to the winds that carried the words of the wise. Priests, wanderers, and forgotten godseech left behind fragments of knowledge, hidden in temples long abandoned. One name, above all, surfaced in whispers: Isis, the goddess of magic and resurrection. If any deity could break a divine curse, it was her. But reaching Isis's realm would not be easy. Only those deemed worthy could step before her. And to prove herself, Nefret would have to face the trial of the three temples. Her first challenge lay in the ruins of Hermopolis, where the scribes of Thoth, the god of wisdom, once recorded the secrets of the gods. Before her stood a crumbling stone altar, and upon it, a single scroll. The voice of Thoth echoed in the chamber. Answer my riddles, serpent, and prove that wisdom still dwells within you. The riddle was ancient, woven with the essence of divine truth. What is both the beginning and the end, yet neither? Nefret stilled. She had once heard this question in childhood, whispered by temple priests. The answer was simple, yet profound. Time. A pause. Then the stone altar shifted, revealing a hidden passage. She had passed the first test. Beyond the Temple of Thoth, she slithered into the Hall of Anubis, where the jackal-headed god weighed the hearts of the dead. Here, she was faced with her greatest tormentor past. A vision appeared before her, clear as polished obsidian. She saw Prince Kamose standing before the temple gates, searching for her. She saw his anguish, his grief, his endless longing for the woman he had lost. "Do you wish to return?" the voice of Anubis asked. Nefret's heart twisted. More than anything, she longed to stand before Kamose once more, to feel his touch, to hear him speak her name as a woman, not a monster. But then, the vision shifted and she saw another path. A serpent coiled around a golden throne. A protector, not a prisoner. The gods do not erase fate, Anubis warned. They only give choice. Return to the man you love, or accept your new form and wield the power of a guardian. But you cannot have both. Nefret hesitated, and then, for the first time, she chose herself. "I will endure." Anubis's eyes gleamed. The path forward opened once more. The final trial led her to the Temple of Ma'at, where truth and balance ruled above all. Here, she was met with a single command: trust a mortal to see your soul, not your form. The meaning of the test was unclear till the temple doors creaked open, and through them stepped a man she thought she would never see again. Kamose. The years had changed him. No longer a prince, but a king. Kamose stood tall in robes of white and gold, his eyes weary from ruling a kingdom alone. When he saw the massive serpent coiled in the temple's light, his breath caught, but not in fear. He stepped forward, his movements careful, measured. "Nefret," he whispered. She recoiled, the weight of her curse pressing upon her. She could not speak, could not tell him how she had searched, how she had fought against fate. And yet, he knew. He reached out, hesitating only for a moment before pressing his palm against her scaled head. "You have never been a monster to me," he said softly, "and you never will be." A shudder ran through Neferet's form. For the first time since her exile, she felt something change within her. Could it be? Was this the key to breaking the curse? Had she found someone who loved her despite her cursed form? Then, before she could react, a blinding green light filled the temple and the voice of Wadjet herself shook the earth. "You have passed the trials, child." Neferet's heart pounded. Was this redemption? But Wadjet's next words made her blood run cold. "Now, you must choose." The temple trembled as the divine presence of Wadjet filled the air. The green flames of the goddess swirled around Neferet and Kamose, their heat pressing upon them like the weight of fate itself. "You have walked the path of exile," Wadjet's voice echoed. "You have endured trials of wisdom, sacrifice, and trust. And now, Neferet, you stand at the threshold of destiny." The massive serpent that was Neferet coiled tightly, her golden eyes fixed upon the radiant figure of the goddess. "I have suffered," Neferet hissed, her voice twisting through the air like a whisper on the wind. "I have lost everything. But Kamose, he still sees me, despite what I have become." Kamose stood firm, his gaze unwavering. "I have waited for you," he said softly. "I will wait 100 lifetimes more." For a moment, the world seemed to still. Then Wadjet's emerald eyes burned brighter. "Then choose, child," she commanded. "Remain as you are, a guardian of the old ways, a serpent of the sands, untouched by time, or reclaim your human form, but at a cost." The temple walls shuddered, sand drifting from the cracks as divine power crackled in the air. "If you become mortal once more," Wadjet warned, "your years will be counted. The gift of immortality will be lost to you. You will know age, sickness, and death." A terrible silence fell between them. Neferet felt her Harther human heart, buried deep beneath scales and instinctash with indecision. She could stay as she was, untouched by time, a legend of the sands, feared but never forgotten. Or she could return, live and love, but one day, die. Her golden eyes flickered to Kamose. He stood before her, not as a prince, not as a king, but as the boy who had once loved her, before fate tore them apart. What was eternity without love? Her choice was clear. "I choose life." The moment the words left her, the flames of Wadjet exploded outward, engulfing the temple in a brilliant green blaze. A searing heat consumed Neferet's body, pain and transformation intertwining in a final test of endurance. Her bones shifted, her form unraveling and remaking itself. The agony was unlike anything she had ever known, worse than when she had first become a serpent, worse than exile, worse than loss. But through the fire, she held on to the love that had never abandoned her. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the pain vanished. She collapsed onto the temple floor, but this time, with hands, with arms, with legs. Her skin was warm, flesh, not scales. She gasped, her lungs drinking in the air as a woman once more. Kamose fell to his knees beside her, his hands trembling as they brushed against her cheek. "Neferet," his voice cracked with emotion. Tears slid down her face as she looked at him, not as a beast, not as a monster, but as herself. She had returned. She was human again. But as Kamose pulled her into his arms, a sharp chill ran through Neferet's spine. Something was wrong. She turned to Wadjet, whose gaze remained unreadable, unwavering. "A choice has its cost," the goddess said solemnly. "And the price for breaking the will of the gods is high." Neferet's breath caught in her throat. "What do you mean?" Wadjet extended a hand, and suddenly, the air around them shifted. The flames of the temple dimmed, and a second figure appeared, Merit, Nefret's mother, but her face was lined with age, her hair streaked with silver. Nefret staggered back. How long have I been gone?" Her mother's lips quivered, tears filling her eyes. "Nefret, it has been nearly 20 years. A great weight crushed Nefret's chest. The years she had spent in exile, the moments she had clung to as if frozen in time, they had not been frozen for the rest of the world. Her village, her people, had moved on. And worse still, she turned to Camosa, and for the first time, she noticed the strands of gray in his dark hair. The years had not been kind to him either. The boy she had loved was now a man nearing the end of his reign. A life she had dreamed of sharing with him had already passed without her. Her hands shook as she grasped his. I was too late." Kamose shook his head, pulling her close. "That is all that matters." But deep in her heart, Nefret knew fate had still taken something from her, and she would never get it back. The sands of Kemet carried many story-estals of kings and warriors, gods and curses. But the tale of Nefret, the serpent maiden, would live on forever. Some say she returned to her village and lived out the rest of her days as the wife of a great king, a woman who had once defied the gods and lived to tell the tale. Others whisper that she still roams the deserts, half woman, half serpent, watching over the temples of old, a guardian of lost knowledge. And some say that on quiet nights, when the wind howls through the dunes, one can still hear the faintest whisper of a serpent's hiss, not in fear, but in longing. A reminder that some curses never truly fade. They only change. A faint whisper traveled through the desert night, barely audible yet impossible to ignore. It seemed to come from the very heart of the Nile, a voice as old as time itself. The protagonist paused, feeling a sudden chill in the air, the temperature dropping as if the winds themselves carried an unseen warning. The voice whispered of a curse, an ancient wrath tied to the goddess of the Nile. Fear crept up their spine, yet curiosity burned just as brightly. What was this curse? And who had disturbed it? The protagonist's hands trembled as they carefully brushed away the layers of sand, revealing a strange object beneath. It was a relic, ancient and worn by time. Intricate hieroglyphs glowed faintly under the moon's light, their meaning lost, but their power unmistakable. The relic seemed alive, humming with an energy that sent a shiver through the protagonist's body. The air around them felt heavier, charged with something unspoken. This was no ordinary find. Something about it felt significant, ominous, as if it was the key to something far greater and far darker than they could imagine. As the protagonist examined the relic, something shifted beneath the surface. The faint glow of the hieroglyphs grew stronger, revealing a hidden message carved into the stone. It was a prophecy, ancient and foreboding. The words spoke of a goddess, angered by the theft of her sacred artifact. A curse was unleashed, one that promised disaster to those who dared disturb her resting place. The protagonist's heart raced as they read the words, disbelief clouding their mind. Could this truly be real? Was this just a myth? Or had they stumbled upon something far more dangerous than they understood? A sudden gust of wind swept across the desert, making the protagonist's skin prickle. The air felt heavier, almost thick with tension, as though something unseen was stirring just out of sight. The relic hummed louder now, its eerie sound blending with the howl of the wind. The protagonist's gut tightened with unease. There was no visible source, but the weight in the air was unmistakable. It was as if the earth itself had shifted, and something far older than they could comprehend was watching, waiting, and now aware of their presence. The protagonist was not alone for long. An elder, draped in tattered robes, approached, his eyes filled with a quiet fear. "You must leave," the elder urged, his voice trembling with dread. "The goddess does not forgive those who disturb her relic." But the protagonist, eager to uncover the secrets of the Nile, brushed off the warning. The elder's eyes shone with unspoken knowledge, but they did not listen. The pull of discovery was too strong, and they knew they could not walk away now. Little did they know, they were about to awaken a force that would change everything. The golden desert stretched endlessly under the burning sun, its heat shimmering in the air. The earth seemed to pulse with life beneath the relentless sun, yet it was a harsh, unforgiving landscape. But there, cutting through the parched earth, was the mighty Nile River, glistening like a ribbon of life. Its waters flowed calmly, providing nourishment and hope to the land surrounding it. The Nile was the lifeblood of Egypt, contrasting sharply with the barren desert that surrounded it. In this vast land, where life and death coexisted, the river stood as a symbol of hope, its waters flowing through the soil, sustaining all who lived near its shores. The desert may have claimed much, but the Nile remained, steadfast and eternal, offering the promise of survival and prosperity. In the heart of Egypt stood the towering temples of Ra, the sun god. Massive stone columns reached toward the sky, each one carved with intricate hieroglyphs that told stories of the gods and the divine power that protected the land. The grandeur of the monuments was awe-inspiring, and the air around them was thick with reverence. People gathered here daily, offering prayers and sacrifices to Ra, seeking his favor and protection. The rituals performed inside these sacred walls were ancient, passed down through generations. As the sun began to set, long shadows stretched across the temple's grounds, casting an ethereal glow over the stone. The temple became even more mystical, bathed in the fading light. The reverence of the people, combined with the divine presence of Ra, filled the air with a sense of sacredness that could not be ignored. Beneath the golden sands of Egypt lay the tomb of a once powerful pharaoh, a ruler who had ruled with an iron fist. His reign had been one of fear and cruelty, his name whispered in fear long after his death. Now, buried beneath the earth, his curse remained. The pharaoh's legacy was one of misfortune. It was said that anyone who disturbed his tomb would be struck by the same fate that had befallen him, ruin and death. His greed had led him to betray those closest to him, and that betrayal had sealed his downfall. Though he was dead, his curse lived on, haunting the land. The whispers of his evil deeds and tragic end lingered in the shadows, passed from one generation to the next. The pharaoh's tomb was a place of power, but it was also a place of darkness. Those who sought to uncover its secrets would find themselves at the mercy of a curse that had no mercy. Among the people who lived in the shadow of the temples, there was one who was chosen by the gods, the priestess of Isis. She was a woman of extraordinary beauty and wisdom, revered by the people for her deep connection to the divine. The gods had selected her to maintain the balance between the divine and mortal worlds, to ensure that harmony was kept and the ancient powers were respected. Each day, she performed sacred ceremonies, invoking the protection of Isis to preserve the land's peace. Her hands moved gracefully as she chanted the ancient prayers, her voice soft but powerful. Yet beneath her calm exterior, a storm raged within her. She struggled with the weight of her role, questioning whether the god's will was always just. The burden of holding the balance between two worlds was heavy, and sometimes she wondered if her actions had consequences beyond what she could control. The choices she made could either save or doom her people. The Pharaoh's curse had begun to stir once again, and the land trembled beneath its awakening. The protagonist, caught in the turmoil of fate, now had no choice but to confront the ancient powers that had been disturbed. The curse was not just a story or an old tale, it was real, and it was threatening to destroy everything the priestess and others held dear. The skies darkened, and the Nile's waters began to shift unnaturally, a sign that the goddess's wrath was nearing. But there was more to the story. A rival faction, hungry for power, had learned of the curse and sought to control the Nile's divine force for their own gain. This faction posed a greater threat than the curse itself, as their desire to harness the power of the gods could plunge the entire land into chaos. The stakes were higher than ever, and the path ahead was filled with danger, uncertainty, and an impending battle between the forces of light and dark. The protagonist's fingers traced the worn hieroglyphs on the relic, feeling a strange heat emanating from the stone. Each symbol seemed to pulse under their touch, as if the relic itself was alive. The deeper they read, the more they understood. This was no ordinary artifact. It was a key to an ancient prophecy, one tied to the goddess of the Nile. As the last hieroglyph was deciphered, the relic suddenly began to glow with a faint, otherworldly light. The air thickened, and the ground beneath the protagonist's feet vibrated, as though the earth itself was awakening. A cold shiver ran through them as they realized the power they had uncovered. The goddess's wrath was real, and her ability to control the Nile's waters was a force beyond their comprehension. This relic was far more than a simple object. It was a tool of unimaginable power, and with it, they had disturbed something far greater than they could have ever imagined. The priestess of Isis, deep in her sacred temple, felt a sudden surge of divine energy. Her heart raced as the vision from the gods swept over her. In her mind's eye, the waters of the Nile began to rise, crashing violently against the land, destroying everything in its path. The goddess's voice echoed in her ears, cryptic and filled with wrath. "He who awakens the relic shall face my fury," the goddess warned. The vision was filled with flashes of destruction, villages swallowed by floods, crops turning to dust, and the sky darkening with storm clouds. The priestess stood frozen, torn between her duty and her fear. The prophecy she had heard since childhood now seemed more real than ever, and the burden of the god's will pressed heavily on her shoulders. She knew that if the relic's power was unleashed, the destruction would be unstoppable. Yet, a part of her yearned to find a way to stop it, to protect her people from the devastation that was surely coming. News of the relic's discovery spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of a powerful warlord, hungry for control of Egypt's divine forces. Was quick to act. They knew that with the relic, they could command the power of the goddess herself. As they moved to seize the artifact, the protagonist's group, unaware of the growing threat, found themselves in the heart of the sacred temple of Ra. The confrontation was inevitable. The sacred temple, once a place of peace and reverence, was now a battlefield. Tensions escalated quickly as both sides fought for control of the relic. The air crackled with intensity, and every blow struck was like a challenge to the gods themselves. The rival faction pushed forward with relentless force, seeking to take the relic by any means necessary. The protagonist's group fought back with all their strength, but they were outnumbered. As the battle raged on, strange signs began to appear. The ground trembled slightly, and distant thunder rumbled in the sky, though the day was clear. It was as though the gods themselves were watching, waiting, and the first signs of divine intervention began to manifest. The protagonist, caught in the chaos, realized that this battle was no longer just about the illicit, was about the fate of Egypt itself. The battle raged on, and just as it seemed that victory was within reach for one side, the earth shook violently. A piercing, unnatural wind swept through the temple, knocking everyone off their feet. The air grew cold, and the skies above darkened with swirling clouds. The goddess of the Nile had awakened. From the river below, a great flood began to rise, surging higher and higher, as if the goddess herself were angry. The once calm waters roared with fury, crashing against the temple walls. The ground shook beneath the feet of the combatants, and the air hummed with raw power. The protagonist looked up, horrified, as the water began to creep toward them, as though it recognized them as the cause of the destruction. The goddess's voice boomed, echoing through the temple. "Mortals who awaken what was meant to sleep shall know my wrath," she declared. The force of her presence was overwhelming. The winds howled, and the temple seemed to groan under the weight of the goddess's anger. The protagonist, unable to move, realized with growing fear that they had unleashed something far beyond their control. The divine power was now real, and there was no turning back. The goddess was exacting her revenge, and the price for disturbing her sacred relic would be paid in full. The wrath of the goddess had been unleashed, and the land began to pay the price. The once thriving fields that bordered the Nile began to wither and die. Crops turned to dust as the ground dried up, unable to sustain life any longer. The river, once a life-giving force, now receded, leaving the land barren. The people of Egypt, terrified and helpless, watched in horror as the very lifeblood of their land disappeared. Illness spread rapidly, and the air grew thick with despair. The protagonist, standing in the middle of the chaos, felt the weight of their actions crashing down on them. It was their curiosity, their desire to uncover the secrets of the relic, that had brought this upon their people. Guilt and fear gnawed at them as they realized that the curse was real, and they had set it in motion. The divine powers had been disturbed, and now the land, the people, and everything they had known were paying the price. The protagonist could feel the goddess's anger like a fire burning at their core, and they knew that time was running out. The curse was spreading, and only they could stop it, but how? Just when it seemed the protagonist's group couldn't face more betrayal, it happened. One of their closest allies, a trusted friend, stepped forward. Their eyes gleamed not with loyalty, but with cold calculation. "I was never on your side," the betrayer revealed, a cruel smile spreading across their face. The shock hit like a thunderclap, and the protagonist's heart sank. The ally had been working with the rival faction all along, feeding them information, guiding them to the relic. The revelation tore through the group like a knife to the heart. The protagonist, already grappling with the consequences of their own decisions, now faced this painful truth. The betrayal was personal. It was a wound deeper than any physical blow. As the protagonist's world crumbled around them, they had to fight not only the external forces, but now also the treachery within their ranks. The enemy, both outside and inside their own circle, was too powerful to fight alone. Their trust had been shattered, and now they had to face the harsh reality that their actions had drawn them into a web of deceit that they could no longer untangle. The prophecy, long whispered in the temples, had now come to life. The goddess's power was growing stronger by the minute, and the land itself was shifting in response. Floods ravaged the villages, the very soil beneath the protagonist's feet, trembling as if it could no longer support the weight of the curse. Ominous omens appeared in the sky-dark clouds, swirling unnaturally. Strange birds circling above, and the temperature plummeting with no warning. The protagonist watched in terror as these signs confirmed their worst fears. The curse was not just a warning, it was a force that could end the world. The goddess had risen, and now Egypt was paying the price for disturbing her resting place. The protagonist, with the weight of their guilt heavy on their shoulders, knew that their actions had led to this destruction. The final pieces of the prophecy were falling into place, and there was no escaping the consequences. The world was on the brink of collapse, and the protagonist, realizing the scope of their mistakes, prepared for what was coming next. The skies above Egypt darkened, turning from a bright blue to an ominous shade of gray. The clouds gathered quickly, swirling above the Nile like a massive storm ready to strike. The wind howled, carrying with it the first signs of the goddess's wrath. As the storm raged in the heavens, the waters of the Nile began to rise, threatening to engulf the land. The protagonist, standing with their allies on the temple steps, felt the weight of the prophecy heavy on their shoulders. They knew the storm was no coincidence. The goddess's anger was real, and it was directed at them. Fear gripped their heart as the earth trembled beneath their feet. The storm grew fiercer with each passing moment, lightning flashing across the sky, illuminating the darkened temple. In that moment, the protagonist realized the true cost of their actions. The curse was no longer just a story. It was happening, and they had no choice but to face it head-on. The battle for the relic had come to a head in the sacred temple of Ra. The protagonist, along with their group, faced off against the rival faction in the heart of the temple. Both sides were determined to control the relic, but the stakes were higher than they ever imagined. The ground beneath them seemed to shake with the power of the gods as their fight escalated. The temple, once a place of peace and worship, now felt like a battleground. The protagonist's mind raced, torn between protecting the relic and grappling with the guilt of having unleashed the goddess's wrath. Each clash of weapons, each shout of defiance, felt like an affront to the divine. The storm outside intensified, its fury reflected in the chaos inside the temple. Flashes of lightning lit the scene, casting long shadows across the stone walls. The protagonist's heart pounded in their chest, knowing that no matter who won this battle, the goddess's power was growing stronger with every passing second. The storm outside reached its peak, and the earth beneath the temple trembled violently. Without warning, the goddess of the Nile fully manifested, her wrath taking form in the very waters of the river. The Nile began to rise uncontrollably, surging toward the temple, threatening to swallow everything in its path. The protagonist and their allies were caught between their duty to protect the land and the goddess's fury. The water surged through the temple gates, flooding the sacred grounds as the goddess's anger filled the air. Lightning crackled across the sky, and the storm's winds whipped through the temple's stone columns. The goddess's voice boomed, echoing with the power of the Nile itself, warning the mortals who had dared to disturb her peace. The protagonist, their heart heavy with guilt, knew that the world they had once known was slipping away. They had unleashed the goddess's wrath, and now they must find a way to undo the damage before the land was lost to the floodwaters forever. In the midst of the storm and chaos, the protagonist's hands trembled as they uncovered the final secret hidden within the relic. A hidden inscription, previously unreadable, now glowed with an eerie light. The words spoke of a forbidden truth. The only way to break the curse and calm the goddess's rage was through a sacrificial act. The goddess demanded the ultimate price, a life, a personal loss that would forever alter the course of the land. The revelation struck the protagonist like a blow to the chest. They had thought they could stop the curse by simply returning the relic, but the goddess's demands were far greater than they had imagined. The emotional weight of the decision hit them like a tidal wave. They would have to choose someone dear to them, someone they loved, to give up their life in order to restore balance and save Egypt. The cost of the prophecy was more than the protagonist had ever been prepared for. The storm raged around them, the waters of the Nile rising higher with each passing moment. The protagonist stood frozen, the weight of the revelation heavy on their heart. But then, someone stepped forward, a character close to the protagonist, someone they loved and trusted. With unwavering resolve, this person offered themselves, ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. "I will do it," they said, their voice filled with a mixture of love and sorrow. The protagonist's heart shattered as they realized the true cost of their journey. The storm seemed to pause, holding its breath, as the sacrifice was made. The temple, the storm, and the goddess herself watched as the selfless act unfolded. As the life was given, the waters of the Nile began to recede, and the storm slowly abated. The goddess's wrath had been quelled, but the price was steep. The protagonists knelt beside the fallen, their tears mingling with the rain that now fell gently around them. The storm was over, but the emotional toll was just beginning. The storm had finally passed, but the emotional devastation remained. The temple, once filled with chaos and fear, now stood in silence. The Nile's waters, though calmer, still carried the weight of the sacrifice. The protagonist stood alone in the sacred temple, the remnants of the storm still hanging in the air. The sacrifice had appeased the goddess, but the cost was more than they could bear. The curse had been broken, the land saved. But at what price? The protagonist's eyes lingered on the lifeless body of their friend, the one who had given everything to restore balance. Guilt and grief threatened to consume them as they knelt beside the fallen. The world around them seemed to blur, the triumph of their actions overshadowed by the loss. Yet, in the midst of their sorrow, a glimmer of hope remained. The land would heal, the curse was gone, and Egypt's future could begin anew. But the emotional scars of the journey would remain forever. The storm had passed, leaving behind an eerie stillness. The once turbulent waters of the Nile now flowed gently, its surface reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun. The air was thick with silence, as if the land itself was breathing a sigh of relief. The protagonists stood at the edge of the river, their heart heavy with the weight of the choices they had made. The calm that surrounded them felt like both peace and loss. They looked out over the water, thinking of the sacrifices that had brought them here, and the long journey they had endured to find this moment of fragile serenity. The protagonist knelt beside their fallen friend, the weight of grief settling in their chest. They had given everything to stop the goddess's wrath, and now the price had been paid. A quiet tear slid down the protagonist's cheek as they whispered their final goodbyes. The air felt thick with sorrow, yet also with a strange sense of understanding. The protagonist had learned that some things were more important than survival of, sacrifice, and the responsibility that came with power. They touched their friend's hand one last time, silently acknowledging the irreversible consequences of their actions. In this moment, the protagonist understood the true meaning of their mission: to protect, even at the cost of everything they held dear. As the last echoes of the storm faded, the goddess's presence lingered. In the stillness, the protagonist felt the weight of divine wisdom settle over them. The goddess of the Nile, once furious, now spoke in a voice that resonated through the air. "Power is both a gift and a curse," she said, her words like a soft whisper in the wind. "To wield it is to understand responsibility, to respect balance. For every gift, there is a price. The words held deep meaning, echoing through the protagonist's heart. They now understood the importance of harmony between the divine and mortal realms, a lesson they would carry with them forever. With the goddess's wrath calmed and the storm gone, the protagonist set to work, ensuring that balance was restored to the kingdom. The Nile's waters slowly returned to their former strength, bringing life back to the parched land. The crops began to grow once more, and the people rejoiced, their faith in the gods renewed. But even in the midst of their celebrations, there was a quiet reverence. The cost of their salvation was understood, and the protagonist worked in the background, their mind reflecting on how far they had come and how they had changed in the process. The protagonist stood alone on the riverbank, the legacy of their journey heavy on their shoulders. They had faced impossible choices and unimaginable consequences, and now the world they had saved would remember them. But more than the legend of their actions, the protagonist knew that they had changed. Their understanding of life, death, and power had evolved. They had learned that true strength lay in sacrifice, and that peace was often forged through struggle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the protagonist felt the weight of their legacy, knowing that their story would live on in the annals of Egyptian mythology, forever revered. The air was thick with dust and mystery as the tomb was uncovered. It had been hidden for centuries, untouched by time, buried deep within the ancient desert. Inside, an unimaginable wealth of gold, jewels, and priceless artifacts glimmered in the faint light of the torches. But amid the treasure lay something more chilling. Among the riches, a woman's body. Nefertari, her name, lost to time, but etched in the tomb's curse was, buried alive with the pharaoh's wealth. Why? What had led to her tragic fate? The discovery of the tomb sent shockwaves through the archaeological world. No one had anticipated such an eerie find. A woman, not a priestess or servant, but someone clearly of importance, laid beside the pharaoh's treasure, her eyes closed forever, her hands clutching a golden amulet that seemed to pulse with a strange energy. The silence in the tomb was suffocating, as if the treasure itself held its breath. Why had she been chosen for such a fate? What had she done to deserve being entombed with the pharaoh's riches, buried alive to join the dead, never to speak again? For generations, legends had spoken of the pharaoh's treasure of a curse that would fall upon anyone who sought to claim his wealth. The tomb's discovery was no exception. Whispers of death followed those who dared to uncover the secrets of the past. Some said the wealth of the pharaoh, Seti III, had been stolen and lost to time. Others claimed that it was guarded by dark forces, cursed by the gods. Nefertari's body, placed so carefully within the tomb, seemed to prove that the curse was real. Those who sought the treasures were doomed to suffer a tragic fate. The question that haunts, the mystery, lingered like a shadow over the tomb. Who was Nefertari? Was she a servant, a lover, or a trusted confidant of Pharaoh Seti III? What had she known about the treasures that would lead to such a horrifying death? The questions filled the air, as heavy and unsettling as the oppressive silence in the tomb. Her body, her treasure-filled grave, and the rumors of a curse haunted the minds of all who dared to investigate. The world would never truly know the answers. But the question lingered. Why was she buried alive with the pharaoh's treasure? In the heart of ancient Egypt, where the Nile weaved its life-giving waters through the desert, stood the mighty kingdom of Seti III. His palace was a testament to his power, a sprawling structure adorned with towering obelisks, intricate carvings, and treasures beyond imagination. Gold, silver, and precious stones flowed in endless rivers, filling the royal halls, with every corner dripping in wealth. His reign was absolute, and none dared challenge his authority. Seti III's eyes gleamed with ambition, his heart consumed by the desire for control not only over Egypt, but over the very forces of life and death. The pharaoh's obsession with immortality drove him to amass treasures that no king before him had dared to claim. He believed that by gathering enough wealth, he could cheat the gods, securing his place in the afterlife forever. But this insatiable thirst for power did not end with riches. Seti sought something deeper, something far more sinister, a secret hidden in the depths of time, locked away in the tombs of the ancients. At the center of this extravagant kingdom stood Nefertari, a woman of grace and mystery, whose name was whispered in awe throughout the palace. She was beautiful beyond compare, her dark eyes piercing through the hearts of those who dared look upon her. Despite her youth, she held a powerful position in the pharaoh's court, revered by nobles, priests, and soldiers alike. No one knew where she came from. Some whispered that she was the daughter of a noble family, while others believed she had risen from the humble streets of Thebes. But one thing was certain: she had earned the pharaoh's favor. Her charm and wit were as legendary as her beauty. Nefertari had become the pharaoh's confidant, trusted with his deepest thoughts and secrets. She was by his side in matters of state, of war, and even in the rituals of the gods. To the people of Egypt, she was the pharaoh's most loyal servant, and some even whispered she was his lover. But the truth of their bond was far more complicated and fraught with hidden dangers. Seti III's affection for Nefertari was unmistakable. In a world where loyalty was often tested by ambition and betrayal, she stood by him as both advisor and companion. Together, they explored the darkest corners of Egyptian magic and religion, searching for ways to unlock the mysteries of the afterlife. Nefertari, though cautious, was drawn to Seti's vision of eternal life, and her loyalty grew as she became more involved in his quest. He trusted her with his most private thoughts, and in return, she shared her deepest fears. However, as the pharaoh's obsession with immortality deepened, Nefertari began to sense something ominous stirring within the palace. There were whispers of strange rituals and dark pacts, but no one dared challenge Seti's desires. She had seen the pharaoh's ruthless side, the lengths he would go to keep control, to preserve his reign, and to ensure that nothing stood in the way of his ambitions. It was this obsession, this hunger for power, that would soon draw Nefertari into a web of deception and peril, from which there would be no escape. As Seti III's reign grew stronger, his desires became more twisted. His obsession with immortality led him to seek out an ancient artifact rumored to grant eternal life. The treasure, hidden away for centuries, was said to have the power to transcend death itself. Seti believed that by acquiring this artifact, he would control not just his own fate, but that of the gods. He grew ever more consumed with the idea of holding dominion over the afterlife, and soon, Nefertari became the only person in his court who knew of this secret. At night, Seti would speak of the artifact in hushed tones, his eyes alight with fervor. He no longer spoke of peace or prosperity for Egypt. He spoke only of the treasure and the dark power it would bring. Nefertari could feel the weight of his obsession pressing down on her, and though she tried to keep her distance, the pharaoh's words haunted her. There were those in the palace who were beginning to sense the growing tension, the unease that simmered beneath the surface. But Seti's power was unchallenged, and no one dared oppose him. Nefertari had been by Seti's side for years, her loyalty unquestioned. But as his dark ambition grew, so did her fear. She could see the toll it was taking on him, his once noble heart, now corrupted by greed and thirst for power. The woman who had once been his trusted confidant began to fear for her own life. She knew that the Pharaoh's obsession would cost them both dearly, and she began to question her role in his quest for immortality. Nefertari, torn between her love for Seti and her fear of the curse that surrounded his treasure, found herself standing at a crossroads. She could no longer pretend that everything was well. The darkness that enveloped Seti III was drawing her deeper into a deadly game, and she knew that sooner or later she would be forced to make a choice that would alter the course of history. As the years passed, Seti III's obsession with immortality grew. The pharaoh's search for eternal life became the singular focus of his reign, overshadowing everything else. The kingdom flourished under his rule, but his mind was no longer occupied with the affairs of Egypt. The pursuit of the afterlife consumed him entirely. He sought knowledge in forbidden texts, consulted with high priests, and even invited foreign mystics to his palace. They all spoke of an artifact, an ancient treasure with the power to defy death and grant immortality. This treasure had been hidden for centuries, buried in the depths of the desert, its whereabouts known only to a few. It was said that whoever possessed the artifact could live forever, even when their body withered away. Seti's ambition was boundless. No longer content with ruling over Egypt, he dreamed of controlling the very forces of life and death. He believed that if he could find this artifact, he could live beyond the grave, his name echoing throughout history. Nefertari, who had once been by his side as a loyal confidant, now found herself drawn into the pharaoh's madness. Seti trusted her more than anyone else, and he shared his deepest thoughts with her, even his most disturbing ones. She could see the change in him, a growing desperation that clouded his once clear judgment. His obsession turned into a compulsion that controlled him, and as time passed, Nefertari began to fear what he might become. Despite the dark turn in Seti's character, Nefertari's position in the palace continued to grow. She had earned the pharaoh's trust, and as his obsession with the treasure deepened, she became an indispensable part of his plans. He relied on her more and more, her voice becoming the only one he would listen to. Nefertari's beauty and wisdom had always been assets, but now they were a tool for her survival. She became the pharaoh's advisor, his closest companion. But the weight of this power began to wear on her. The more she learned of the artifact and the curse that surrounded it, the more she realized the peril she was in. Seti's plans had become more dangerous, more violent. He would stop at nothing to obtain the artifact, even if it meant shedding blood to do so. She could feel the darkness closing in around her, and no matter how much she tried to distance herself from his madness, she was inexorably tied to it. The more she saw of Seti's growing obsession, the more her own fear began to mount. His ambition, once pure, had twisted into something unrecognizable. The pharaoh was no longer the man she had served with such devotion. The man she loved was gone, replaced by a shadow of himself, consumed by his desire for power. Strange occurrences began to happen around the palace. At night, Nefertari would hear whispers in the halls, distant voices that carried on the wind. Priests who had once revered Seti began to withdraw from his court, refusing to perform certain sacred rites. They spoke of an ancient curse, a curse tied to the pharaoh's treasure. The royal scribes whispered that the gods were angry, that Seti's obsession had angered them, and that they would punish him for his arrogance. These murmurs grew louder, and soon even the soldiers who guarded the palace spoke in hushed tones about the growing unease that had begun to settle over the kingdom. But Seti would not listen to the warnings. He ignored the omens, brushing them aside as superstition. He was convinced that the artifact was his birthright, that it would grant him eternal rule. His fixation became all-consuming. Nefertari, on the other hand, could not ignore the signs. She could feel the tension in the air, thick and heavy. Every day, Seti's obsession grew stronger, and every night, she lay awake, haunted by the sense that something terrible was about to happen. One evening, Nefertari wandered the palace gardens, seeking peace from the ever-encroaching darkness. It was there that she overheard a conversation between two of Seti's advisors. They spoke of a plan that involved using Nefertari as a means to an end. They planned to use her as a sacrifice, believing that her life could unlock the final key to the pharaoh's immortality. The mere thought of it sent a chill down Nefertari's spine. She had always known that her fate was tied to Seti's, but never had she imagined it would lead to such a horrific end. It became clear to her that she was not just the pharaoh's confidant, she was also a pawn in a game much larger than she could control. Determined to uncover the truth, Nefertari began to search for answers. She visited the royal library, combing through ancient texts that had been hidden away for centuries. It was there that she discovered the full story of the artifact. The treasure was not just a key to immortality. It was a curse, a dangerous force that had destroyed every ruler who had sought it. The artifact had been hidden away for a reason. Those who sought it were doomed to die either by their own hand or through the wrath of the gods. It was said that only a pure soul could safely claim it, but such a soul was rare, if not non-existent. Nefertari's heart sank as she read the texts. The artifact was not a gift, it was a trap. Seti had been blind to the warnings, and now, so had she. The more she learned, the more she realized that the pharaoh's pursuit of the treasure had led him down a path of no return. The curse was real, and it was now coming for them both. But Nefertari knew that she had to act fast. If she didn't find a way to stop Seti, they would both be doomed. Torn between loyalty and survival, the discovery of the curse left Nefertari in a state of turmoil. She had always been loyal to Seti, serving him with all her heart, but now she could see the true cost of that loyalty. If she stayed by his side, she would likely die with Haim either as a victim of his madness or as a sacrifice to the gods. Yet, if she turned against him, she would betray the only man who had ever truly trusted her. The love she once felt for him had turned into something darker, something tinged with fear. But what could she do? Seti's obsession had grown so strong that there was no turning back. As days passed, Nefertari grew more desperate. The pharaoh had become a shell of the man he had once been. His thirst for the treasure had consumed him completely. She knew that she had to make a choice before it was too late, but the choices before her seemed impossible. The pharaoh's madness had already sealed their fates. There was no way to stop the course of events now. Her loyalty, once a source of strength, had become a trap. And as she lay awake at night, listening to the whispers of the tombs, she realized that the only way out was to leave the palace entirely. But even then, the curse would follow her. As Seti III's obsession with the artifact deepened, his mind became more fragile. The pharaoh trusted no one but Nefertari, but even she could feel the tremors of betrayal coursing through the palace. Horemheb, one of Seti's most trusted generals, had always been loyal, but the whispers of power and wealth that accompany the ancient artifact had seeped into his mind. Driven by his own lust for control, Horemheb began to plot against Seti, believing that if he could control the treasure, he could wield the true power of Egypt. The whispers reached Nefertari's ears as she walked the palace halls late one night. Horemheb and his allies were conspiring in secret, discussing how they could steal the artifact for themselves. The thought of Seti, already so far gone into madness, being overthrown by one of his closest allies filled Nefertari with dread. Her heart raced as she realized that Horemheb's betrayal would only hasten the ruin that Seti had brought upon them all. She had always known that there were those who sought the pharaoh's wealth, but she never imagined that one of his most trusted men would turn against him in such a ruthless way. Nefertari's loyalty was still rooted in the pharaoh, but as the schemes of Horemheb began to unfold, she knew that she had to act. She could not allow Seti's final moments to be marred by the betrayal of a man he considered his friend. The world around her had become a web of lies, deception, and greed. She could no longer sit idly by as the life of the pharaoh was threatened by those closest to him. The pharaoh's descent into madness. Seti III was blind to the treachery that surrounded him. His fixation on the treasure had pushed him beyond reason. He believed that the artifact would grant him eternal life, a gift that could only be claimed by offering up something precious, someone precious. In his delusion, he thought that by sacrificing Nefertari, his most trusted confidante, he would unlock the final piece of the puzzle. She was both his greatest love and his greatest pawn, and now she was to be the one to bring him immortality. One evening, as the sun set behind the Grand Pyramids, Seti summoned Nefertari to the royal chamber. His eyes were wild, fevered with a madness that she had not seen before. He spoke in riddles, his words tumbling out as if the gods themselves were speaking through him. He told her that she was the key to his immortality, and only by offering her life as a sacrifice could he transcend death itself. Nefertari's blood ran cold. She had heard rumors of the pharaoh's plans, but she had never imagined that he would turn on her so completely. The love that she had once felt for Seti had now turned to fear, and in that moment, she realized that she could no longer stay by his side. If she did, she would die at his hands, just as those before her had perished. She was not just the pharaoh's lover, she was a tool, a pawn in his twisted quest for power. Nefertari's mind raced. She had to escape, but she was surrounded by enemies on all sides. Horemheb's betrayal was imminent, and Seti was already planning her death. There was no way out, no way to save herself or the pharaoh. The palace, once a place of beauty and power, had turned into a prison. The walls closed in around her, and she knew her fate had been sealed. Horemheb's forces moved swiftly. That night, as Seti prepared his final ritual in the temple, Nefertari was seized by the guards loyal to Horemheb. She fought back with all her strength, but there was no escaping them. The palace that had once been her sanctuary was now her tomb. Seti, too lost in his delirium, did not even attempt to stop the betrayal. His mind was consumed with the artifact and the idea of immortality. He had already let go of the only thing that could have saved them both, his love for her. The ritual was set in motion. Horemheb's forces led Nefertari to the tomb where Seti had been preparing the final resting place for his treasures. It was there that she would be buried alive, her body placed beside the pharaoh's treasure, her life snuffed out as a sacrifice to the gods. Nefertari's heart broke as she realized that the man she had loved and trusted had condemned her to this fate. But in her final moments, she was resolute. She would die, but she would not let Seti's madness consume her. She would not let the pharaoh's greed destroy her soul. As Nefertari was sealed into the tomb, she could feel the weight of the stone pressing down on her chest, the darkness enveloping her. She closed her eyes, but her mind raced with thoughts of the Pharaoh, the man she had once loved, and who had now led her to this tragic end. She thought of the choices she had made, of the loyalty she had sworn to him, and of the horrors she had witnessed in the palace. She had been so blinded by love, so convinced that her loyalty would be rewarded. But now, as the cold darkness of the tomb surrounded her, she realized that her fate had never been in her hands. In her last breath, Nefertari whispered a prayer to the gods, hoping that she might find peace in the afterlife. She thought of the treasure of the artifact that had led Seti to this place of madness. It was not power, not immortality that had been his true goal. It was control. Control over life, control over death. And in the end, it was his desire for control that had destroyed them both. The tomb was sealed. Seti's treasure remained, but with it, the haunting presence of Nefertari's sacrifice. Time passed, and the world outside the tomb continued as it always had. The kingdom of Egypt, under Seti III's rule, still flourished in many ways. But the shadow of his obsession with immortality had cast a long, dark mark on the land. The tomb, hidden deep within the desert, remained undisturbed for many years. Yet, the stories of Seti's cursed treasure spread like wildfire through the kingdom. The whispers spoke of the betrayal, the dark ritual, and the tragic fate of Nefertari, the woman who had been buried alive alongside the pharaoh's wealth. Those who sought the tomb, eager for its treasures, found only death and misfortune. The curse of Seti's treasure proved to be more than a myth. The treasure, once believed to bring fortune, now seemed to repel anyone who dared claim it. The tomb was discovered by thieves who, in their greed, tried to plunder the riches. They were found dead soon after, their bodies twisted in agony, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. No one dared approach the tomb again. The treasure, once a symbol of ultimate power, had become a symbol of doom. The kingdom, too, felt the weight of Seti's obsession. Though he remained on the throne, his mind was no longer sharp. The ruler who had once commanded the world now ruled only over a kingdom that was slowly decaying. The priests, who had once served him faithfully, abandoned the temple rituals, refusing to offer prayers for a pharaoh who had defied the gods. The land, in its silent protest, grew barren. Crops failed, rivers dried, and the people's faith in the pharaoh began to wither as well. Nefertari's name was eventually forgotten by many, her story buried in the sands of time. However, the haunting legacy of her sacrifice lived on. In the shadows of the palace and in the whispers of the people, her name was still spoken, though not with reverence. She had been both a victim and a symbol of her tragic end, serving as a warning to those who dared seek the pharaoh's treasure, to those who believed in immortality and control over death. Her tomb, a silent witness to her painful end, became a place of mystery. The rumors persisted of a woman who had been buried alive with the pharaoh's wealth, of a curse that had claimed the lives of those who sought to steal the treasures she had been forced to guard. Generations passed, and the world moved on, but the legend of Nefertari's fate lingered like a shadow, haunting the kingdom. As the years turned into decades, and the tomb of Seti III was eventually lost to the sands of time, the true cost of Seti's greed and betrayal became apparent. His ambition had consumed him, leading him to sacrifice the one person who had loved him most. Nefertari, in her final moments, had been a pawn in a twisted game of power and control. Seti's desire for immortality had destroyed everything he had held dear. He had traded his love for a fleeting promise of eternal life, and in doing so, had sealed his own doom. Nefertari's story remained a dark cautionary tale. She had been the victim of a ruler who believed he could conquer both life and death. And in the end, her sacrifice became the catalyst for the pharaoh's downfall. The treasure that had promised immortality had become a symbol of the emptiness of such desires. The more Seti sought to control the gods, the more he lost control over his own life. Centuries passed, and Egypt itself changed. Dynasties rose and fell, but the tale of Seti III's treasure and Nefertari's tragic end remained a haunting part of the past. The tomb of the pharaoh was eventually rediscovered by explorers, but the treasure had long since vanished. All that remained was the empty tomb and the echoes of a curse that had followed those who dared to seek the wealth that had once belonged to the pharaoh. The tomb stood as a monument to the dangers of greed, obsession, and the thirst for power. Nefertari's name was lost to history, but her story lived on in the hearts of those who had heard the legend. The legend of the woman who had been buried alive with the pharaoh's treasure continued to haunt the tombs and the minds of all who dared approach it. It was a warning, a reminder of the consequences that came with seeking control over life, death, and the gods themselves. And so, the mystery of Nefertari's fate endured, lingering in the sands of Egypt, a forgotten queen and a lost treasure. Her story sealed in the darkness of an ancient tomb, awaiting discovery by those who would never know the true cost of the power they sought. Dark clouds loomed over the Temple of Ra, their shadows stretching across the golden sands of Egypt. A storm, rare and foreboding, crackled with energy above the sacred halls where the high priest knelt before the great altar. The torches flickered violently as a gust of unnatural wind howled through the chamber. The sacred scarab carvings upon the walls seemed to shimmer as if whispering secrets of an ancient fate. The high priest's hands trembled as he poured a bowl of sacred oils onto the altar. He had felt the disturbance for weeks and energy shifting in the fabric of the world. Now, as thunder roared outside, his vision blurred, and the world around him faded into darkness. A golden light erupted from the altar, engulfing his senses. Within the light, he saw Ida scarab, glowing like the sun, descending from the heavens. It spiraled downward, past the pyramids, across the Nile, and toward a small, unknown village. A voice, deep as the river itself, echoed through the high priest's mind. She has been chosen. The kingdom's fate lies in her hands. The vision shattered. The high priest gasped, sweat dripping from his brow. His heart pounded as he scrambled to his feet. He knew what the vision meant. The prophecy, spoken of for centuries, was unfolding. The girl had been chosen, and Egypt's survival now depended on her. Miles away, in a quiet village nestled along the Nile, a young girl named Layla stood by the riverbank, her toes sinking into the cool, damp sand. The evening air was thick with the scent of lotus flowers, and the soft hum of crickets filled the night. She often came here when the world felt too small, dreaming of a life beyond the endless rows of mud brick homes. Tonight, however, something felt different. A strange hush had fallen over the land, as if even nature held its breath. Then she saw it, a flicker of gold against the moonlit sky. A tiny speck, drifting toward her like a falling star. Layla's breath hitched as the golden scarab landed gently on her palm. It pulsed with warmth, its shell shimmering like molten sunbeams. She felt something stir deep within her chest, a connection, a whisper of something ancient and powerful. Her heart pounded as she stared at the creature in disbelief. The village elder's stories echoed in her mind. When the sacred scarab chooses, the gods have spoken. A gust of wind rushed through the village, rattling the palm trees and sending ripples across the Nile's surface. The scarab's golden glow intensified for a moment before fading, as if it had passed something unseen into her. Layla stumbled back, her pulse racing. She didn't know what this meant. She didn't know why this had happened to her. But deep down, she felt it in her bones. Nothing in her life would ever be the same again. The sun rose over Layla's village, casting a golden glow over the simple mud brick homes and the fields of barley swaying in the morning breeze. The river shimmered under the light, carrying whispers of forgotten stories. Layla moved through the narrow streets, her mind heavy with the events of the previous night. The golden scarab had vanished, but its warmth still lingered on her palm, an invisible mark of something she didn't yet understand. She had always felt different from the other village girls. While they dreamed of marriage and tending to their families, Layla's heart yearned for something more: adventure, purpose, a chance to prove she was meant for something greater. But now, standing at the well with her empty water jug, she wasn't so sure. What had the scarab done to her? Why had it chosen her? The morning continued as usual. Mothers bartered for fresh figs in the marketplace. Children ran barefoot through the streets, and the village elders sat beneath a sycamore tree, speaking in hushed voices. But Layla felt out of place, as if she no longer belonged here. Something had changed, and deep down, she knew the gods had set something in motion. Far beyond Layla's village, in the grand palace of Thebes, despair had taken hold of the kingdom. The Nile, the very lifeblood of Egypt, was shrinking. The riverbanks cracked under the relentless sun, and once fertile lands had turned to dust. Crops withered before they could be harvested, and the cries of hungry children echoed through the city. Pharaoh Amenhotep sat on his throne, his face carved with worry. His kingdom, his people were slipping into ruin, and no offering, no prayer, no ritual had been able to stop it. Beside him, the high priest stood solemnly. He had not spoken of his vision to anyone but the Pharaoh. The prophecy was clear. Only the one chosen by the sacred scarab could reverse this devastation. "My Pharaoh," the high priest said softly, bowing low, "we must find the girl." Amenhotep's eyes darkened. "And if she is not ready?" The priest's voice was grave. "Then Egypt will fall." Layla had barely finished her morning chores when the sound of galloping hooves shattered the peace of the village. A cloud of dust rose as a group of royal soldiers thundered through the streets, their bronze armor gleaming under the sun. Villagers froze in fear, clutching their children, whispering prayers to the gods. The Pharaoh's guards never came to small villages unless something was terribly wrong. Layla stepped back as the soldiers halted in the center of the square. The captain, a tall man with a stern expression, unrolled a scroll and spoke with authority. "By order of Pharaoh Amenhotep, we seek the one chosen by the sacred scarab." Silence fell over the village. Layla's breath caught in her throat. The captain scanned the crowd. "Who among you has been marked?" The villagers shifted uneasily, exchanging glances. Then, an elderly woman stepped forward, Layla's grandmother. She raised a trembling hand and pointed directly at Layla. "She is the one," the old woman whispered. "The gods have chosen her." Layla's stomach dropped. The soldiers turned to her, their eyes filled with expectation. She wanted to run, to disappear into the safety of her old life. But as she met the captain's gaze, something inside her stirred the same feeling she had when the scarab touched her hand. She didn't understand what was happening, but she knew there was no turning back. The journey to Thebes was a blur of shifting sands and pounding hooves. Layla barely spoke as the royal chariot carried her farther from home, her heart heavy with fear and confusion. By the time they reached the palace, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows over the towering pillars and golden statues. The sheer scale of the palace took her breath away. Ornate carvings of gods lined the great hall, their stone eyes watching her every move. She was led through a series of grand corridors before finally stepping into the throne room. The air was thick with incense, the flickering torches casting eerie patterns on the walls. And there, seated on the golden throne, was Pharaoh Amenhotep. He was younger than she expected, no older than her own father, but the weight of an entire kingdom rested upon his shoulders. His dark eyes studied her carefully, searching for something unseen. Layla bowed deeply, her heart hammering. The pharaoh's voice was calm, yet laced with urgency. "You are the one the gods have chosen." Layla swallowed hard. I don't understand." The high priest stepped forward, his robes whispering against the marble floor. "The sacred scarab does not choose lightly. It has marked you as the only one who can restore balance to Egypt." Layla shook her head. "But I'm just a village girl. I have no power." The pharaoh's expression hardened. "The Nile is dying. Crops fail. My people suffer. If the gods have chosen you, then you must embrace your destiny." Layla felt her legs weaken. The weight of the pharaoh's words pressed down on her like an unbearable burden. A moment of silence passed. Then the high priest took a step closer, lowering his voice. "The prophecy speaks of trials tests that only the chosen one can overcome. You must find the lost essence of the sacred scarab. Only then can Egypt be saved." Layla's breath shuddered. Tests? Trials? She had never fought a battle, never wielded magic, never done anything extraordinary. And yet, the golden scarab had come to her. The pharaoh watched her closely. "Will you accept this burden?" Layla clenched her fists. Every instinct screamed for her to refuse, to run back to the safety of her village. But something deep within her, the same force that had guided the scarab, whispered otherwise. A kingdom was falling, and she was the only one who could save it. Taking a shaky breath, Layla met the pharaoh's gaze. "I will do it." A flicker of hope crossed his face. The high priest nodded solemnly. "Then your journey begins at dawn." Layla turned toward the towering doors of the throne room, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. Somewhere beyond those walls, a great destiny awaited her, and she had no choice but to face it. The first light of dawn crept over the vast desert as Layla stood at the edge of the palace steps, gazing out at the endless horizon. A leather satchel filled with dried dates, water, and a sacred scroll was slung over her shoulder. Her heart pounded with uncertainty. Before her stood the high priest and a royal guard named Zahir, only companions for the journey ahead. "The gods have willed this path for you," the high priest said solemnly. "The scarab's lost essence lies beyond the sands, hidden in the sacred temples. Only by reclaiming it will you gain the power to restore Egypt." Layla swallowed hard. "And if I fail?" Zahir, a man with sharp eyes and a hardened demeanor, tightened his grip on his spear. "Then the kingdom will wither, and darkness will consume us all." A heavy silence settled between them. Layla clenched her fists. She had no choice but to press forward. Taking a deep breath, she stepped onto the sand. Her journey had begun. The heat of the desert was relentless, the sun beating down upon them as they trudged through the dunes. Layla's feet ached, and her throat burned with thirst despite the water she carried. But the worst part was the silence. The vast emptiness of the desert seemed alive, whispering ancient secrets in voices she couldn't understand. Shadows danced at the edge of her vision, shifting with every step. She shivered. "Do you hear that?" Zahir frowned. "Hear what?" Layla hesitated. The whispers grew louder, swirling around her like a phantom wind. Then, out of nowhere, the sand beneath her feet shifted. She gasped as she lost her balance, tumbling into a deep pit. The last thing she heard was Zahir shouting her name. Darkness swallowed her whole. When Layla awoke, she found herself in a dimly lit chamber. Walls of smooth limestone enclosed her, hieroglyphs glowing faintly along the surface. A low rumble filled the space, and suddenly, before her, emerged a massive stone sphinx. Its golden eyes burned with an ancient light. Layla scrambled to her feet as the creature spoke, its voice deep as thunder. "You stand before the gate of trials," it intoned. "Answer my riddle, or be lost in the sands forever." Layla's heart pounded. What is the riddle?" The Sphinx's eyes narrowed. "I have seen the rise and fall of kings, yet I am not alive. I hold the wisdom of the past, yet I do not speak. What am I?" Layla's mind raced. The answer was there, hidden in the depths of her thoughts. Then realization struck. "A scroll," she whispered. "A scroll holds the wisdom of kings, yet it does not speak." The Sphinx was silent for a moment. Then, slowly, it bowed its great head. "You have answered wisely. Proceed, chosen one." A hidden passage opened in the wall, revealing a path forward. Layla exhaled in relief. But deep inside, she knew the trials were far from over. Layla stepped cautiously into the temple's inner chamber. The air was thick with incense and the scent of ancient stone. Strange symbols covered the walls, and torches flickered as if moved by unseen hands. Zahir caught up to her, breathless. "You survived the pit," he said, his voice filled with grudging respect. Layla nodded, barely. Suddenly, the torches dimmed, and a voice whispered from the darkness, "Only the worthy may pass." Before them, shadows twisted and formed into hooded figures. Their eyes glowed like embers, and they blocked the exit with ghostly hands. Layla's pulse raced. "What do they want?" The high priest stepped forward. "They test your heart. Face your fear, or be consumed by it." Layla swallowed hard. The figures loomed closer, their whispers slithering into her mind. "You are weak. You are unworthy. You will fail." "No," Layla whispered. She clenched her fists. "I will not fail." As the words left her lips, the shadows trembled. Their forms wavered then, one by one. They faded into nothing. The path was clear. Layla had passed another test. Beyond the temple's threshold lay a sacred altar. Upon it rested a fragment of gold, pulsing with light. Layla stepped forward, her fingers trembling as she reached for it. The moment her skin touched the fragment, a surge of energy coursed through her. Visions exploded in her mind, images of the Pharaoh's suffering people, of darkness creeping over the land, of an unseen enemy waiting in the shadows. She gasped, stumbling back. The energy crackled through her veins, wild and untamed. "What's happening to me?" she gasped. The high priest placed a hand on her shoulder. "The scarab's essence has recognized you, but you are not yet ready to wield its full power." Layla's breathing was unsteady. She had felt something vast, ancient, and terrifyingly strong, and she didn't know if she could control it. As they left the temple, the air grew cold. The wind howled through the dunes, carrying a voice that did not belong to the gods. "She is coming." Layla stopped in her tracks. "Who is coming?" The high priest's face darkened. "A great enemy. One who does not wish for Egypt to be saved." Layla's stomach twisted. The visions, the trials, the scarab's power, it was all leading to something much bigger than she had imagined. Something darker. Something dangerous. And for the first time, she wondered if she was truly ready. The palace gates loomed ahead as Layla, Zahir and the high priest rode through the darkened streets of Thebes. But something was wrong. The air was thick with unease, the once bustling marketplace eerily silent. Fires burned in the distance, and people huddled inside their homes, too afraid to emerge. Layla's chest tightened. The kingdom she had set out to save was worse than when she left. As they entered the palace courtyard, soldiers stood tense, gripping their spears as if expecting an attack. Layla barely had time to process the scene before a voice called out, "Seize them!" Layla turned just in time to see the palace guards rushing forward toward her. Before she could react, strong hands grabbed her arms. Zahir drew his sword, but there were too many. Layla struggled, her heart pounding. "What's happening?" she demanded. Gleaming under the torches, the Pharaoh's most trusted advisor, and in his hand, he held the sacred scarab fragment she had retrieved. Layla's blood ran cold. He had betrayed them. The throne room was no longer a place of order. Chaos reigned as soldiers lined the walls, their faces uncertain. Layla and the high priest were forced to their knees before the Pharaoh, whose expression was unreadable. The royal advisor Menka stood beside him, a twisted smile on his lips. "The girl is no savior," Menka said smoothly, holding up the glowing scarab fragment. "She is a deceiver, a child playing with powers she cannot control." Layla's heart pounded. "That's not true." Menka turned to the Pharaoh. "My lord, she has returned with only a fraction of the scarab's essence, and yet the kingdom still suffers." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Perhaps she is the reason for our misfortune." Gasps rippled through the room. The Pharaoh's jaw clenched, his trust wavering. Layla's hands balled into fists. "I came back to save Egypt," she said desperately. "But there is someone working against you from the shadows. Someone who—" A cruel laugh cut her off. "Yes," Menka sneered. "And that someone is me." Silence fell. Then, before anyone could react, Menka raised his hand, and the air cracked with dark energy. A wave of shadow burst from his palm, knocking Layla and the high priest to the ground. The torches flickered wildly as an unnatural chill filled the air. "I have waited years for this moment," Menka said, his eyes burning with power. "The Nile withers not because of the gods but because of me." Layla's breath caught. This was the enemy the scarab had warned her about, and he had been standing beside the Pharaoh all along. Pain shot through Layla's body as she pushed herself up. Around her, the guards hesitated, uncertain whether to defend their Pharaoh or bow to Menka's power. But Layla had no such doubts. The scarab's fragment pulsed in Menka's hand. She could feel its it calling to her. Slowly she rose to her feet, ignoring the ache in her limbs. Menka smirked. "Still standing, little girl." He raised his hand again, dark tendrils forming at his fingertips. Layla closed her eyes. She reached deep within herself past her fear, past her doubt, and called upon the scarab's essence. A warmth flooded her chest. A golden glow erupted from her hands. When she opened her eyes, she wasn't afraid anymore. Menka's smirk faded. "Impossible." Layla lifted her hand, and the room exploded with light. Menka roared as the golden energy clashed against his dark magic, sending shockwaves through the throne room. The walls trembled, stone crumbling from the force. Layla stood firm, her heart hammering as the power surged through her. She had no training, no experience, but the scarab knew what to do. Menka lunged, his shadows twisting like serpents. Layla dodged, countering with a beam of golden light. Their battle raged across the palace, magic colliding in bursts of fire and smoke. Soldiers scrambled for cover, the Pharaoh watching in stunned silence. Layla gritted her teeth. The scarab's power was strong, but so was Menka, and he was not fighting alone. The shadows behind him shifted and figures began to emerge. Dark spirits, their hollow eyes gleaming with malice. Layla's stomach dropped. She was outnumbered. Menka laughed as the spirits circled Layla, their whispers like knives against her skin. "You were never meant to win," he taunted. "The gods abandoned this land long ago." Layla clenched her fists. "You're wrong." She had come too far to fail now. Closing her eyes, she focused on the scarab's energy, let it fill every part of her. The golden light grew brighter, blinding the spirits. Then, with a single breath, she released it. A shockwave of pure energy erupted from her body, sweeping across the throne room. The spirits screamed as they disintegrated into nothingness. Menka staggered back, his power faltering. "No," he growled. "This is not possible." But it was. Layla stepped forward, her hands glowing with divine light. "This ends now." She raised her palm and the scarab's power surged forward, slamming into Menka's chest. A scream tore from his throat as the darkness unraveled, his body consumed by golden fire. His power crumbled, his shadows faded, and then he was gone. The palace fell silent. The battle was over. Layla stood frozen, the golden glow fading from her hands. She felt empty, exhausted, of shock and awe. "You did it," he whispered. Layla swayed, barely able to stand. Zahir rushed forward, catching her before she fell. The high priest stepped forward, bowing deeply. "The prophecy had to pass. The chosen one has saved Egypt." Outside, a distant rumble filled the air. Layla looked toward the palace windows and her breath caught. The Nile. It was flowing again. Golden sunlight bathed the riverbanks as water rushed through the parched lands. The people outside cried out in joy, falling to their knees in gratitude. The curse was broken. Egypt was saved. Layla closed her eyes, relief washing over her. She had done it. She had fulfilled her destiny. But at what cost? The golden sun rose over Thebes, its rays glistening on the waters of the Nile. The river, once on the brink of death, now flowed strong and full, nourishing the land once more. Fields that had turned to dust now bloomed with life. Birds soared above the city, their songs filling the air with hope. In the streets, people gathered in celebration. Farmers wept with joy as they touched the fertile soil. Mothers held their children close, whispering prayers of gratitude to the gods. The city, once drowning in despair, now pulsed with new life. At the heart of it all, Layla stood on the palace balcony, gazing at the kingdom she had saved. She still felt the scarab's energy within her, but it was quiet now at peace. The Pharaoh stepped beside her, his expression softer than she had ever seen. "You have given Egypt a second chance," he said. Layla bowed her head. "It wasn't just me. The scarab chose this path. I only followed it." The Pharaoh turned to the gathered crowd below and raised his hands. "People of Egypt," his voice rang out, "the darkness has been vanquished. The Nile flows once more, and our land is reborn. This victory, this miracles, because of the one the gods have chosen." The crowd erupted in cheers. Layla's chest tightened. She had never sought recognition. She had only done what had to be done. But as the people chanted her name, she realized something. She was more than just a village girl now. She was the one who had saved them all. Later that evening, as the palace celebrations continued, Layla stood by the great reflecting pool, staring at her own reflection in the water. She had changed. She had left her village as a simple girl, afraid of the path ahead. Now, she was someone else entirely. someone who had faced darkness and survived. Zahir approached, standing beside her. "You saved a kingdom," he said quietly. "Not many can say that." Layla smiled faintly. "And yet, I don't know what comes next." The high priest stepped forward, his eyes filled with wisdom. "Your name will live on in the stars, Layla. Egypt will never forget what you have done." Layla turned back to the water, her reflection shimmering under the moonlight. She had fulfilled the prophecy. The kingdom was safe. And yet, her journey was far from over. For the scarab had chosen her for a reason. And somewhere beyond the horizon, her destiny was still unfolding. In the heart of ancient Egypt, a prophecy loomed like a shadow over the land. It foretold of a time when chaos would rise, marked by the turning of the sacred Nile into a river of blood. Passed down through generations, the prophecy warned that when the sun no longer blessed the kingdom and darkness crept across the sands, only a chosen one could restore balance. Priests whispered of omens hidden in the stars, signs of a trial that would test the kingdom's fate. Though its origins were unknown, its warning hung heavy, waiting for its time to come. In a forgotten corner of the palace garden, a golden scarab lay buried beneath the soft soil, hidden for centuries. Unseen by all, it waited for the day fate would call upon its power. That day had come. As a soft breeze rustled the palms, Neferu, a young servant girl, wandered through the garden, her mind weighed down by the burdens of her station. Her gaze fell upon the shimmering scarab, half buried but glowing faintly. Drawn by a strange compulsion, she reached out and touched it. A pulse of warmth spread through her hand. The scarab had chosen her. Neferu gasped as the golden scarab pulsed with light, its warmth wrapping around her like a whisper carried on the desert breeze. In that moment, she heard a voice not loud, but ancient and distant, like the shifting sands. The words were cryptic, fragments she couldn't fully understand. She clutched the scarab tightly, her pulse quickening. The voice grew louder, more urgent, revealing visions of chaos, a kingdom falling into despair. Though fear gripped her, she knew these whispers came from the gods themselves. The burden of destiny was settling upon her, a calling she could neither resist nor escape. As Neferu stood in shock, the sky above the palace began to change. The golden hues of the sun dimmed, replaced by a deep, ominous red. Clouds swirled like ink in water, casting eerie shadows over the city. Priests rushed to temple rooftops, their faces pale with terror as they beheld the darkened sky, an unmistakable omen. In the marketplace, people cried out, shielding their eyes from the burning red glow. Whispers of the ancient prophecy swept through the crowds, carried by panic. Neferu trembled as the scarab in her hand glowed brighter, a silent command urging her forward. Neferu's heart raced as the weight of destiny pressed down on her. The voice within the scarab, once fragmented, now spoke clearly. She was the chosen one, destined to confront the coming darkness and restore peace to her land. Panic gripped her, but the voice did not waver. It urged her to act, to be brave, to carry the burden given by the gods. Though fear threatened to overwhelm her, she clenched her fist around the scarab and took a deep breath. She would not turn away from her fate. She was chosen, and she would not fail. Neferu moved through the grand halls of the Pharaoh's palace, careful to keep her head down. The towering columns and golden murals depicted the gods and great rulers of Egypt, but she felt no connection to them. She was merely a servant, born into a life of toil. Each day she scrubbed the temple floors, carried baskets of fruit, and tended to the nobles who never spared her a glance. The other servants whispered about her, calling her strange, different. Some said she had the eyes of someone meant for greater things, but Neferu knew better than to believe in such foolish dreams. Life in the palace was cruel to those without power. She had no family, no future, only endless days of servitude. Her only comfort came from an old scribe named Mentuhotep, a man who had once advised the pharaoh but now spent his days copying ancient texts. He spoke kindly to her, often sharing stories of the gods and their chosen warriors. Though she enjoyed listening, she never imagined such tales would hold any meaning for her. She was nothing more than a girl lost in the shadows of the mighty. But deep in her heart, something stirred. A longing for something beyond the palace walls, beyond the life she had always known. She did not yet understand it, but fate was already moving. The golden scarab had not chosen her by chance. While Neferu toiled away unnoticed, dark forces were at work within the kingdom. Sethnacht, the pharaoh's most trusted vizier, moved through the palace halls with purpose. His power had grown over the years, his influence stretching into every corner of the court. To the people, he was a loyal servant of Pharaoh, a man of wisdom and strength. But in secret, he had sworn allegiance to a far darker force. For years, whispers of a forbidden cult had spread through the kingdom. It was said that those who worshipped Apep, the great serpent of chaos, sought to unravel the order of Ma'at and bring eternal darkness upon the land. Most dismissed such rumors as fear-mongering, but the truth was far worse than anyone imagined. Sethnacht had long abandoned his loyalty to the gods of Egypt. He sought power beyond mortal limits, and Apep had promised it to him. Through dark rituals and forbidden knowledge, he had begun the process of summoning the serpent's essence into the mortal world. But such power came at a cost. The signs of Apep's growing influence had already begun. The Nile's waters receded, crops withered under the sun, and an eerie silence fell over the land at night. The people grew fearful, sensing that something unnatural was at hand. Yet Pharaoh remained unaware of the true threat. Sethnacht played the role of the loyal advisor, whispering carefully chosen words to guide the ruler's thoughts. Soon he would strike. And when he did, no one, not even the gods, would stand in his way. But the gods had already chosen their champion, even if she did not yet know it. Neferu lay awake on her straw mat, staring at the ceiling of the servants' quarters. The golden scarab rested in her palm, its glow faint but steady. She had hidden it beneath her tunic all day, afraid that someone would see and take it from her. But even now, alone in the dark, she felt its power. A soft hum filled the air, almost like a whisper carried by the wind. Neferu sat up, heart pounding. The voice from earlier returned, clearer than before. It was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. It spoke in words she did not fully understand, yet their meaning was unmistakable. Danger was coming. The pharaoh was in peril. The kingdom stood on the edge of chaos. She clutched the scarab tighter, trying to silence the fear rising in her chest. How could she, a mere servant, do anything to stop whatever evil threatened the land? This was the pharaoh's concern, the high priest's duty, the warrior's battle. She was no one, yet the scarab pulsed against her skin, filling her with warmth, with certainty. The gods had chosen her. She had to do something. Neferu rose to her feet, determination hardening in her chest. Tomorrow, she would go to the high priest of Ra and tell him what she had seen. She would show him the scarab, explain the whispers, plead for him to listen. But fate is never kind, and destiny does not wait. As she stepped toward the door, a shadow moved outside her chamber. Someone had been watching her. The battle for Egypt's future had already begun. Neferu's heart pounded as she clutched the golden scarab beneath her tunic. The whispers from the gods still echoed in her mind, their voices filled with urgency. The palace walls, once a place of safety, now felt like a cage closing around her. The shadow she had seen outside her chamber haunted her thoughts. Someone had been watching. Someone knew. She had to leave. She crept through the servants' corridors, careful to stay hidden in the darkness. The palace was alive. Even at night, guards patrolled the halls, their torches casting long shadows. The scent of burning oil and incense lingered in the air. She moved silently, her bare feet making no sound against the cool stone floor. Every step felt heavier, burdened by the weight of the unknown. The scarab pulsed against her skin, as if guiding her, leading her toward an unseen path. When she reached the main gates, her breath caught. Two guards stood at their posts, their eyes scanning the courtyard. Escape seemed impossible. Then the scarab glowed. A faint golden shimmer spread through the air. The guards suddenly stiffened, their gazes turning distant, their bodies rigid as if trapped in a dream. The torches flickered, dimming as the golden light swirled around them. Neferu seized the moment. She ran. The cool night air hit her face as she crossed the threshold, leaving the palace behind. Beyond the city walls, the vast desert stretched before her, endless and empty. The sky above was filled with stars, shimmering like watchful eyes. She did not know where she was going. She only knew she had to follow the light. And so, she ran into the unknown. Neferu had walked for hours, the desert wind whipping against her skin. The scarab's glow never faded, leading her forward like a beacon in the night. The sands stretched endlessly, golden dunes shifting with the wind. She had left behind everything she had ever known, but there was no turning back now. Then, rising from the horizon, she saw it, an ancient temple half buried in the dunes. Its great pillars stood against the test of time, though the stone was cracked and worn. Symbols of Ma'at, the goddess of truth, adorned the entrance. The sight stole her breath. She had heard of such places, hidden temples said to hold the wisdom of the gods, but no one had set foot in them for centuries. She stepped inside. The air within was cool, untouched by the desert heat. The walls were covered in inscriptions, their meanings lost to time. Then, as she moved deeper, a voice rang out. "Prove your heart is pure." Neferu's breath caught. The room before her was vast, with 3 separate pathways leading into darkness. She knew this was a test. The path of the just would guide her forward. The others would lead to ruin. She closed her eyes, letting the scarab's warmth guide her. A pulse of energy directed her to the rightmost path. She took a deep breath and stepped forward. The moment she did, the walls shifted. The torches lining the hall flared to life, illuminating the passage ahead. She had chosen correctly. But the trials were not over yet. Neferu moved cautiously through the temple's winding halls, the scarab's light illuminating symbols and carvings etched into the stone. These were no ordinary writings. They spoke of a great darkness, a force that threatened to consume Egypt. She traced her fingers over the inscriptions, her heart pounding. Then she saw it. A vast mural covered the far wall, depicting a man standing before a swirling abyss. In his hands, he held a serpent coiled around a black sun. Her blood ran cold as she recognized the face. Sethnakht. The inscriptions revealed everything. Sethnakht had long abandoned his loyalty to the gods. He sought power beyond mortal reach, and Apep had promised it to him. Through dark rituals and forbidden sacrifices, he was preparing to bring forth chaos itself. Neferu's stomach twisted. The prophecy was real. The omens were not mere superstition. The kingdom was on the brink of destruction, and no one knew the truth except her. She turned to leave, her mind racing. She had to warn someone, find a way to stop this before it was too late. But just as she stepped away, a cold breeze swept through the chamber. The torches flickered, shadows shifted. Neferu froze as figures emerged from the darkness. Their eyes glowed red, their forms barely human. They wore tattered robes, their bodies moving unnaturally as if controlled by an unseen force. Sethnak's minions. She was not alone in the temple. They had been waiting. Her pulse thundered in her ears. She clutched the scarab tightly, its light growing brighter. The air around her crackled with unseen energy. She had no choice. She had to fight. The city of Waysat trembled under the weight of fear. Dark clouds loomed over the great temples, casting eerie shadows on the golden walls. The streets, once bustling with merchants and music, had fallen silent. People whispered of dark magic, of the river drying, of Sethnak's rising power. At the heart of the palace, the throne room stood empty. Pharaoh Userkaf had been taken. His loyal guards had fallen, betrayed by those who had secretly sworn allegiance to Sethnak. The vizier had seized control, declaring himself the true ruler of Egypt. He spoke of new gods, of a world shaped by chaos, of a kingdom that would no longer bow to the old ways. In the temple courtyards, the high priest and his followers had been forced to kneel before Sethnak's warriors. Statues of Ra, Osiris, and Ma'at were defaced, their golden faces smeared with ash. Fear spread like wildfire, for the people knew without Pharaoh, without the gods, who would protect them. Neferu had seen it all from the rooftops, her heart pounding. The city she had known since childhood had turned into a nightmare. She had hoped she could stop this before it began, but she had been too late. Now, Pharaoh was imprisoned, and the kingdom was at the mercy of a man who had forsaken the gods. But all was not lost. She clutched the glowing scarab in her hand. The whispers of the gods filled her mind, urging her forward. This was not the end. The battle had not yet been fought. With a deep breath, she climbed down, disappearing into the shadows. She needed to act before it was too late. Neferu ran through the darkened alleys of Waysat, her feet barely touching the ground. She knew the time had come. She could feel it in her blood, in her breath, in the fire that burned in her chest. The gods had chosen her, and she could no longer run from her fate. She stopped in front of an ancient shrine, hidden behind crumbling walls. Inside, the flickering torches cast golden light on the faded inscriptions of Ma'at. This was where she would make her stand. Neferu knelt, placing the golden scarab before her. She closed her eyes, steadying her breath. The whispers returned. Louder now, clear as the rising sun. They spoke of power, of sacrifice, of the balance that must be restored. She pressed her hand over the scarab. The moment her skin met the cool gold, a wave of energy surged through her body. Light burst from the artifact, wrapping around her like a cocoon of golden flame. Her body trembled, but she did not pull away. The power of the gods coursed through her veins, filling her with their strength, their wisdom, their will. Visions flashed before her eyes. Pharaoh locked away in darkness. Sethnak standing atop the temple steps, a black serpent coiling around his arm. The final battle was near. She saw herself standing before him, the scarab's light in her hands, the fate of Egypt balanced on the edge of a blade. As the light dimmed, Neferu rose. She was no longer just a servant. She was the guardian of the sacred scarab, the chosen one of the gods. And she was ready. The Temple of Ra stood like a silent guardian in the heart of the city, its golden walls now stained with shadow. Neferu moved through the darkness, unseen by Sethnak's guards. Her pulse was steady, her breath calm. The gods were with her. At the temple's highest platform, Sethnak stood before a gathering of his followers. The people of Waset watched in fear as he raised his hands to the sky. Dark energy swirled around him, the mark of Apep coiling like a serpent across his skin. He spoke of a new age, of a world without Pharaoh, without order, without the gods. Neferu stepped forward. The moment she did, the scarab in her hand flared with light, its golden glow slicing through the darkness. Gasps filled the temple as the people turned to see her, a lone figure standing against the tide of chaos. Sethnak's gaze locked onto her. His lips curled into a sneer. "You are too late," he said. His voice echoed through the temple, laced with dark magic. "The gods you serve are weak. Their time has ended." Neferu's grip tightened around the scarab. The whispers of the gods filled her mind, but this time, she did not just listen. She understood. She raised her hand, and the scarab's light burst forth. The golden energy wrapped around her, forming a shield of divine power. Sethnak hissed, recoiling from the light. The battle had begun. Sethnak raised his hands, summoning dark tendrils of magic that coiled like serpents through the air. The temple trembled as his power surged, the torches flickering wildly. He hurled the darkness toward Neferu, a force meant to crush her beneath its weight. But she did not falter. The scarab's light surged in response, forming a barrier around her. The dark tendrils struck, but they melted away upon contact, unable to withstand the divine energy. Sethnak's eyes burned with fury. He gathered more power, his form shifting, his shadow stretching unnaturally across the temple floor. "You cannot stop me," he roared. Neferu stepped forward. The golden light around her pulsed, growing stronger with each step. She raised the scarab high, letting its radiance fill every corner of the temple. The people of Waset watched, their fear melting into awe. "The gods have not abandoned Egypt," Neferu said, her voice steady, filled with purpose. "You have." With those words, she unleashed the scarab's full power. A beam of golden light shot toward Sethnak, striking him in the chest. He screamed as the energy wrapped around him, searing through the dark magic that had consumed him. The temple shook. The black mark of Apep on his skin cracked, shattering like brittle stone. The darkness in his eyes faded, replaced by horror. "No, this cannot be." Neferu did not waver. With one final surge of power, she raised the scarab high, and the last of Sethnak's magic was torn from him. He collapsed to his knees, his strength gone, his reign of terror over. The people of Waset erupted into cheers. The darkness had lifted. Balance had been restored. Neferu lowered the scarab, her heart steady. She had done what the gods had asked. But her journey was not yet over. Sethnak lay motionless on the temple floor, his once mighty form reduced to a hollow shell. The golden light of the scarab had stripped him of his dark power, severing his connection to Apep. The shadow that had loomed over the kingdom for so long had finally been banished. The people of Waset stared in stunned silence, their fear slowly melting into relief. The sky, once thick with swirling darkness, began to clear. The blood-red hue that had tainted the horizon faded, revealing the soft golden glow of the rising sun. The balance of Ma'at had been restored. Neferu took a steady breath, her fingers still curled around the scarab. The whispers had quieted now, their purpose fulfilled. The gods had given her their strength, but the battle had been hers to fight. And she had won. Behind her, Pharaoh Userkaf emerged from the shadows, freed from his captors. His royal robes were torn, his face weary, but his eyes held a fierce determination. He gazed at the fallen Sethnacht, his expression unreadable. Then he turned to Neferu. "You saved Egypt," the high priest whispered, his voice filled with reverence. Neferu felt the weight of his words settle in her chest. She had never sought glory or power. She had only followed the call of the scarab, trusting the gods to lead her path. And yet, here she stood, no longer a mere servant, but the one who had changed the fate of a kingdom. The people knelt, bowing their heads in gratitude. Neferu looked around, overwhelmed by the sight. She had always been invisible, a shadow in the palace. Now she was seen. But this was not the end of her journey. The palace was no longer a place of fear. With Sethnacht gone, the corruption that had seeped into its walls began to fade. The high priest led a ceremony to cleanse the temple of Ra, burning the remnants of dark magic and restoring the sacred altars. The people of Waset rejoiced, celebrating the return of balance. Neferu stood on the temple steps, the scarab still glowing faintly in her hand. The gods had given her their blessing, but the path ahead was hers to walk. She had been a servant, bound by the will of others. Now, she had the freedom to choose her own destiny. Pharaoh Userkaf approached her, his expression thoughtful. "You have done what no warrior or priest could," he said. "Egypt owes you a great debt." Neferu lowered her gaze. "I only did what the gods asked of me." The pharaoh nodded. "Even so, you have proven yourself worthy. The scarab chose you for a reason, and now it must remain in the hands of one who understands its power." Neferu's breath caught. She had never considered what would come after the battle, but as she looked at the scarab, she knew this was not the end of her journey. It was only the beginning. With a solemn nod, the pharaoh turned to the people. "Neferu will be honored as the keeper of the sacred scarab," he declared. "She will guard its power and ensure that Egypt never falls to darkness again." The crowd erupted in cheers, voices rising in praise. Neferu closed her eyes, allowing the moment to sink in. She had found her place. She was no longer just a servant. She was a guardian. The days that followed were filled with celebration. The Nile, once darkened by omens, flowed clear and strong again. The crops flourished, the city streets echoed with laughter, and the temples shone with renewed light. Egypt had been reborn. Neferu walked through the palace gardens, the place where she had first found the golden scarab. It felt like a lifetime ago. The girl who had once dreamed of escaping her life as a servant was gone. In her place stood a woman who had faced the gods' trials and emerged stronger. But she knew her journey was far from over. The scarab, still warm in her palm, pulsed gently. The gods were not finished with her yet. Though she had restored balance, there would always be those who sought to disrupt it. She had seen the darkness that lurked in the hearts of men, and she knew that her duty was not just to guard the scarab but to guard Egypt itself. As the sun rose over the horizon, Neferu stood tall, her gaze steady. She had been chosen not just to save her kingdom, but to protect it for all time. And so, with the scarab's light guiding her way, she stepped forward, ready for whatever lay ahead. The legend of the keeper of the sacred scarab had only just begun. Neferet held the golden scarab amulet in her trembling hands. It was small but heavy, its surface etched with strange symbols that seemed to shimmer faintly even in the dim light of her chamber. As she stared at it, the amulet began to glow softly, casting a warm yet eerie light across her face. Then came the whisper-soft, raspy voices that no one else could hear. They spoke in riddles, their words slithering into her mind like smoke. "He walks among you," the voices hissed. "But his soul belongs to the gods." Neferet gasped and nearly dropped the amulet. Her heart raced as she realized the whispers were talking about Ankmat, her husband. She clutched the artifact tightly, her mind swirling with questions. What did it mean? Was her beloved truly more than human? Neferet sat on the edge of her bed, staring at the glowing amulet. Lately, things about Ankmat had been unsettling her. He always seemed so calm, even when chaos erupted around him. Just last week, he had healed a child's fever with just a touch, something no ordinary man could do. And then there was the strangest thing of all: he never cast a shadow, no matter how bright the sun shone. These oddities gnawed at her mind, filling her with doubt. Yet, despite her fears, she loved him deeply. How could someone so kind and gentle be anything other than mortal? The conflict tore at her heart, leaving her unsure whether to trust her instincts or dismiss her worries as silly superstitions. Neferet's thoughts drifted back to the day she married Ankmat. It had been a grand celebration, filled with laughter, music, and the sweet scent of lotus flowers. The sky above Thebes had been clear and blue, perfect for the sacred ceremony. But just as the high priest raised his hands to bless their union, the wind picked up suddenly. A fierce sandstorm swept through the city, forcing everyone to take cover. Guests screamed and scrambled for shelter, their colorful robes flapping wildly in the gusts. When Neferet looked up, she saw falcons circling overhead, their sharp cries cutting through the chaos. Their shadows danced across the altar, dark and fleeting, like warnings from the gods. The priests exchanged worried glances, muttering prayers under their breath. Even then, Neferet had felt a chill run down her spine. Something about that day had felt wrong. Now, holding the whispering amulet, she wondered if the omens had been trying to tell her something all along. Neferet remembered the stories her grandmother used to tell when she was a child. Tales of gods walking among mortals, disguised as ordinary people to test humanity's worthiness. Some were kind and brought blessings, while others sought to punish those who strayed from divine laws. Her grandmother's voice would grow soft and serious as she warned, "Beware the signs, for they may reveal truths too great for mortal hearts to bear." At the time, Neferet had dismissed these tales as mere legends meant to entertain. But now, as she connected the dots between Ankmat's peculiar behavior and the amulet's cryptic message, those old stories didn't seem so far-fetched. Could her husband truly be one of the gods? And if he was, what did it mean for her and for their future together? Overwhelmed by fear and curiosity, Neferet knew she couldn't ignore the amulet's warning any longer. Clutching it tightly in her hand, she vowed to uncover the truth, no matter where it led her. If Ankmat was indeed a god, she needed to understand why he had chosen her and what destiny awaited them both. Taking a deep breath, she stood up, her resolve hardening. She would confront him not just as his wife, but as a seeker of truth. Perhaps the answers lay beyond the veil of mortality, in realms only the gods could tread. Whatever the cost, Neferet was ready to face it. The city of Thebes sparkled under the golden rays of Ra, its temples gleaming like jewels against the endless desert sands. Along the banks of the Nile, markets buzzed with life. Merchants called out to passers-by, their stalls filled with vibrant fabrics, fragrant spices, and shimmering jewelry. Children ran barefoot through the streets, laughing as they chased one another beneath the watchful eyes of towering statues carved in honor of the gods. Pyramids rose majestically in the distance, their peaks piercing the horizon like fingers reaching for eternity. Every corner of Thebes carried whispers of divinity. Priests chanted prayers in shadowy sanctuaries, while farmers gave thanks to Osiris for bountiful harvests. Even the simplest tasks, drawing water from the river or weaving baskets, were done with reverence for the unseen forces that shaped their lives. It was a place where mortals walked hand in hand with the mysteries of the gods, never knowing when divine intervention might alter their fate. Yet amidst this beauty and devotion, there lingered an undercurrent of unease, as if the gods themselves were watching closely, waiting for something or someone to tip the balance. Nefret stood at the edge of the sacred lake, her reflection rippling gently on its surface. She had always felt drawn to the divine, especially to Isis, the goddess of wisdom and magic. Each morning, she prayed before dawn, lighting incense and reciting ancient hymns passed down by her ancestors. Her teachers praised her dedication, but lately, her mind wandered during rituals. Her thoughts drifted often to Ankmat, her husband, whose presence seemed both comforting and unsettling. Nefret loved him deeply, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that he held secrets too vast for mortal understanding. At night, she pored over scrolls about prophecies and sacred rites, searching for answers. Some spoke of gods walking among humans, disguised as ordinary people. Others warned of trials that would test even the purest hearts. These tales stirred a curiosity within Hera, longing to uncover truths hidden just beyond reach. Though torn between her duty to the gods and her love for Ankmat, Nefret knew one thing for certain: the path ahead would not be easy. But she also sensed that it was hers alone to walk. Ankmat's rise, from humble scribe to nobleman, had been swift and unexpected. Once, he had spent his days hunched over clay tablets, recording grain counts and temple offerings. Now, he moved through the halls of power with quiet confidence, his calm demeanor masking an aura of mystery. People whispered about how he had earned Pharaoh's favor so quickly. Some said it was his sharp intellect. Others claimed it was luck. But there was more to Ankmat than met the eye. His voice carried a weight that made listeners pause, as though each word carried meaning far deeper than its surface. When he smiled, it was warm yet distant, like sunlight filtering through thick clouds. Those who tried to get close found themselves uneasy, unable to explain why. Despite this, many admired Hyme and envied him for his poise and charm. To Nefret, however, Ankmat was simply her husband. Still, she noticed things others missed. There was a stillness about him, as if he existed slightly apart from the world around him. And though she loved him dearly, this growing sense of separation gnawed at her heart. Within the temple of Amun-Ra, whispers spread like wildfire. The priesthood watched Ankmat closely, their suspicions growing with every passing day. How could a mere scribe ascend so quickly? Why did his presence seem to silence even the wind? They exchanged worried glances during ceremonies, muttering prayers to ward off curses. Some believed Ankmat was cursed, marked by dark magic meant to destroy Thebes from within. Others thought him blessed, sent by the gods to fulfill some unknown purpose. Either way, they agreed on one thing: he was dangerous. Their leader, High Priest Setka, called for an emergency council. "We must act," he declared, his voice low but urgent. "If he is indeed touched by the gods, we risk angering them by interfering. But if he is cursed—" He let the sentence hang, leaving the rest unsaid. Nefret began noticing strange things about Ankmat. On sunny afternoons, when everyone else cast long shadows, his silhouette remained absent, as though swallowed by light itself. Once, she saw him touch a child's scraped knee, and the wound vanished instantly, leaving smooth skin behind. Most unsettling were his words. He spoke often of eternity, of cycles beyond mortal comprehension, as if he saw time differently than others. These peculiarities weighed heavily on Neferet's mind. She wanted to believe they were harmless quirks, but deep down, she feared they pointed to something greater and, perhaps darker. Rumors swirled through the city, fueled by frightened whispers. Some claimed Ankh-Mat was a god in disguise. Others called him a demon. Whatever the truth, Neferet knew she couldn't ignore it any longer. As Neferet sat alone in their home, clutching the golden scarab amulet gifted to her on her wedding day, she faced a question that haunted her dreams. Should she uncover the truth about Ankh-Mat, no matter the cost? Or should she protect Hemand herself from whatever dangers lay hidden? The stakes were clear. Revealing the truth could save him or doom them both. With trembling hands, she traced the amulet's intricate carvings, feeling its faint warmth against her palm. Outside, the wind howled softly, carrying whispers of prophecy. Somewhere in the distance, thunder rolled. The choice before her loomed large, heavy with uncertainty. Neferet's heart pounded as she slipped through the heavy wooden doors of the Temple of Hathor. The air inside was cool and damp, filled with the scent of ancient parchment and incense. She had been drawn here by whispers in her dream-soft voices, urging her to seek answers hidden within these forbidden archives. Her torch flickered, casting long shadows on the stone walls as she moved deeper into the dimly lit chamber. Finally, she found what she was looking for, a dusty scroll tucked away in a corner, its surface etched with strange symbols that seemed to shimmer faintly under the light. As she unrolled it, her hands trembled. The prophecy spoke of a god descending to earth in human form to restore balance, but at great personal cost. It warned of trials that would test not only the divine being, but also those who loved them. Neferet felt a chill run down her spine. Was this about Ankh-Mat? Her mind raced with questions. What kind of trials awaited him? And how could she protect him if he truly was more than mortal? Despite her fear, determination burned within her. She knew she couldn't turn back now. Clutching the scroll tightly, she made a silent vow to uncover the truth, no matter where it led her. The festival of Osiris brought joy and color to Thebes. Streets overflowed with music, laughter, and offerings to honor the god of the afterlife. But amidst the celebration, something extraordinary happened. A massive crocodile emerged from the Nile, thrashing wildly and terrifying the worshippers gathered near the riverbank. Just as panic began to spread, Ankh-Mat stepped forward. He raised his hand, and the beast froze mid-motion before retreating calmly into the water. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Later that day, news spread of another miracle. A deadly plague sweeping through the city suddenly vanished after Ankh-Mat visited the sick. Then came the storm, a fierce tempest that threatened to destroy crops and homes. With a single command, Ankh-Mat parted the clouds, allowing sunlight to pour through once again. While many cheered and praised him as a hero, others whispered uneasily among themselves. How could a mere mortal perform such feats? Neferet watched silently from the sidelines, her chest tight with conflicting emotions. She wanted to believe her husband was simply blessed by the gods, but doubt gnawed at her. Each miracle deepened her suspicions, leaving her torn between awe and fear. The priesthood of Amun-Ra wasted no time in convening an emergency council. Their faces were grim as they discussed Ankh-Mat's recent actions. "This is blasphemy," one priest declared, slamming his fist on the table. "No mortal should wield such power. He mocks the gods." Murmurs of agreement echoed around the room. Another priest suggested a solution: the trial of Ma'at. Only the gods themselves could pass this sacred test, where a person's heart was weighed against the feather of truth. If Ankmat failed, it would prove he was nothing more than a fraud, or worse, cursed. Word of the accusation spread quickly through Thebes. Some citizens rallied behind Ankmat, convinced he was sent by the gods to save them. Others grew fearful, believing his powers might bring destruction upon the city. Tension simmered like heat rising off the desert sands. Neferet listened to the arguments swirling around her, feeling the weight of uncertainty pressing down on her shoulders. She knew the trial would decide not only Ankmat's fate, but possibly hers as well. Alone in her chamber, Neferet sat cross-legged on the floor, tears streaming down her face. Her mind was a battlefield, torn between love and duty. On one side stood Ankmat, the man she adored, the father of her children, the center of her world. On the other stood her role as a priestess, sworn to uphold divine law and protect Thebes from any threat, even if it meant turning against her own husband. She thought back to their wedding day, the promises they had made to each other. Had she truly married a man, or did she unknowingly bind herself to a deity? The question haunted her every waking moment. In desperation, she prayed to Isis, pleading for guidance. "Goddess of wisdom, show me the way," she whispered, clutching her amulet. "Help me understand what I must do." For hours, she remained there, wrestling with her thoughts. By the time dawn broke, her resolve had hardened. Whatever the truth about Ankmat, she vowed to stand by him, not just as his wife, but as his ally. As preparations for the trial of Ma'at began, alliances shifted throughout Thebes. Some priests secretly supported Ankmat, believing him to be a gift from the gods. They approached Neferet, offering their aid and vowing to defend him during the trial. Others, however, plotted against him, spreading rumors and sowing distrust in the people. Neferet became a key figure in rallying allies. Armed with the knowledge of the prophecy, she argued passionately on Ankmat's behalf, convincing even skeptics that his powers were meant to restore balance, not harm. Despite her efforts, suspicion lingered in the air, like smoke after a fire. Suspense built as the date of the trial drew near. Both sides braced for a confrontation that could alter the fate of Thebes forever. For Neferet, the stakes had never been higher. She clung to hope, praying that love and truth would prevail over fear and doubt. The hall of judgment was silent, except for the faint hum of divine energy that filled the air. Ankmat stood at the center, his figure illuminated by the golden glow of the sacred scales. Around him, the gods Thoth, Anubis, and Horus watched with unblinking eyes, their presence both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The room felt heavy, as if the weight of eternity rested on every breath. Anubis stepped forward, his jackal-headed form casting long shadows across the chamber. With careful precision, he placed Ankmat's heart onto one side of the scale. On the other side lay the feather of truth, shimmering like sunlight on water. Neferet watched from the shadows, her hands clasped tightly together. Her lips moved in silent prayer to Isis, though her voice seemed swallowed by the vastness of the hall. The scales wavered, trembling under the weight of Ankmat's soul. For a moment, it seemed the feather might tip upward, but then the balance steadied. A low murmur rippled through the crowd gathered outside the hall. Something about this man or god was extraordinary. Neferet's heart raced. She didn't know what the outcome would mean, but she could feel the truth hanging precariously in the air, waiting to be revealed. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the scales, flooding the hall with brilliance. Gasps echoed as visions began to unfold before everyone's eyes. They saw worlds taking shape, stars being born, and life itself being breathed into existence. It was Ptah, the creator god, shaping the universe with steady hands. The images shifted, showing Ptah descending to earth, walking among mortals, and sharing in their joys and sorrows. Ptah says what she was seeing. This wasn't just Ankmat. The man she had loved and lived with it was Ptah, a deity who had chosen mortality to understand the struggles of humanity. Tears welled up in her eyes as she realized the depth of his sacrifice. How could she have missed the signs? His calm demeanor, his miracles, his absence of a shadow wall pointed to something far greater than she had ever imagined. The crowd outside murmured in awe, some falling to their knees in reverence. But not everyone was pleased. Among the priests, anger simmered. If this man truly was a god, then their authority was threatened. Whispers turned to shouts as they demanded justice, claiming no mortal or immortal should wield such power unchecked. Enraged by the revelation, the high priest Setka raised his staff, chanting forbidden spells in a language older than time itself. Shadows swirled around him, growing darker and denser until they formed a massive cloud that loomed over the hall. The air grew cold, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. Bolts of dark energy shot toward Ankmat, seeking to banish him from the mortal realm. Neferet couldn't stand idly by. Clutching her amulet, she stepped forward, her voice ringing out with desperate courage. "Isis, protect us!" she cried. In an instant, radiant light burst forth from the amulet, clashing violently with the encroaching darkness. The two forces collided in midair, sending shockwaves rippling through the chamber. Sparks flew, illuminating the night sky above the temple as gods and mortals alike held their breath. The battle raged on, each side refusing to yield. Neferet felt the strain of channeling divine power, her body trembling with exhaustion. But she refused to give up. Her love for Ankmatan, now for Ptah, fueled her resolve. Finally, with one last surge of energy, the light overwhelmed the shadows, scattering them into nothingness. The priests fell back, their faces pale with fear. Silence returned to the hall, broken only by the sound of Neferet's ragged breathing. As the dust settled, all eyes turned to Ptah. He stood tall, his expression calm yet sorrowful. The gods acknowledged his identity, urging him to return to the heavens where he belonged. "Your place is with us," Horus declared, his voice echoing like thunder. "Reclaim your eternal power." But Ptah hesitated. His gaze drifted to Neferet, who stood nearby, tears streaming down her face. She took a step closer, her voice breaking as she spoke. "Please don't leave me," she whispered. "Stay for love, for us." Ptah closed his eyes, reflecting on his journey. He thought of the suffering he had witnessed, the lives he had touched, and the love he had found with Neferet. Was it worth giving up eternity for a single lifetime bound by human frailty? Yet, as he looked at her, he knew the answer. Love was a force stronger than any divine power. With a deep sigh, he made his decision. Turning to the gods, he spoke firmly. "I choose to remain here, among mortals. My purpose is fulfilled, and my heart belongs to this world." Neferet collapsed to her knees, overwhelmed by relief and gratitude. Though she knew challenges still lay ahead, she also knew they would face them together. The gods nodded solemnly, acknowledging Ptah's sacrifice. They blessed him and sealed away the dark forces, unleashed by the priesthood, ensuring peace would return to Thebes. As dawn broke, golden sunlight spilled into the hall, bathing Neferet and Ptah in its warmth. Hand in hand, they stepped out into the new day, ready to forge a path that blended divinity and humanity. Though the road ahead would not be easy, they faced it with hope and determination. Together, they had proven that love could transcend even the boundaries of mortality. And so, their story became legenda tale of sacrifice, faith, and the enduring power of love. As dawn painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Ta stood at the edge of the sacred lake, his form glowing faintly with divine light. Nefret approached him slowly, her heart heavy but full of love. She knew this moment had come the time for him to return to the heavens. With a gentle smile, he reached out and placed his hand on her forehead. A rush of visions flooded her mind, images of stars being born, rivers carving through deserts, and lives intertwined by fate. These were gifts of wisdom, meant to guide her in his absence. Their final embrace was tender yet bittersweet, filled with unspoken words and shared memories. Tears streamed down Neferet's face as she clung to him, knowing their bond would transcend even the boundaries of mortality. Then, with one last glance, Ptah stepped back and ascended into the sky, leaving behind only a faint shimmer where he had stood. In the days that followed, Neferet felt the weight of her loss like a stone pressing against her chest. Yet amidst her grief, something stirred within her, a spark of purpose, ignited by Ptah's sacrifice. She began dedicating herself fully to her role as a priestess, pouring her pain into teaching others about the lessons she had learned. Her voice carried both strength and compassion as she spoke of the duality of mortals and gods. "We are fragile," she told her students, "but our spirits can touch eternity if we live with love and faith." Her teachings spread far beyond Thebes, becoming stories passed down through generations. People came from distant lands to hear her speak, drawn by the depth of her wisdom and the sincerity of her message. Over time, Neferet transformed her sorrow into reverence, honoring Ta not just as a god, but as the man who had taught her what it meant to truly love. Under the silver glow of the moon, Neferet often sat by the sacred lake, reflecting on the mysteries of life. She thought of how mortal hearts beat so fiercely, yet how fleeting their time on earth truly was. And she marveled at the power of the divine, whose presence could shape destinies without ever being seen. "Life is a balance," she mused aloud one night, her voice soft but steady. "Between the fragile and the eternal, the seen and the unseen, we are all threads in a grand tapestry woven by forces greater than ourselves." These reflections became part of her teachings, offering listeners a glimpse into the harmony between humanity and divinity. Through her words, they found solace in the interconnectedness of all things, a reminder that even in fragility there is beauty. Nefret often ended her lessons with a simple truth: even gods must walk among mortals to truly understand love, sacrifice, and the fragility of life. This insight resonated deeply with those who heard it, reminding them that no matter how powerful or small someone might seem, everyone shares the same struggles and triumphs. "Love," she explained, "was the bridge between worlds that connected mortals to gods and bound hearts across lifetimes. Sacrifice, too, held immense power, shaping destinies in ways no one could foresee." Her words inspired many to approach life with humility, empathy, and gratitude, knowing that every action carried meaning far beyond what the eye could see. As the years passed, Neferet's legacy grew, leaving an indelible mark on the people of Thebes. Her story invited listeners to reflect on their own lives and the unseen forces that guided them and the choices they made along the way. How did faith shape their paths? Could love truly transcend even death? These questions lingered long after her lessons ended, sparking conversations around campfires and in temples. For some, the answers brought comfort. For others, they sparked curiosity. But one thing was certain: Nefert's tale reminded everyone that destiny was never solely in human hands and that love, above all else, was the most enduring force of all. In the heart of ancient Egypt, a whispered prophecy echoed through the ages. It spoke of a day when the mighty Nile would turn red as blood, signaling a time of reckoning. The prophecy's origins were shrouded in mystery, passed down from generation to generation, each telling more chilling than the last. The words foretold of a curse that would awaken, bringing forth a trial that would test the very fabric of existence. As the sun set over the golden sands, the people of Egypt could feel the weight of the prophecy hanging heavy in the air, a silent warning of the trials to come. Deep within the shifting sands of Egypt, a long-hidden tomb lay undisturbed for centuries. Archaeologists, driven by curiosity and the promise of discovery, unearthed the ancient structure. As they brushed away the dust of time, they revealed intricate carvings and hieroglyphs that told a tale of a cursed pharaoh and his eternal slumber. The locals watched with a mix of awe and fear, their hearts pounding with the knowledge that some secrets were meant to stay buried. The air grew thick with tension as the tomb's entrance was finally breached, releasing a chill that sent shivers down the spines of all who stood witness. Among the crowd stood a young woman named Neith, her eyes wide with wonder and dread. As the tomb's secrets were laid bare, she began to hear whispers carried on the desert wind. They were not the whispers of the sands, but the voices of the gods themselves, echoing in her mind like distant thunder. Neith struggled to make sense of the fragmented messages, her heart racing as she tried to grasp their meaning. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, urging her to act, to heed their call. She felt a weight settle on her shoulders, a burden she could not yet understand, but knew she could not ignore. As Neith grappled with the divine whispers, a sudden and terrifying sight greeted the people of Egypt. The mighty Nile, lifeblood of the land, began to churn and darken. Its waters turned a deep, ominous red, as if stained with blood. Panic swept through the villages as people rushed to the riverbanks, their faces etched with fear and disbelief. The once clear waters now flowed with a crimson tide, a stark and chilling fulfillment of the ancient prophecy. Speculations and fears spread like wildfire, each person wondering what this ominous sign meant for their future and the fate of their beloved land. In the midst of the chaos, Neith felt a profound shift within herself. The whispers of the gods coalesced into a single, clear voice that resonated in her soul. She was chosen one destined to unravel this mystery and save her people from the impending doom. Neith's heart swelled with both fear and determination as she accepted her fate. She knew that she could not turn away from this calling, no matter how daunting it seemed. With newfound resolve, she stepped forward, ready to face whatever trials lay ahead, knowing that she was not alone, for she had been chosen by gods themselves, who would guide her through darkness into light, once more restoring balanced peace. Prosperity land, people loved so dearly. Under the vast, endless sky of ancient Egypt, the golden sands stretched out like a shimmering sea. The sun, a fiery orb, began its daily ascent, casting warm rays over the land. Along the banks of the mighty Nile, life stirred as the river's waters glistened under the morning light. The Nile was more than just a river. It was the lifeblood of Egypt, a symbol of fertility and renewal. Towering above the sands stood the magnificent temples of Ra, their stone walls adorned with intricate carvings that told tales of gods and pharaohs. The temples were a testament to the skill and devotion of the Egyptian people, each stone placed with reverence and purpose. As the sun rose higher, the temples seemed to glow, their golden hues reflecting the divine presence that watched over the land. The people of Egypt moved about their daily tasks with a sense of pride and awe, knowing they lived in a place touched by the gods themselves. Among the many tales etched into the stones of Egypt, one stood out, shrouded in mystery and fear. It was the story of Pharaoh Akhenaten, a ruler whose reign was marked by both greatness and tragedy. Akhenaten had sought to bring change to Egypt, to honor a single god above all others. But his vision was met with resistance and betrayal, leading to his downfall and a curse that would haunt his lineage for generations. The curse was said to have been cast by the very gods Akhenaten had sought to honor, a punishment for his hubris and the chaos he had brought upon the land. It was a curse that would awaken in times of great turmoil, bringing forth trials that would test the strength and faith of the people. The legacy of Akhenaten was a reminder of the delicate balance between mortals and the divine, a cautionary tale passed down through the ages. As the people of Egypt went about their lives, the shadow of this curse lingered in the back of their minds, a silent warning of the trials that lay ahead. In the heart of Egypt, within the sacred walls of the Temple of Isis, resided a priestess named Merit. She was known for her unwavering devotion to the goddess and her ability to interpret divine messages. Merit's days were filled with rituals and prayers, her every action dedicated to serving Isis and guiding her people. But lately, her visions had taken a darker turn, hinting at an upcoming conflict that would shake the very foundations of Egypt. Merit would often find herself awakened in the dead of night by vivid dreams that left her heart pounding and her mind racing. In these dreams, she saw images of blood-red waters and heard whispers of ancient curses coming to life. She knew these visions were not mere nightmares, but messages from Isis herself, warning her people about impending danger. Merit struggled to understand what they meant, how she could help prevent disaster looming ever closer each passing day. Brought new sense urgency, fear, uncertainty, among those who looked towards priestess guidance strength during trying times ahead. Amongst villagers living along Banks Nile River there, young woman named Neith. Unlike others, she possessed quiet strength, wisdom beyond years though humble background, working fields helping family make ends meet. Life hadn't always easy, yet never complained, accepted lot grace dignity. Little did know, however, fate something far greater awaited beyond simple existence. Known thus far chosen gods unravel mystery, save land people love so dearly. At first, when signs began to appear, whispers gods reached ears, struggled, accept burden placed upon shoulders, felt unworthy task, seemed immense overwhelming doubt, crept heart-mind questioning ability. Face trials lay ahead, yet deep down, sparked determination. Courage flickered, refusing let fear uncertainty. Consume resolve growing stronger each passing moment until finally embrace destiny. Ready embark journey. Unknown guided divine hands watching over every step. Way. Her humble beginnings far cry grandeur. Temples pharaohs, yet held within something far more valuable. Unyielding spirit, unwavering faith, belief good, prevail darkness, light triumph shadows cast doubt, despair. With heart full hope, eyes set horizon, Neith prepared confront. Challenges fate destiny, intertwined fabric time itself, woven tapestry lives, touched forevermore journey undertaken. And so began tale courage sacrifice redemption written stars above, reflected waters below flowing eternal river life. Death rebirth cycle never-ending story, retold generations come pass. As Neith accepted fate prepared, embarked journey shadows began gather edges. Consciousness subtle shift air, growing unease, spreading amongst people's strange events unfolding. left questioning reality world known thus far. Whispers, curses, echoed through winds, carrying tales ancient prophecies foretelling doom destruction, awaited those unprepared face trials ahead. Villagers spoke hushed tones, fear, uncertainty, voices trembling, recounting omens, witnessed skies above waters below earth, beneath feet, shaking foundation beliefs held dear lifetimes past present, future merging blurring lines distinction. Blurred confusion reigned supreme. In midst chaos, rising tension, palpable sense, foreboding, hanging heavy hearts, minds. People turned eyes towards temples, gods seeking solace, comfort, guidance. Time's turmoil, uncertainty. Loomed large casting, long dark shadow land, loved, feared, lost forevermore. With each passing day, stakes grew higher. Consequences, failure loomed larger minds. Hearts people, Egypt realization dawned upon them. Importance journey neath about undertake. Success, failure, hinged delicate balance. Fate, destiny intertwined fabric existence itself. If mystery remained unsolved, curse unbroken, doom prophesied, come pass, landfall, ruin despair, consume souls, living breathing, embodiment hope, faith courage, perseverance, face adversity, overcome obstacles, insurmountable odds, triumph victory. Snatched jaws defeat, snatched clutches, darkness, light prevail, shadows cast, doubt, despair, banished forevermore, replaced, love, unity, harmony, restoration, balance, peace, prosperity. Once again, flourish banks, eternal river life-giving waters. Flow free unhindered constraints. Curses past, present, future. Merged one continuous cycle. Rebirth, renewal, rejuvenation. Spirit, indomitable human resilience. Unyielding belief. Good prevail. Evil vanquished forevermore. Deep within the ancient tomb, the air was thick with the scent of dust and time. The archaeologists moved carefully, their breaths echoing in the silence as they brushed away centuries of sand and debris. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings, each one telling a story of a long-forgotten past. As they delved deeper, they discovered a hidden chamber, its entrance concealed by a cleverly designed mechanism. With bated breath, they pushed open the heavy stone door, revealing a room filled with ancient artifacts and scrolls. The chamber was untouched by time, a treasure trove of secrets waiting to be unveiled. The archaeologists exchanged glances, their eyes wide with wonder and awe. They knew they were standing on the precipice of discovery, about to uncover truths that had lain dormant for centuries. As they stepped inside, the weight of history settled upon their shoulders, a silent reminder of the mysteries that awaited them in the shadows. Among the artifacts and scrolls, one parchment caught their eye. It was yellowed with age, its edges frayed and worn. As they carefully unrolled it, they revealed intricate hieroglyphs that spoke of an ancient curse. The curse was said to have been cast by the gods themselves, a punishment for a pharaoh who had dared to defy their will. It spoke of a day when the Nile would turn red as blood, signaling the awakening of a long-dormant evil. The archaeologists read the words with growing unease, their hearts pounding in their chests. They knew the prophecy all too well. It was the same one that had been whispered through the generations, a chilling reminder of the trials that lay ahead. As they studied the scroll, they realized that the curse was not just a tale of the past, but a warning for the present. The ancient words seemed to echo in the chamber, a haunting melody that sent shivers down their spines. As Neith stood among the archaeologists, she felt a strange sensation wash over her. It was as if the very air around her was charged with an otherworldly energy. She began to hear whispers carried on the desert wind, voices that spoke to her in a language she could barely understand. They were not the whispers of the sands, but the voices of the gods themselves, echoing in her mind like distant thunder. Neith struggled to make sense of the fragmented messages, her heart racing as she tried to grasp their meaning. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, urging her to act, to heed their call. She felt a weight settle on her shoulders, a burden she could not yet understand, but knew she could not ignore. As she listened to the divine voices, she knew that she was being called to play a part in the unfolding drama, a role that would test her courage and faith in ways she could not yet imagine. As divine conflicts played out, heavens below mortal realm echoed tensions, rising factions, vying control, influence, power. Amongst people, Egypt whispers, curses, prophecies spread like wildfire, igniting fears, doubts, minds, hearts. Some saw opportunity seize advantage, chaos, uncertainty, while others banded together, strength, unity, faced trials ahead. Villages divided, loyalties tested, friendships strained under weight, suspicion, mistrust. In midst turmoil, two main factions emerged, each believing held key, unlocking mystery, saving land people loved so dearly. One faction led charismatic priest Temple Ra, who claimed divine right rule guidance during time's crisis. Another followed, wise elder village, respected knowledge, wisdom passed down generations. Both sides sought support, allies rally, cause preparing confrontation, inevitable clash, wills, ideologies, battle, supremacy, dominance. Neith found herself caught middle, torn between loyalty, friends, family, duty, responsibility. Chosen one, destined, unravel secrets, solve riddle, restore balance, peace, prosperity. Land once again flourish, banks, eternal river, life-giving. Waters flow free. Unhindered constraints. Curses, shadows, cast, doubt, despair, banished forevermore, replaced. Love, unity, harmony, restoration, faith, hope, courage, perseverance, face adversity, overcome obstacles, insurmountable odds, triumph, victory. Snatched jaws, defeat, snatched clutches, darkness, light, prevail. Shadows, cast, doubt, despair, banished forevermore, replaced, love, unity, harmony, restoration, faith, hope, courage, perseverance. Face adversity, overcome obstacles, insurmountable odds. Triumph, victory. Snatched jaws, defeat, snatched clutches, darkness, light, prevail. High above the mortal world, in realms unseen by human eyes, a conflict brewed among the gods themselves. Each deity had their own agenda, their own interpretation of the ancient prophecy and its implications for Egypt and its people. Some sought to protect their chosen ones, while others saw an opportunity to assert their power and influence over mortal affairs. Tensions rose as divine wills clashed, creating ripples felt throughout land below. In midst turmoil, one goddess stood firm, steadfast, Isis, protector, nurturer, guardian. Those who called upon her aid times need. She watched events unfold, heart-heavy concern, knowing trials ahead would test limits, endurance. Faith mortals caught web fate, destiny intertwined. With resolve, unwavering determination, set out guide, chosen one, knee through darkness, light ensuring balance, restored harmony, prevailed, chaos subsided once more. Yet path fraught peril, danger lurked, shadows, awaiting moment. Strike, weakness, exploit, turn, tide, favor. Those sought control, domination, world living, breathing. Embodiment, hopes, dreams, aspirations. Generations past, present, future merged. One. Continuous cycle life, death rebirth, renewal rejuvenation, spirit indomitable human resilience, unyielding belief, good prevail, evil vanquished forevermore. As divine conflicts played out heavens below mortal realm, echoed tensions, rising factions, vying control influence power. Amongst people, Egypt whispers curses prophecies, spread like wildfire, igniting fears, doubts minds' hearts. Some saw opportunity seize advantage, chaos uncertainty, while others banded together strength unity faced trials ahead. Villages divided loyalties, tested friendships strained under weight suspicion mistrust. Amidst turmoil, two main factions emerged, each believing held key unlocking mystery-saving land people loved so dearly. One faction led charismatic priest Temple Ra, who claimed divine right rule guidance during time's crisis. Another followed wise elder village, respected knowledge wisdom passed down generation. Both sides sought support allies, rally cause preparing confrontation inevitable clash wills, ideologies, battle supremacy dominance. Neith found herself caught middle torn between loyalty friends, family duty responsibility chosen one destined to unravel secrets, solve riddle, restore balance, peace prosperity, land once again flourish, banks eternal river, life-giving waters flow free, unhindered constraints, curses shadows cast, doubt, despair, banished forevermore, replaced love, unity, harmony restoration, faith, hope courage perseverance face, adversity overcome, obstacles insurmountable odds, triumph victory, snatched jaws defeat, snatched clutches, darkness light, prevail shadows, cast doubt, despair, banished forevermore, replaced, love, unity, harmony, restoration, faith, hope courage, perseverance, face, adversity overcome, obstacles insurmountable odds, triumph victory snatched jaws, defeat snatched, clutches, darkness, light prevail. Amidst growing tensions, rivalries, Neith struggled internal conflict own. She felt weight responsibility burden placed upon shoulders, yet doubt crept heart-mind questioning ability. Face trials lay ahead. Fear uncertainty, gnawed, edges, consciousness, leaving feeling, overwhelmed, unprepared task, seemed immense, daunting beyond comprehension, understanding grasp, scope magnitude, implications, failure, success, hinged delicate balance, fate destiny, intertwined fabric existence itself, yet deep down, spark determination courage flickered, refusing let doubts, insecurities consume, resolve growing stronger each passing moment until finally embraced fate. Accepted role chosen, one ready embark journey, unknown, guided divine hands, watching over every step way. With heart full, hope eyes set horizon. Neith prepared confront challenges, fate destiny, intertwined fabric, time itself, woven tapestry lives, touched forevermore journey, undertaken tale courage, sacrifice redemption, written stars above, reflected waters below, flowing eternal river life, death, wreath cycle, never-ending story, retold generations come pass. In the dimly lit chamber of the ancient temple, Neith stood before a weathered scroll, her heart pounding in her chest. The air was thick with anticipation as she carefully unrolled the parchment, revealing the final prophecy that had been hidden for centuries. The hieroglyphs danced before her eyes, each symbol telling a story of a long-forgotten past and a future yet to be written. As she read the words aloud, a chill ran down her spine. The prophecy spoke of an ultimate confrontation, a battle that would decide the fate of Egypt and its people. It foretold of a day when the gods themselves would intervene, their divine power clashing with the forces of darkness. Neith's voice trembled as she realized the true extent of the danger they faced. The room fell silent, the weight of the prophecy settling over them like a shroud. They knew that the time for preparation was over. The final battle was upon them. Outside the temple, the air was electric with tension. Both sides had rallied their allies and resources, preparing for the pivotal battle that would decide their fate. The followers of Ra stood tall and proud, their golden armor glinting in the sunlight. They were a formidable sight, their faces set with determination and resolve. Across from them, the villagers led by the wise elder gathered, their weapons humble, but their spirits unyielding. Neith moved among her people, offering words of encouragement and strength. She could see the fear in their eyes, but also the unwavering faith that had brought them this far. As she looked out over the assembled forces, she felt a surge of pride and love for these brave souls who stood beside her, ready to face whatever trials lay ahead. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, each heartbeat counting down to the inevitable clash. As the two sides faced off, a sudden gust of wind swept through the valley, carrying with it an otherworldly energy. The sky darkened, and thunder rumbled in the distance. The gods had arrived, their divine presence filling the air with a sense of awe and dread. Above them, the heavens opened, revealing a spectacular celestial battle that left all who witnessed it breathless. Lightning cracked across the sky as divine entities clashed in a display of power and fury. Isis, protector of Egypt, soared through the air on wings of light, her every movement graceful and deadly. Opposing her was Set, god of chaos and storms, his form a writhing mass of shadows and lightning. Their battle was a dance of destruction, each sending shockwaves through the earth and sky. Below them, mortals watched in awe, terror hearts, pounding chests, eyes wide, wonder, fear. Neith felt surge courage, resolve. Knowing gods fought alongside her people, struggle shared burden, lightened hope, renewed. With renewed determination, she turned, face adversaries, ready confront, challenges, fate, destiny, intertwined, fabric, time itself. Woven tapestry, lives touched, forevermore journey undertaken. As divine battle raged overhead, Neith knew greatest challenge still lay ahead, hers alone face. She stepped forward, heart-pounding chest breath, coming short, quick gasps. Before stood, figure cloaked shadows, eyes burning embers, hatred, malice. It was embodiment ancient curse Pharaoh. Akhenaten himself returned seek vengeance, those dared defy will. Neith felt wave, fear, doubt, wash over, threatening, consume, resolve. Yet deep down sparked determination. Courage flickered, refusing let darkness despair. Overwhelmed spirit, indomitable human resilience, unyielding belief. Good prevail, evil vanquished, forevermore. With steadfast resolve, she raised weapon prepared, confront ultimate test, fate, destiny. Intertwined fabric, existence itself. Hinge delicate balance, success, failure, outcome. Uncertain stakes higher ever before. Their eyes locked. Silent challenge passing between before clash began. Earnest blows exchanged, each strike. Echoing thunderclap. Skies above mirrored struggle below mortals. Gods alike fought survival, restoration. Balanced peace, prosperity, land people loved so dearly. In midst fierce battle moment, clarity struck Neith like bolt lightning. She saw pattern-woven fate, destiny intertwined fabric existence itself. Realized, key unlocking mystery-breaking curse, lay within grasp, suddenly all at once outright in one fell swoop. Post-haste, hot foot, double quick, lickety-split. Pell-mell, helter-skelter, headlong breakneck whirlwind lightning flash. Express high-speed supersonic jet-propelled rocket. Propelled warp speed. Light speed hyperspace, faster than light superluminal relativistic. Tachyonic she raised. Weapon struck, blow shattered, ancient curse, releasing hold land people forevermore. With curse broken, balance restored, Neith turned face final adversary Pharaoh Akhenaten himself. Their eyes met, silent understanding passing between, acknowledgement, struggle shared, burden lightened, hope renewed. Yet battle far from over, stakes higher ever before, outcome uncertain, future hanging, delicate balance, fate, destiny, intertwined fabric, existence itself. Woven tapestry, lives touched forevermore, journey, undertaken tale, courage, sacrifice, redemption written, stars above, reflected waters, below, flowing eternal river, life, death, rebirth cycle, never-ending story retold, generations come pass. With heart full hope, eyes set horizon, Neith charged forward, weapon raised, ready confront challenges, fate, destiny, intertwined fabric, time itself, woven tapestry, lives touched forevermore, journey, undertaken tale, courage, sacrifice, redemption. Written, stars above, reflected waters below, flowing eternal river, life, death, rebirth cycle, never-ending story. Retold, generations come. Past, clash began. Earnest blows exchanged, each strike echoing, thunderclap, skies above mirrored. Struggle below, mortals. Gods alike fought, survival, restoration, balance, peace, prosperity, land people loved so dearly. The battlefield lay silent, the echoes of the fierce confrontation fading into the distant horizon. The air was thick with the scent of dust and the lingering energy of the divine battle that had taken place. Neith stood amidst the aftermath, her heart heavy with the weight of the sacrifices made. She looked around, taking in the sight of her allies, some wounded but all standing tall, their faces etched with a mix of relief and exhaustion. The curse was broken and the land was free, but the cost had been great. Tears welled up in her eyes as she reflected on the changes brought about by their struggle, a bittersweet victory that would forever alter the course of their lives. As the days passed, the land began to heal. The once barren fields turned green again, and the Nile flowed clear and blue, its life-giving waters nourishing the soil. The people of Egypt rejoiced, their hearts filled with gratitude and hope. Villages that had been ravaged by the curse were rebuilt, stronger and more beautiful than before. Children played in the streets, their laughter echoing through the air, a sound that had been missing for too long. Neith watched as her people came together, their spirits renewed and their faith in the future restored. The sight brought a smile to her face and a warmth to her heart, knowing that their sacrifices had not been in vain. Neith's journey had transformed her from a humble villager into a hero, her courage and determination inspiring all who knew her. She found herself taking on a new role as a leader and guide, using her experiences to help others navigate their own paths. Her heart was full of love and gratitude for those who had stood by her side throughout her journey. Merit, the priestess of Isis, continued to serve her goddess with unwavering devotion, her visions now filled with hope and prosperity for Egypt's future. The wise elder who had guided Neith through her darkest moments returned to his village, his wisdom and knowledge passed down to future generations. And Akhenaten himself was finally at peace, his spirit freed from curse. Burden-lifted soul, ascended heavens, reunited gods, ancestors' loved ones, awaited him, eternal rest. Each character found closure in their own way. Their arcs completed growth transformation, evident eyes, hearts, minds, spirits renewed hope. Faith, courage, perseverance. Face adversity, overcome obstacles. Insurmountable odds, triumph, victory. Snatched jaws, defeat. Snatched clutches, darkness, light. Prevail, shadows, cast. Doubt, despair, banished. Forevermore, replaced love, unity, harmony, restoration, balance, peace, prosperity, land people loved so dearly. As Neith reflected on journey undertaken, lessons learned, she realized wisdom gods imparted far greater than any treasure or wealth could offer. Their intervention's guidance had shown importance. Fate, destiny, divine will intertwined, fabric existence itself, woven tapestry, lives touched, forevermore journey, undertaken tale, courage, sacrifice, redemption, written stars above, reflected waters below, flowing eternal river, life, death, rebirth cycle, never-ending story, retold generations come pass. She understood now that every trial, every challenge faced purpose, meaning behind each step taken, each decision made, leading moment present, future shaped, past experiences, molded character strength, resilience, unyielding belief, good prevail, evil vanquished forevermore. The event story would remembered, passed down through generations, tale, courage, sacrifice, faith, overcoming adversity, retold around firesides, under starlit skies, echoing halls, temples, gods, ancestors listened, smiled, nodded approval, pride, love, admiration, respect, reverence, awe, wonder, inspiration, guidance, wisdom, imparted lessons, learned, shared, taught, future generations come pass. Neith's name would whispered, reverence, gratitude, her legacy enduring testament, strength, human spirit, indomitable resilience, unyielding belief, good prevail, evil vanquished forevermore. Her journey had shown that even darkest moments despair, hope could found, light could shine through shadows, cast doubt, fear, uncertainty, banished, replaced love, unity, harmony, restoration, balance, peace, prosperity, land people love so dearly. And so ended tale begun. Whispers, prophecies foretelling doom, destruction, transformed into story, triumph, victory, redemption, written stars above, reflected waters below, flowing eternal river, life, death, rebirth, cycle, never-ending story, retold generations come pass. The pyramid of Neferka lay buried beneath the endless waves of golden sand, its presence concealed for centuries. Legends whispered of its existence, a cursed monument that even the gods dared not disturb. Those who ventured near its hidden depths vanished without a trace, their fate sealed by the shifting sands that seemed to guard the secrets within. As night blanketed the desert, the villagers nearby spoke of strange sounds, low murmurs carried by the wind, as if the very dunes themselves were alive and breathing. At the pyramid's entrance, a grim warning was etched into the blackened stone, the hieroglyphs foreign and unsettling. Unlike the familiar carvings that adorned other ancient structures, these symbols seemed to writhe and shift under the dim glow of the torchlight, as though they harbored a life of their own. Parts of the message were violently scratched out, the jagged marks suggesting a desperate attempt to erase what should never be known. Yet, one phrase remained, clear and ominous: "He who enters will not leave unchanged." The words lingered, a chilling promise that clung to the air like a ghost. Amara, a young and determined Egyptologist, stood at the entrance, her heart pounding in her chest. Unlike those who sought fame or fortune, her quest was fueled by something deeper in need for answers. Clutched tightly in her hands was her grandfather's worn and tattered notebook, its pages filled with cryptic sketches and hastily scribbled notes from his last expedition. Every curve of the hieroglyphs she studied seemed to draw her in, tightening the grip of obsession. As she deciphered the ancient carvings, a shiver ran down her spine, the unsettling sensation of unseen eyes fixed upon her every move. Taking her first steps inside, Amara was greeted by a sudden drop in temperature, the air thickening as if invisible hands pressed against her. The flickering torchlight cast long, dancing shadows that twisted unnaturally along the walls. From the depths of the darkened corridors, a faint whisper began to echo, the language alien and ancient, predating even the earliest Egyptian dynasties. Her heartbeat quickened, the rhythmic pounding loud in her ears. This was no mere tomb for the dead, it was a place that breathed, that watched, that waited. And Amara could feel it stirring, awakening to her presence. Deep within the labyrinth, Amara discovered a doorway unlike any she had seen. It was not crafted from stone, but something disturbingly organic, its surface pulsing faintly like the veins beneath human skin. When her trembling fingers brushed against it, a chilling sensation coursed through Hera, subtle, rhythmic breathing from within the walls. The whispers grew louder, no longer just sounds but fragmented words, disjointed and jumbled, clawing into her mind. For a fleeting moment, the fear overwhelmed her, the urge to turn back almost irresistible. Yet something stronger, something beyond her control, compelled her to step forward. The deeper she ventured, the more oppressive the silence became. Not merely the absence of sound, but a suffocating void that swallowed every noise. The walls around her began to move, a slow, deliberate rhythm that made the dust tremble underfoot. Narrowing on their own, the corridors twisted and reshaped, as though the pyramid itself responded to her intrusion. Amara stumbled, her breath hitching as the once whispered voices turned into a cacophony of screams, not cries of terror, but cruel, mocking laughter that echoed in the chamber. In that moment, the chilling realization dawned upon her: she was not the first to trespass here, but she might be the first to glimpse the true horror entombed within. Amara's journey into the Pyramid of Neferka had only just begun, each step pulling her deeper into the heart of a mystery that defied the sands of time and the will of the gods. The name Neferka had been wiped from history, erased from scrolls, tombs, and the memories of those who once worshipped him. Unlike other rulers, whose stories were immortalized in towering monuments, his name was whispered only in fear, the Pharaoh who should not have been. Legends spoke of his pyramid vanishing into the desert, swallowed whole by time. Travelers who claimed to have glimpsed its dark silhouette against the dunes were never seen again. Those who searched for it met fates worse than death, driven mad by whispers that echoed from the shifting sands. Historians dismissed the stories as myths, but ancient texts hinted at something more. They spoke of Neferka's reign ending in an unspeakable sacrilege, an act so vile that even the gods turned away in disgust. His existence was denied, his resting place condemned. But the sands did not forget, and neither did Amara. Amara had grown up on tales of the lost pharaoh, passed down from her grandfather, a man who had vanished chasing the very same legend. He had been an Egyptologist, brilliant yet reckless, obsessed with finding Neferka's resting place. His final expedition had led him deep into the western desert, where he and his team disappeared without a trace. All that remained of him was his worn leather notebook, filled with frantic sketches and cryptic notes scrawled in the margins. Warnings, coordinates, a single phrase underlined twice, not meant to be found. For years, she had tried to decipher his last entries, piecing together fragments of maps and forgotten records. And now, standing on the cusp of discovery, she knew she had to finish what he started. The risks did not matter. Answers lay beneath the sand, and she would not leave without them. Dr. Hassan was the voice of reason, though even he was reluctant to join. An esteemed archaeologist, he had dedicated his life to uncovering Egypt's lost history, but Neferka's legend unsettled him. He had seen too many lives destroyed by the hunger for secrets that should remain buried. Yet, something in Amara's eyes, desperation, determination, made him agree. Someone had to keep her safe. Then there was Marcus, a treasure hunter disguised as an explorer, drawn by the promise of riches buried beneath the sand. He laughed at Hassan's warnings, mocking the so-called curse. To him, ancient legends were just obstacles standing between him and his next fortune. Together they formed a fragile alliance, their goals misaligned but their paths intertwined. Science, superstition, and greed. An expedition built on mistrust. But the desert did not care for their motives. The sand would swallow them all the same. The desert stretched endlessly before them, a sea of golden waves shifting beneath the relentless sun. The air shimmered with heat, warping the horizon, making distant dunes appear as though they were moving. The camels tread cautiously, their feet sinking into the sand with each step. Dr. Hassan rode in silence, his eyes scanning the landscape as if expecting something to emerge from the dunes. The locals had warned them of more than just the heat. They spoke of a storm brewing, but not one born of wind and dust. A storm of whispers, voices that carried on the breeze, calling lost souls to their doom. Amara pressed forward, clutching her grandfather's notebook. She had come too far to be swayed by superstition, but even she felt the weight of something unnatural in the air, a presence lurking just beyond sight. Marcus scoffed. "Ghost stories," he muttered. But as the sun dipped toward the horizon, the wind carried a sound with it, low, distant, almost human. It did not belong to any of them. As night fell, the dunes finally gave way to something unnatural, a towering structure of black stone, its surface smooth and untouched by time. It did not belong in this world. The pyramid stood in eerie defiance of nature, its sharp angles unmarred by the centuries. Unlike other tombs worn by wind and sand, this one had remained unchanged, as if protected by something unseen. It was waiting. At the entrance, ancient carvings shimmered under the torchlight. The hieroglyphs should have been motionless, yet Amara swore they moved, shifting and rearranging themselves when she wasn't looking. She rubbed her eyes, convinced it was a trick of the light. Marcus smirked. "It's just a tomb," he said, stepping forward without hesitation. "Dead men don't scare me." But Amara hesitated. She could feel it now. Something was watching, not from the darkness, but from the very walls of the pyramid itself. Dr. Hassan hesitated, his fingers tracing the worn stone. "We shouldn't be here," he muttered. His voice was firm, but there was something else in it, fear. Marcus rolled his eyes, stepping closer. "Enough superstition. Let's get inside." Amara stood frozen. The carvings along the entrance had shifted again. This time, they had formed a face. Her face. A sudden gust of wind blew past them, carrying something unnatural, a whisper, soft yet unmistakable. The words were foreign, ancient, yet Amara understood them. Turn back. Before she could react, Marcus placed his hand on the stone. The entrance opened on its own. The moment they crossed the threshold, the torches flickered, their flames bending toward the exit, as if urging them to leave. The silence was suffocating, pressing against their ears like a heavy weight. The air inside was thick, charged with something unseen. It wasn't just the stale air of an undisturbed tomb, it was something more. A presence. Amara's breath hitched. She turned back toward the entrance, expecting to see the desert behind them. But the doorway was no longer there. The pyramid had sealed them inside. Amara led the way through the narrow corridor, gripping her torch tightly. The air was thick with dust, but the silence was worse. It wasn't just quiet, it was unnatural, pressing against them like a living force. Dr. Hassan stopped suddenly, his brow furrowing. "Did we come this way before?" Amara glanced back. The hallway behind them was different. The markings on the walls had changed, the passage narrowing as if reshaping itself. Marcus scoffed. "It's just the dark playing tricks on you," he muttered. But even his voice wavered. Then the torches flickered. The flames bent sideways, as if drawn by a breath. Amara's heart pounded. The walls groaned, shifting subtly, the passages ahead morphing into something unfamiliar. "The pyramid," Hassan whispered. "It's alive." There's no turning back now. The deeper they moved, the stranger the walls became. Carvings of gods and pharaohs twisted under the torchlight, their faces shifting. Then the images moved. Hieroglyphs that had once been still now reformed in real time. The figures on the walls began clawing, their arms reaching out in frozen agony. Their faces, once proud and divine, contorted in fear. Amara stepped closer, pulse racing. "They're not just stories," she breathed. "They're warnings." Dr. Hassan pointed at a new set of shifting symbols. It was them, Amara, Marcus, and himself. But in the carving, there were 4 figures, not 3. "Who is that?" Amara whispered. As if in answer, the torches dimmed, their flames shrinking into weak embers. A shadow stirred in the distance. The 4th figure was not missing. It was waiting. Marcus pushed ahead, eager to escape the oppressive walls. His eyes landed on something glinting in the torchlight, an ornate dagger, its handle encrusted with gemstones. "Now this is what I'm talking about," he muttered, reaching for it. Amara gasped. "Marcus, don't." Too late. The moment his fingers brushed the artifact, his shadow began to change. It detached from the ground, stretching unnaturally, growing longer, darker. It pulsed, shifting like liquid. Marcus stumbled back. "What the?" The shadow moved on its own. It slithered up the walls, then lunged. Marcus screamed as the darkness engulfed him. His limbs convulsed, his body flickering between light and void. His eyes met Amara's for a brief moment, pure terror before his form was consumed. Then, silence. His voice echoed once, twice, then faded. Dr. Hassan clutched Amara's arm. "We need to leave. Now." But the shadow remained, standing where Marcus had been. It turned its hollow face toward them, and it smiled. A narrow tunnel yawned open before them, as if the pyramid itself had guided them there. The air smelled of decay and something older, something wrong. At the end of the tunnel stood a massive sarcophagus, taller than any Amara had seen. Its surface was blackened linen, charred and cracked. There were no offerings, no treasures, only glyphs of warning. Dr. Hassan studied the markings, his face pale. These symbols, they don't speak of a burial. They speak of a prison. Amara's breath hitched. Something about this place called to her. She stepped closer, running her fingers over the smooth surface. And then she saw it. Her name, carved deep into the stone, centuries before she was even born. The sarcophagus shifted. No one had touched it. The sound of fabric shifting from the inside sent ice down her spine. Something was awake. The whispering returned, no longer a distant murmur but a clear voice. Amara's voice. It came from behind the sarcophagus, soft, desperate, calling her name. Dr. Hassan grabbed her wrist. Do not answer. I hear myself. The walls pulsed, the voice splitting into many, all speaking her name in different tones, overlapping, urgent. She had to know. She pulled away from Hassan and stepped forward. The closer she got, the louder the whispers became. And then they stopped. The silence was worse. Amara reached other fingers inches from the lid when something on the other side knocked back. The walls shuddered. The glyphs changed. And suddenly, they could read them. The glyphs no longer spoke of a pharaoh. They told a different story. Neferka had not been a man. He had been a vessel. His priests had sealed something inside him, something not meant to wake. The sarcophagus groaned. The linen wrapping slid, slowly unraveling. A hand emerged, not decayed, but smooth, too smooth. The fingers were too long, bending in unnatural ways. Dr. Hassan backed away. We must not see its face. The pyramid trembled, as though bowing before its true master. Amara couldn't move. Then the whispers spoke one final time. Not in her voice, in all voices at once. We see you. The lid shattered open. Amara stumbled back, her foot striking the wall. The stone cracked under her touch, then broke apart. She screamed. Behind the stone was not stone at all. It was bone. Dr. Hassan clawed at the walls. Every crack, every fracture revealed more bones, shifting, twisting. The pyramid. Amara's breath hitched. It isn't a tomb. Dr. Hassan's face was hollow with realization. It's a prison. The walls pulsed, as though breathing. The bones moved, shifting toward them. The screams of the pastel who had entered before rose in unison. They were inside a graveyard, and something was waking up. Amara's breath was ragged as she stumbled forward, her torch casting flickering shadows across the chamber. The air felt thick, pressing against her like an unseen force. Then she saw a mirror-like slab, standing unnaturally tall in the middle of the room. She hesitated. The surface was impossibly smooth, not stone, not metal, but something else entirely. Slowly, she stepped closer, her pulse hammering in her ears. She expected to see her reflection, but the slab showed nothing. Then, the image changed. She gasped, staring at herself, but not in the present. The vision before her showed her trapped inside the pyramid, screaming silently as her own voice whispered warnings into the dark. The hieroglyphs on the walls twisted, her name etched into the stone. She was begging herself to leave. Her body trembled. This wasn't a vision. This was a message from the future. Dr. Hassan grabbed her arm, yanking her away. Don't look at it, he cried. The mirror rippled like water, the image of her future self disappearing into the void. But the terror in her eyes lingered, burned into her mind like a scar. A low groan reverberated through the chamber. Amara and Dr. Hassan turned toward the sound. The sarcophagus was shifting. The ancient wrappings unraveled on their own, peeling away like dried leaves caught in the wind. Amara took a step back, gripping her torch tighter. The air grew colder, as if the room itself recoiled from what was emerging. Then, the figure inside rose. It was tall, emaciated, its skin stretched impossibly thin over its bones. Its golden eyes were hollow, burning with a light that didn't belong to this world. It had no mouth, yet Amara heard its voice pierce her mind. Visions flooded in, empires rising and falling, stars burning out, civilizations lost to time. She saw people kneeling before this being, offering their souls in devotion. It had been here before the pyramids, before the gods themselves. The walls shuddered in response, their engravings shifting as if bowing to their true master. Dr. Hassan clutched his head, his face contorted in pain. "Amara, we should not be here." The entity turned toward them, its golden eyes glowing with something ancient, something endless. Time fractured. Amara blinked, and suddenly, she was somewhere else. She stood in the past, the stone walls around her newly carved, untouched by time. A group of priests stood before her, their faces twisted in terror. They chanted desperately, sealing something inside the sarcophagus. Then she saw herself. Her past self was at the entrance of the pyramid, etching words into the stone. The same warnings she had read earlier. She had been here before. A sickening realization settled over her. The past wasn't something she had discovered, it was something she had already lived. One of the priests turned to face her, his eyes hollow, his voice shaking. "You were never meant to return." Everything blurred. The past bled into the present, the voices of the priests becoming the screams of the pyramid itself. Amara's vision snapped back. She was in the chamber again, but now the entity was watching her. Dr. Hassan grabbed Amara's wrist. "We have to go." But the pyramid had other plans. The walls began to close in, the very structure shifting like a living thing. The floor trembled beneath them. From the ceiling, sand poured down in torrents, twisting midair into the shapes of facets screaming, trapped souls. The exit was gone. In its place, a new path opened, leading deeper inside. The entity raised its hand, and suddenly the sand stilled. Then it spoke not in words, but in pure thought, an offer whispered into Amara's mind. "I can show you the truth. I can give you knowledge beyond comprehension." Amara's breath caught. The truth. The truth her grandfather had searched for. The truth she had risked everything to find. Dr. Hassan shook his head violently. "Number Amara, you don't want this." The entity extended its hand. It was her choice now. Time slowed. The pyramid rumbled, the weight of its ancient power pressing down on her. If Amara accepted the offer, she would know everything. She would understand the mysteries of the universe, the secrets her grandfather had given his life for. But she would never leave. If she refused, she might never know what had called to her all these years. The relic lay on the ground beside her, its inscriptions glowing faintly. She reached for it, her fingers trembling. The entity's golden eyes burned brighter. "Choose." Amara swallowed. The choice was clear. She clenched the relic in her fist and spoke the final words of the inscription. The chamber shook violently. The entity let out a sound, not a scream, but laughter. Crumbling like dust, Amara screamed as the floor cracked beneath her. Sand rushed in, filling the room, pulling everything down. The entity did not fight back. It only laughed, a deep, resonant sound that echoed through time itself. Dr. Hassan grabbed her arm, pulling her toward what remained of an exit. "Move!" The relic in her hand burned, its inscriptions fading as the pyramid swallowed itself. The entity's laughter grew fainter, but the meaning behind it was clear. It wasn't gone. It was waiting. With one final push, they escaped into the desert, tumbling onto the sand just as the last stone vanished beneath the dunes. Amara coughed, staring at the empty space where the pyramid had been. It was as if it had never existed, but deep in her mind, the whispers remained, and she knew this wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. Amara gasped for air, her body trembling as she crawled out of the sand. Her hands clawed at the ground, struggling to pull herself free from the suffocating grip of the desert. The cool night air hit her skin, but it did nothing to soothe the burning sensation coursing through her veins. She collapsed onto her side, her breath ragged, her mind reeling. Her fingers trembled as she looked down at herself. Symbols. Strange, ancient symbols etched into her flesh, glowing faintly beneath the moonlight. She touched them, expecting pain, but there was none. Instead, they felt familiar, as if they had always been there. The desert around her was silent. No wind, no shifting sand, just an eerie stillness, as if the world itself had stopped. But then faint whispers stirred at the edge of her hearing. Distant, yet somehow close. Something was still with her. Amara forced herself to stand, her legs weak beneath her. She turned toward where the pyramid had once stood, expecting to see its broken ruins rising from the sand. But there was nothing. The desert stretched endlessly before her, smooth and untouched, as if the structure had never existed. No rubble, no remnants, just an unbroken sea of dunes. Her chest tightened. She spun around, searching desperately for Dr. Hassan, for Marcus, for anyone. But she was alone. Her footprints were the only marks in the sand. No sign of her team, no sign of their journey. Had they even been real? Had any of this been real? A sudden wave of nausea washed over her. Her mind screamed for logic, for reason, but there was none. The desert had swallowed everything, everyone. Only she remained, and the whispers. Amara's throat was dry, her body exhausted. She spotted a small puddle nearby, a remnant of the cold desert night. She stumbled toward it, falling to her knees, desperate for relief. But as she cupped the water in her hands, she froze. Her reflection stared back at her, but it wasn't her. The face in the water was wrong. The shape was the same, but the eyes were golden, hollow. Neferka's eyes. Her heart pounded. She jerked back, the water rippling violently. But for a fleeting moment, before the image faded, her lips moved. She hadn't spoken, but something wearing her face had. The soundless words burned into her mind, a whisper that sent ice through her veins. "You are mine." The water stilled. Her reflection returned to normal. But she knew the truth. It wasn't her anymore. Amara turned away from the puddle, her pulse racing. She had to leave, to get as far from this place as possible. But with every step she took, the whispers grew louder. They weren't carried by the wind. They weren't behind her. They were inside her. She clutched her head, her breathing uneven. The whispers knew her name. They spoke in many voices, overlapping, endless. Some were familiar, some were her own. A horrifying realization struck her, freezing her in place. The entity had never been trapped in the pyramid. It had never been bound to the ruins. It had been waiting, and now it was inside her. She had not survived the pyramid. She had become part of it. The final horror wasn't what she had escaped. It was what she had brought back with her. The whispers would never stop, and neither would she. The kingdom of Zudara was a land of power and riches, stretching from the golden deserts to the lush riverbanks. Its capital, Velmora, was a city of towering palaces, grand temples, and bustling markets. People from far and wide came to trade, learn, and serve under the rule of King Zoran, a ruler feared as much as he was respected. Zoran had built his empire through war and strategy, defeating his enemies and claiming their lands. His rule was absolute, and he believed that strength came before emotion, power before love. To him, a king's duty was to control, not to care. He had one child, Princess Ilara. She was the heart of Zudara, loved by the people for her kindness and wisdom. But Zoran saw her only as a tool for his kingdom's future. She was to be married to a powerful ruler, securing alliances that would keep his empire strong. But deep within the army ranks, a young soldier named Ravi had unknowingly caught the princess's eye. He was fearless in battle, noble in spirit, and unaware that his fate was about to change. As Zoran planned a grand tournament to find a suitable husband for Ilara, she had already made her choice. But her choice would defy the king, break the laws of the land, and set events in motion that would change Zudara forever. Ravi had spent years training as a warrior in Zudara's army. He had no noble blood, no wealth, and no great family name, only skill, discipline, and an unbreakable will. Unlike many soldiers, he did not fight for power or gold. He fought to protect the innocent, to serve something greater than himself. His loyalty and strength had caught the attention of General Kaidan, the commander of Zudara's army. Kaidan saw something special in Ravi, something different from the usual power-hungry warriors. He took him under his wing, training him in the art of war and strategy. One evening, as Ravi practiced alone in the training grounds, a shadow approached. It was Princess Ilara. She had watched him from afar, fascinated by his skill and the way he carried himself, not as a man seeking power, but as one seeking purpose. She stepped forward, her golden dress catching the torchlight. "You fight differently," she said. Ravi turned, startled to see the princess standing before him. He bowed slightly, but did not drop to his knees like most men would. That was the first time Ilara saw the difference between him and every other suitor. That night, as they spoke for the first time, neither of them knew that their meeting would become the beginning of a forbidden love, one that would shake the very foundations of the kingdom. King Zoran announced a great tournament, inviting princes, generals, and noblemen from across the lands to compete for Princess Ilara's hand in marriage. The competition would test strength, intelligence, and leadership qualities that Zoran believed defined a great ruler. Warriors and kings gathered in Velmora, each hoping to claim the throne alongside Ilara. They boasted of their victories, flaunted their riches, and swore their loyalty to Zoran. But none of them had captured Ilara's heart. Ravi stood among the watching soldiers, his hands clenched into fists as noble warriors fought for a woman who had no choice. His heart burned with silent fury, but he said nothing. That night, Ilara sought him out again. "If you were in the tournament, you would have won," she whispered. Ravi shook his head. "The king would never let me compete. He would never allow you to choose me." Ilara held his gaze. "Then we will choose for ourselves." With those words, they sealed their fate. Days turned into weeks, and Ilara and Ravi met in secret. Beneath the moon, by the riverbanks, away from the eyes of the palace, they whispered promises of a future they could never have. But love is never truly hidden. One evening, as they stood beneath the great willow tree outside the city walls, a shadow watched from the cliffs. Malgan, the king's closest advisor, had discovered them. a man who had always sought more power. Malgan saw this as an opportunity. He knew that exposing their love could place him even closer to the king's side, making him more powerful than ever. That night, he went to King Zoran. "Your daughter has betrayed you," he whispered. King Zoran's rage was like a storm that night. His daughter, a common soldier, defying his rule? It was an insult beyond forgiveness. Summoning his guards, he ordered Ravi's immediate arrest. "Ilara will learn the price of defiance," he said coldly. Within the hour, the palace erupted into chaos. Soldiers stormed through the barracks, seizing Ravi and dragging him toward the great hall. Ilara ran through the corridors, her heart pounding. She had to stop this. As Ravi was thrown before the king, the hall fell silent. "Explain yourself," Zoran demanded. Ravi, bruised and breathless, lifted his gaze. "I love her," he said simply. The king's face twisted in fury. "You will regret those words." With that, the fate of Zudara changed forever. Princess Ilara ran into the hall, her heart pounding. "Father, please," she cried. "You cannot punish him for loving me." But the king only looked at her with disappointment. "You are a princess," he said. "You were born to marry a ruler, not a simple soldier. Do you think love is more important than the kingdom?" Ilara shook her head. "Love is not a crime." Malgan, the advisor who had betrayed them, stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. "My king, this man is dangerous. If he dares to love a princess, one day he may try to take your throne." The king's anger grew. He pointed at Ravi. "You are a traitor," he declared, "but I will not kill you. That would be too easy." A cruel smile spread across his face. "You will be sent far away to the land of Darvok, where you will be a prisoner until the day you die." Ilara gasped. "No, you cannot do this." Guards grabbed Ravi and began to pull him away. He looked at Ilara one last time. "I will find a way back to you," he whispered. But as the heavy palace doors slammed shut behind him, it felt as if all hope had been lost. That night, Princess Ilara sat in her chamber, staring at the moon through her window. Her heart ached. The love of her life had been taken away, and she had done nothing to stop it. She could still hear her father's angry words, the sound of the heavy doors closing, and Ravi's last whisper, "I will find a way back to you." She wiped her tears and stood up. She could not wait for him to return. She had to act. A soft knock on her door made her jump. It was Tarin, childhood friend, and the palace healer. Tarin had always been loyal to her, and when she saw the pain in Ilara's eyes, she knew something had to be done. "There is a way," Tarin whispered. "Ravi has not left the kingdom yet. He is locked in the underground dungeons. If we move quickly, we can free him." Ilara's heart filled with hope. "Tell me what to do." Tarin handed her a dark cloak. "We must leave now. The guards will change shifts soon. That will be our only chance." Ilara nodded. She knew what she was risking. Her father would never forgive her if she helped Ravi escape. But she didn't care. She could not let him be taken away forever. With careful steps, the two women moved through the quiet palace halls. Every shadow felt like a threat. Every sound made Ilara's breath stop. But she kept going. For Ravi. They reached the dungeon entrance, but just as they stepped forward, a deep voice stopped them. "Where do you think you're going, princess?" Someone had been watching. Princess Ilara's heart stopped. The voice was cold and sharp, filled with suspicion. She turned slowly, her breath caught in her throat. A guard stood in the shadows, his sword glinting in the dim torchlight. His eyes narrowed as he stepped forward. "The king has forbidden anyone from entering the dungeons," he said. "Why are you here, princess?" Taryn, standing beside Ilara, thought quickly. "The princess is here under her father's orders," she said. "The prisoner needs medical care before his journey to Darvok." The guard hesitated. He knew Taryn was the palace healer, but something felt off. He glanced at Ilara. "Is this true?" Ilara forced herself to stay calm. She lifted her chin. "Would you like to question my father?" she asked. Her voice was steady, but her hands trembled under her cloak. The guard frowned, thinking. Ilara held her breath. If he didn't believe her, it would all be over. Then, after what felt like forever, he stepped aside. "Make it quick," he muttered. Ilara and Taryn hurried down the stone steps, the damp air filling their lungs. The dungeon was cold and silent. The flickering torches barely lit the narrow passage, but Ilara didn't care. She was close. At the end of the hallway, behind heavy iron bars, Ravi sat in chains. His eyes widened in shock when he saw her. "Ilara," he whispered. She pressed her hands against the bars. "I'm getting you out of here." But before she could say another word, a second set of footsteps echoed behind them. Someone else was coming. And this time, it was not just a guard. Princess Ilara turned sharply as the footsteps grew louder. A figure stepped into the torchlight. Malgan, the royal advisor. His sharp eyes gleamed with triumph, and a cruel smirk curled his lips. "I knew you would come," he said smoothly. "Love makes people foolish." Ilara's pulse raced. Malgan had set a trap. Taryn stepped in front of her, trying to block the advisor's path. "Let us go, Malgan," she said firmly. "The princess is only doing what's right." Malgan laughed. "Right?" He gestured toward Ravi, who sat chained behind the bars. "This man is a traitor. Helping him escape makes you a traitor too, princess. Do you know what the king does to traitors?" Ilara clenched her fists. She had come too far to turn back now. "You are wrong, Malgan," she said, her voice strong. "The only traitor here is you. You brought this news to my father not to protect him, but to gain power." Malgan's smirk faded. She had struck a nerve. Ilara stepped closer, her eyes blazing. "You want me gone so my father will listen to you. You want to control him, but I will not let that happen." Malgan's expression darkened. He nodded to the guards behind him. "Seize them." Ilara gasped as rough hands grabbed her arms. Taryn struggled, but she was outnumbered. Malgan turned to Ravi, shaking his head. "You were never going to leave this dungeon alive." Ravi's chains rattled as he struggled. "Ilara!" he shouted. She fought against the guards, but it was no use. Malgan leaned in close. "Your father will decide your fate at sunrise," he whispered. For the first time, Ilara feared she might never see the sun again. The first light of dawn crept over Zudara, painting the palace walls in gold. But inside the great hall, there was no warmth, only cold judgment. Princess Ilara stood before her father, King Zoran, her wrists bound in silk ropes. On either side of her, guards held Ravi and Taryn, their faces bruised from the struggle in the dungeon. At the center of the hall, the king sat on his grand throne, his eyes dark with disappointment. The court was silent as Malgan stepped forward, his voice smooth and filled with false concern. "Great king," he began, Your daughter has betrayed your trust. She tried to free the prisoner. She was ready to abandon her duty, her kingdom, all for the sake of a common soldier. Ilara lifted her chin. I would rather betray my title than betray my heart. Gasps echoed through the court. The king's fingers tightened around the armrest of his throne. You have shamed me, Ilara, he said, his voice low and dangerous. You are a princess. Your duty is to your people, not your feelings. Ilara stepped forward. My people are starving. They are afraid. And yet you spend your time punishing me instead of leading them. The hall fell into silence. Malgan's eyes flickered with anger. This was not going as he had planned. The king sighed heavily. You leave me no choice, he said. Ilara, you will be sent away. You will live in exile far from this land. Ilara's breath caught in her throat. Malgan smirked. And the soldier? King Zoran's eyes hardened. He will be executed at sunset. Ilara's world shattered. Princess Ilara's body went cold. Exile for her. Death for Ravi. Her father's judgment echoed through the hall, sealing their fate. The guards tightened their grip on Ravi, dragging him toward the dungeon once more. He did not struggle, but his eyes remained fixed on her. Malgan bowed slightly, his smirk barely hidden. A wise decision, my king. The people will see your strength. Ilara felt rage boil inside her. This was not justice, it was cruelty, all because of a love that threatened Malgan's control. She turned to her father, her voice desperate. You don't have to do this. King Zoran did not meet her eyes. You have made your choice, Ilara. Now I make mine. Terran, still held by the guards, whispered, We won't let this happen. That night, Ilara was confined to her chamber, her belongings packed for exile. But she could not think of herself only Ravi's execution at sunset. Terran slipped into the room, her face pale but determined. There is one last chance, she whispered. The guards changing shifts, the secret tunnels beneath the palace. If we act now, we can get Ravi out. Ilara's heart pounded. But what about my father? Terran shook her head. He has chosen his path. Now we choose ours. Ilara hesitated only for a moment. Then she grabbed her cloak and took a deep breath. She would not let Ravi die. As the last torch flickered in the hall, two shadows slipped through the palace walls, moving silently toward the dungeon. This was their only chance. But in the darkness, unseen eyes were already watching. The palace was silent, the night air thick with tension. Princess Ilara and Terran moved swiftly through the stone corridors, their footsteps barely making a sound. They knew the guards would change shifts. Soon this was their only chance to save Ravi. The entrance to the underground dungeon was guarded by two soldiers, their spears resting lazily in their hands. Terran reached into her pouch and pulled out a small vial. Sleeping powder, she whispered. It will work fast. Moments later, the guards slumped to the ground, their breath slow and heavy. Ilara didn't wait. She grabbed the keys from the soldier's belt and pushed open the iron door. Inside, Ravi sat against the cold stone wall, his hands bound in chains. His tired eyes widened when he saw her. Ilara? His voice was hoarse. She rushed to him, unlocking the chains with shaking hands. We don't have much time. Ravi stood, rubbing his wrists. You shouldn't be here. I won't let you die, she whispered fiercely. Come with me. Terran peeked out of the cell, Then she froze. Footsteps. Loud. Fast. Approaching. Ilara grabbed Ravi's hand. "We run. Now." The three bolted through the dungeon, their hearts racing. The tunnels beneath the palace led straight to the river, where a small boat waited. But just as they reached the exit, a group of soldiers blocked their path. At the front stood Malgun. His smile was slow, mocking. "Did you really think you could escape, Princess?" The trap had been set. Now there was nowhere left to run. Princess Ilara's breath came fast as she stared at Malgun and the line of guards blocking their escape. Behind them, the dark tunnels of the dungeon stretched endlessly. Ahead, the only path to freedom was cut off. Malgun took a slow step forward, his smirk widening. "Did you really believe you could outsmart me?" he mocked. "Your father might be weak when it comes to you, but I am not." Ilara's grip tightened around Ravi's hand. She refused to surrender now. She had not come this far just to watch him die. Without warning, Ravi moved. He lunged forward, grabbing a fallen soldier's sword. Before the guards could react, he struck, knocking the nearest one aside. Chaos erupted. Terran pulled Ilara toward the side passage. "Go! Now!" she shouted. The guards attacked. Ravi fought with all his strength, dodging, blocking, pushing forward. But they were outnumbered, and Malgun only watched, his arms crossed. "Brave, but foolish," he muttered. Ilara looked around desperately. There had to be a way out. Then her eyes locked on something, the wooden beams supporting the tunnel's ceiling. If they could collapse the tunnel, they could escape. "Terran!" she gasped. "The lantern!" Terran understood immediately. She grabbed the nearest torch and threw it at the beams. The flames licked the dry wood, and in seconds, the ceiling trembled. Malgun's eyes widened. "No!" The tunnel collapsed. Dust and stone fell between them and the guards. Ilara, Ravi, and Terran ran through the exit, rushing toward the river and their only chance at freedom. But even as they escaped, Ilara knew this was not the end. Malgun would not stop hunting them. The night air was cool as Ilara, Ravi, and Terran reached the river's edge. A small wooden boat waited, hidden among the reeds. Behind them, the palace tunnels lay in ruins, the dust still settling from the collapse. Ravi pushed the boat into the water. "Hurry," he urged, holding out his hand to Ilara. She hesitated for only a second before stepping in, leaving behind everything she had ever known. Terran jumped in after them, and Ravi grabbed the oars. The boat drifted into the dark waters, carrying them away from the kingdom of Zudar. Ilara sat silently, watching the palace disappear in the distance. Her father had abandoned her. Malgun would hunt them. There was no home left for her, but she was not afraid. She turned to Ravi. He was her home now. "We cannot return," Terran whispered. "Where will we go?" Ilara met her friend's worried gaze. Then she looked at Ravi, her heart steady. "Anywhere, as long as we are free." Ravi nodded. For the first time in days, he smiled. "We start over." The boat drifted toward the unknown, toward a land that had no kings, no chains, no rules. They had lost a kingdom, but they had won something greater: freedom, love, and the chance to write their own fate. Back in the palace, King Zoran stood at his balcony, staring at the river. He had lost his daughter, but deep in his heart, he knew she had chosen the only path she could. Malgun, however, clenched his fists in fury. "This is not over," he muttered. "The hunt had only begun." The end? Or a new beginning? The river stretched endlessly ahead, carrying Alara, Ravi, and Terran far from Zudara. The gentle waves lapped against their small boat, but none of them felt at peace. They had escaped, but they had not won. Alara sat quietly, staring at the dark water. She had lost everything: her home, her family, her title. But in her heart, she knew she had made the right choice. A kingdom ruled by force was not a home. She would rather be free with Ravi than be a prisoner in a palace of gold. Ravi rode in silence, his muscles tense. He knew that King Zoran would not let this go. If the king had declared him an enemy before, now he would stop at nothing to see him dead. Malgon would make sure of that. Terran pulled out a rolled map from her bag. "We must decide where to go," she said, her voice calm but urgent. "We cannot stay on this river forever." Alara leaned closer. The map showed lands beyond Zudara, some marked with powerful cities, others unclaimed and wild. She traced a finger toward the southern lands. Here, no kings, no rulers. Ravi nodded. "We can start over." But before they could plan further, Terran stiffened. Her eyes darted toward the riverbank. Something moved in the trees. A shadow, watching. "Alara," Ravi whispered, gripping his sword. They were not alone. Far behind them, hidden in the darkness, a second boat followed. The royal crest of Zudara gleamed on its side. The king's hunt had begun. The river's calm surface hid the danger lurking in the shadows. Alara, Ravi, and Terran sat motionless, their boat drifting with the current. But their pursuers were close, too close. Ravi gripped his sword tightly. "They found us." Alara's heart pounded. She turned her gaze to the riverbank. Between the thick trees, dark figures moved, their eyes locked on the boat. "Zudara's assassins," Terran whispered. "They won't attack in the open. They'll wait until we reach land." Alara looked ahead. The river narrowed up ahead, curving toward the Mistwood Marshes, a place known for thick fog and hidden dangers. If they reached the mist before the assassins attacked, they could disappear. "Row faster," Alara urged. Ravi dug his oars into the water, pushing against the current. The royal boat behind them moved faster. Torches flickered on its deck. They were gaining. Then an arrow hissed through the air. It missed Alara by inches, landing in the wood of the boat. A warning. "They won't wait anymore," Ravi growled. "They'll kill us now." Alara turned to Terran. "Do we have anything to fight with?" Terran pulled out a small pouch of powder. "Only this. If thrown, it creates a thick smoke." Alara's mind raced. They needed to disappear. She grabbed the torch beside her, dropped it onto the wooden deck, and threw the powder into the flames. A thick cloud of white smoke exploded around them, covering the river. Ravi rowed hard. The boat vanished into the Mistwood Marshes. But the assassins were still behind them, and they would not stop until Ravi was dead. The boat slipped deeper into the Mistwood Marshes, swallowed by the thick fog. The world around Alara, Ravi, and Terran turned into a maze of twisting waters and towering reeds. No light, no sound. Only the slow, steady drip of water. Alara gripped Ravi's arm. "Did we lose them?" Ravi kept his voice low. "Maybe, but they won't stop hunting us." Meanwhile, back in Zudara, whispers of Alara's escape spread through the kingdom. The people began to question the king. Some believed she had betrayed her father, but others saw her as a symbol of something great, a ruler who had chosen love over power. Among the soldiers, The murmurs grew louder. Not all agreed with King Zoran's orders. Some had fought beside Ravi and knew him as an honorable man. Would they kill a warrior like him just because he loved the princess? Malgon saw the unrest and went straight to King Zoran. "The people are beginning to doubt you," he warned. "They whisper of Alara as if she is a hero." The king's face darkened. "She is not a hero. She is a traitor." Malgon's eyes gleamed. "Then we must make the people see her as one. We must make them believe she is a threat to the kingdom." Zoran hesitated. Deep down, he missed his daughter. But he was a king first. "Do what must be done," he said. That night, Malgon sent word across the kingdom. Alara was now declared a rebel. Anyone who harbored her or Ravi would be punished. The war had not yet begun, but in the silence, the first spark had been lit. The grand halls of the Zudara Palace had never felt so empty. King Zoran sat alone in his chamber, staring at the flickering candlelight. His throne, his power, his rulinone of it brought him peace. His daughter was gone. The echoes of the past haunted him. He remembered Alara as a child, running through the palace gardens, laughing freely, untouched by the weight of the crown. She had always been different, more kind-hearted than a ruler should be. He had tried to shape her into a queen who would put duty above emotion, but she had chosen love over power. And now, because of his own stubbornness, she was an enemy of the kingdom. A knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. Malgon entered, his face unreadable. "The hunt continues, my king. The people have been warned. No one will shelter her." Zoran did not respond. He simply looked past Malgon, as if seeing something far away. Malgon hesitated. "Do not doubt yourself," he said. "She made her choice." Zoran clenched his jaw. "And what if I made the wrong one?" Malgon's expression darkened. "She is a danger to the throne. If she returns, she will not come back as your daughter. She will come back as a challenger." Zoran looked down at his hands. The hands that had once carried his daughter as a baby were now the same hands that had condemned her. "Find her," he said, his voice low. "But she must be brought back alive." Malgon's lips curled into a slow smile. "Of course, my king." But as he left the chamber, Malgon already had other plans. The mist finally cleared as Alara, Ravi, and Taran reached the far side of the Mistwood marshes. The air smelled of fresh earth, the sky stretching wide before them. They had escaped Zudara, but their journey was far from over. Alara stepped onto solid ground and turned back to look at the river. Her past was behind her now. She could no longer be the princess of Zudara. Her father had made sure of that. But what did that mean for her future? Ravi placed a hand on her shoulder. "We are free," he said softly. Alara nodded, but freedom came with uncertainty. "We cannot keep running," she whispered. "We need a home." Taran unrolled the map once more. There was a valley beyond the eastern mountain, a land untouched by kings. Alara studied the map, then looked at the horizon. A land of their own, a place where no one ruled over them. She turned to Ravi. "We will build something new." Ravi met her gaze, determination shining in his eyes. "Nurse," he said, "but as people who have fought for their right to live." And so, they left the past behind and walked toward the future. Back in Zudara, King Zoran stood on his palace balcony, watching the distant horizon. He knew his daughter was alive. He knew she had escaped. And despite everything, a part of him felt relief. She had chosen her own path. But Malgan's eyes were filled with hatred. "This is not over," he muttered. "A traitor can never escape their past." As Ilara and Ravi disappeared into the unknown, the first stone of a new kingdom was laid. The end, or just the beginning? A chilling wind howled through the grand halls of Pharaoh's palace, making the golden torches flicker and cast eerie shadows on the hieroglyph-adorned walls. The air felt heavy, as if the gods themselves had abandoned the kingdom. In the sacred chamber, a royal scribe trembled before the high priest, clutching an ancient scroll with unsteady hands. His voice wavered as he whispered, "A terrible prophecy has been revealed." The high priest narrowed his eyes, his fingers tightening around the edge of the stone altar. "Speak." The scribe swallowed hard before unraveling the scroll. "A queen's heart will betray, a warrior's sword will fall, and the empire will crumble." Miles away, in the lavish quarters of the palace, Queen Tefnutari sat before a polished bronze mirror, tracing the golden collar around her neck. It was a gift from her husband, Pharaoh Amenhotep, a ruler feared and worshipped alike. But as she gazed at her reflection, her thoughts were consumed by another man-general, Thutmara. His touch still lingered on her skin, the fire in his eyes still haunting her every moment. Their love was forbidden, a dangerous that could shatter the empire. Yet, under the moonlit sky, by the Nile's edge, they met in secret, whispering promises neither could keep. But tonight, unseen eyes lurked in the shadows, burning with hatred. Their affair was no longer hidden. Back in the palace, Pharaoh Amenhotep sat in his throne room, his fingers tightening around a small stone tablet that had been delivered in silence. A single symbol was carved onto its surface, a heart pierced by a dagger. Someone knew, and someone wanted revenge. The prophecy had begun. The corridors of the palace were alive with murmurs, hushed voices slithering like serpents in the dark. Servants exchanged wary glances, their hands trembling as they carried golden trays of figs and honeyed wine. Something was wrong. The air was thick with unease, and fear clung to the marble pillars like an unseen force. Pharaoh Amenhotep had not spoken since receiving the cryptic message. He sat motionless on his throne, his expression unreadable, but his mind burned with fury. His queen's beloved Tefnutari was hiding something, and the gods had delivered a warning. In the depths of the palace, Queen Tefnutari paced her chambers, her silk robes whispering against the cold stone floor. Every flickering shadow felt like an omen, every whisper beyond her door a dagger to her spine. Who had seen them? Who had sent the message? She clenched her fists, her heartbeat hammering in her chest. She had played with fire for too long, and now the flames were closing in. She thought of Thutmara, his strong hands, his promises of a new life beyond these walls. Could they still escape, or had they already sealed their fate? Beyond the city walls, Thutmara sharpened his sword, his muscles taut with tension. He had sensed the shift in the air, the change in Tefnutari's literature, fear woven between the lines. He knew their time was running out. The royal guard had begun watching him, their eyes lingering too long, their questions too probing. Someone had whispered their secret, and now the empire itself stood on the edge of chaos. But Thutmara was no coward. He would not bow. If Pharaoh sought vengeance, he would meet him with steel and blood. No man, not even a god king, would take Tefnutari from him. Night draped the kingdom in a cloak of silence, but within the palace walls, a storm was brewing. Pharaoh Kamenhotep stood at the highest balcony, his piercing gaze fixed upon the Nile's endless waters. The moon cast a ghostly glow over the river, its reflection rippling like a divine warning. Betrayal. The word festered in his mind like a venomous wound. His queen, the woman he had raised from a noble's daughter to the most powerful woman in the empire, had disgraced him. And with whom? A warrior nothing more than a servant of his will. The insult was unforgivable. But Kamenhotep was no fool. He would not strike in blind rage. Vengeance, like a blade, must be sharpened before it is used. Deep within the palace, Queen Tefnutari sat in the dim glow of her chamber's oil lamps. Her hands trembled as she unrolled a small papyrus scroll. Thutmara's hurried script scrawled across its surface. "We must leave. The walls have ears. Trust no one." Her pulse quickened. Could she abandon the life she had built? Could she truly flee the empire and risk everything for love? She glanced at the golden amulets and silk linens surrounding her. This was her prison, and soon it would become her tomb if she did nothing. Outside the palace gates, Thutmara moved like a shadow among the soldiers. His heart pounded, but his resolve remained unshaken. He had fought wars, conquered enemies, and stood unyielding before death itself. But tonight, his battle was for love. He had made his choice. Now he had to ensure Tefnutari made hers before it was too late. Because in the heart of the empire, a noose was tightening around them both. The great halls of the palace echoed with the rhythmic sound of sandals against polished stone. Guards moved in calculated precision, their bronze-tipped spears gleaming under the torchlight. Pharaoh Kamenhotep had summoned his most trusted men in secrecy. The air was thick with tension as he stepped forward, his golden robes billowing like the wings of a vulture circling its prey. His voice, calm yet laced with steel, carried through the chamber. "The queen has betrayed the gods, the empire, and me. She conspires with a traitor, and treason must be answered with blood." The guards did not flinch. They had served him long enough to understand that defying him meant death. Kamenhotep continued, his lips curling into a slow, sinister smile. "But she is still my queen. I will not act in haste. Let her believe she is safe. Let her believe she is won." His fingers tapped against the armrest of his throne. "She will try to run, and when she does, we will be waiting." Across the palace, Queen Tefnutari could feel the walls closing in. She stood near the balcony, staring into the darkness, knowing she had little time left. Every whisper, every sideways glance from the servants confirmed her worst fears. Kamenhotep knew. She clutched Thutmara's message tightly in her hands. They had planned to meet at the temple ruins beyond the palace walls, where the gods had long been forgotten. It was their only chance. But as she turned, she noticed something, a figure, standing in the shadows of her chamber, watching, waiting. Her breath hitched. Had she been discovered, or was it already too late? The trap was set, and the hunter was closing in. The flickering oil lamps cast distorted shadows across Queen Tefnutari's chamber as she froze, her breath caught in her throat. The figure in the darkness did not move, but she could feel its presence watching, listening. Then, a whisper cut through the silence, like a blade. "We must go. Now." Relief flooded her as Thutmara stepped forward, his face hidden beneath the hood of a servant's cloak. His hand found hers, strong and steady despite the storm raging in his eyes. "The palace is crawling with guards. Amenhotep expects you to run," he said, voice low. "We must leave before the sun rises, or we are both dead." Tefnutari hesitated. Could she truly abandon everything? The gold, the power, the throne she had fought to secure? But what was power without love? What was a kingdom when its walls had become a prison? She nodded, steeling herself. "How?" Thutmara glanced toward the heavy silk curtains that swayed gently in the evening breeze. "The servant tunnels," he whispered. "They lead beyond the palace walls, to the temple ruins. Horses will be waiting." Tefnutari gripped his arm, her pulse racing. Every moment spent here was another step toward death. Wrapping herself in a cloak, she followed Thutmara as he guided her toward the hidden passage behind the chamber's gilded wall. But beyond the safety of darkness, Pharaoh Amenhotep stood atop his balcony, watching the night with knowing eyes. A slow, satisfied smirk played on his lips. "Run, my queen," he murmured. "Let me see how far love can take you before fate drags you back to me." Beneath the palace, the lovers disappeared into the labyrinth of tunnels, unaware that their escape was already doomed. The narrow tunnels beneath the palace smelled of damp earth and ancient secrets. Queen Tefnutari's heart pounded as she followed Thutmara through the maze of winding passageways, their flickering torch casting jagged shadows on the walls. Each step felt like a stolen moment, borrowed from fate itself. Went. The more hope flickered within her, until a sound shattered it. Footsteps. Close. Too close. Thutmara stopped abruptly, pulling Tefnutari against the cold stone wall. The torches lining the tunnel ahead flickered as shadows approached. Voices murmured a deep, commanding tone she knew all too well. Pharaoh Amenhotep. Her blood ran cold. He knew. Thutmara's grip on his sword tightened. His warrior instinct screamed for him to fight, but the odds were impossible. More footsteps. More voices. They were surrounded. A slow clap echoed through the tunnel as the torches burned brighter. Amenhotep emerged from the darkness, his golden robe barely brushing against the dirt beneath his feet. His expression was unreadable, his voice eerily calm. "Did you truly believe you could escape me, my love?" His gaze flickered to Thutmara, amusement dancing in his eyes. "And you, my loyal general? How foolish you are to think you could steal what is mine." Guards stepped forward, spears glinting under the dim light. Thutmara moved in front of Tefnutari, his stance rigid, but Amenhotep only smiled. "No need for violence, my dear queen. You are still mine. After all." He turned his back to them, his voice dripping with satisfaction. "But the gods demand a price for betrayal, and they will have their sacrifice." Thutmara's hand found Tefnutari's. They had come so far, but now their love would be tested in the fires of fate. The torchlight flickered, casting eerie shadows on the damp tunnel walls as Pharaoh Amenhotep stepped forward, his expression unreadable. The air was thick with tension, the weight of unspoken judgment hanging between them. Tefnutari's pulse pounded in her ears. She had known this moment would come, but not like this, not trapped, with Thutmara at her side, staring into the eyes of a man who once swore to love her. Amenhotep exhaled slowly, as if savoring the moment. "You had a kingdom, Tefnutari," he said, his voice cold as stone. a throne beside a god, and yet you chose a soldier. His eyes darkened, shifting toward Thutmara. Did you truly believe she loved you, warrior? He took a slow step closer, his lips curling into a smirk. You were a distraction, a fleeting indulgence. But queens do not abandon kings. They use men like you, then toss them aside when the game is over. Thutmara's grip tightened on his sword, but Tefnutari's hand stopped him. She could feel Kamenhotep's venomous words working their way into Thutmara's mind. Doubt, uncertainty, the crack in a warrior's unshakable resolve. This was a trap, not of steel, but of the mind. Kamenhotep turned his gaze back to her. I am merciful, Tefnutari. You may still sit beside me as my queen, but he glanced at Thutmara, his voice dropping into something almost gentle. A kingdom is no place for two kings. Tefnutari's breath hitched. She knew what was coming. A choice, a sacrifice, a test of her heart's true allegiance. And in this moment, she realized no matter what she chose, love had already lost. The tunnel walls felt as if they were closing in, the weight of fate pressing against Tefnutari's chest. Kamenhotep's words hung in the air like a curse, twisting around them like unseen chains. His offer was simply turn to him and live, or stay with Thutmara and face certain death. But there was no real choice, not when both paths led to suffering. Thutmara's hand gripped his sword hilt, his muscles tensed like a coiled serpent ready to strike. But he hesitated, just for a moment. The doubt Kamenhotep had planted in his mind had taken root. Did Tefnutari truly love him? Or had he been nothing more than an escape? A fleeting rebellion against a golden cage? Tefnutari saw the flicker in Thutmara's eyes, the crack in his certainty. Her heart clenched. This was what Kamenhotep wanted. Not just their bodies broken, but their love shattered from within. I will never return to you, she said, her voice steady despite the storm raging inside her. I would rather die than bow to you again. Kamenhotep's lips curved into something that resembled amusement. So be it. He lifted a hand, and the guards moved forward. Thutmara struck first. His blade flashed under the dim torchlight, slicing through the nearest soldier before turning toward Kamenhotep. But the pharaoh did not flinch. He simply stepped aside. A second blade came from behind. Thutmara gasped. A spear pierced his side, deep and merciless. Tefnutari screamed, reaching for him, but strong hands pulled her back. Kamenhotep's voice was soft as he whispered, a queen may choose her lover, but an empire always belongs to its king. Thutmara collapsed, blood staining the ancient stones. The love that had defied an empire had now paid its price in blood. Tefnutari's scream tore through the tunnels, raw and filled with anguish, as Thutmara crumpled to the ground, his lifeblood pooling beneath him. His eyes met hers, filled with pain not just from the wound, but from something deeper, a betrayal he never saw coming. Not from her, but from fate itself. She lunged toward him, but strong arms held her back. Kamenhotep watched, his face carved from stone, unaffected by the suffering before him. Take her, he commanded, his voice devoid of emotion. She will live to remember this night. Tefnutari thrashed against the guards, her nails digging into their arms, her voice hoarse from crying. You monster! He was worth 10 of you, she spat. But Kamenhotep barely acknowledged her words. He stepped toward Thutmara, his gaze calm as he crouched beside the dying warrior. "I told you," he murmured, his tone almost pitying. "She was never truly yours." Thutmose coughed, his breathing shallow. His fingers twitched as if reaching for his sword, but the strength had left him. He could do nothing but watch as Tefnutari was dragged away. His last sight was the queen he had loved fighting like a caged lioness, her cries of rage swallowed by the cold stone walls. The tunnels swallowed them whole, and the night fell silent once more. By the time Tefnutari was thrown into her chamber, her body ached, but her soul burned hotter. She was not broken. Not yet. She sat in the darkness, her breathing ragged, her fingers curling into fists. Amenhotep had won this battle, but the war was far from over. A queen never forgets, and she never forgives. The palace stood in eerie silence, but within the gilded walls of her chamber, Queen Tefnutari burned with a fire hotter than the desert sun. Rage coiled inside her, venomous and unrelenting. The echoes of Thutmose's dying breaths haunted her, twisting in her mind like a relentless curse. Amenhotep thought he had won. He thought he had broken her. He was wrong. The door creaked open, and a familiar figure slipped inside a servant, eyes wide with fear and loyalty. "My queen," she whispered, kneeling before Tefnutari. "The Pharaoh celebrates. He believes you have submitted." A slow, cold smile curled on Tefnutari's lips. "Then he is more of a fool than I thought." She stood, the dim moonlight casting long shadows across her face. She would not weep. She would not cower. She would end this once and for all. With careful hands, she unfastened the golden pendant around her neck, a relic of her family's bloodline, a symbol of power, long forgotten. Inside, hidden beneath the polished surface, lay a small vial, a gift from the high priest, given to her in secret moons ago. A poison so deadly, even the gods feared its touch. Her fingers curled around it. Tonight, she would return to Amenhotep's side. She would smile. She would dance. And when the moment was right, she would kiss him with lips laced in death. The empire had taken everything from her. Now, she would return the favor. As the celebration drums echoed through the palace, Queen Tefnutari stepped into the night, her head held high. Tomorrow, the kingdom would awaken to a dead pharaoh hand, a queen who would reclaim her throne through blood and vengeance. The gods had written this story, and she would ensure they finished it.